Steven Seagal.
Jeez. Oh, fuck, shit, fuck. Oh.
The secret side of me, I never...
Yeah, let's do it, man. So I'll give you some tips here, so just front relax first.
My front side looks good, like it's overdeveloped compared to my back. My back is very, very small.
He's a 10, but...
No, I don't delete comments unless they're, like, absolutely retarded.
He takes steroids.
I'd say probably like a 5, honestly.
He's a 5. He's a 5. All right, fair enough. What would you rate me, Brianna, out of 10?
Well, do you take steroids?
I take steroids, yeah.
3 grams of steroids.
Okay,
Do you still rollerblade? I've been trying to learn and this video helped me out. In more ways than one.
Yep, I still rollerblade. I've been doing that for cardio lately because the weather's been good and it's finally not winter anymore.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel.
Oh hey, she's cute. Thanks for the donation, the last schooner.
Shout out to Israel, bring them home now.
Israel's first female prime minister and the first woman to lead a nation in the Middle East. Gold Mara was still alive today. Would be her 127th birthday. First female prime minister of Israel, democratic leader, blah, blah, blah. Did you know Israel is the 3rd country in the world to have a female prime minister before any nation in Europe, North America, or South America, and Israel women just break the glass ceiling. That's cool. Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps. Just found out today in an intersectional vegan I know personally in Florida converted from atheism to Islam to battle Islamophobia or some gay shit. What a fucking retard, dude. It's actually considering... Why are they so cheap on this site? It's actually considering... Oh, they only have the 2 sizes. I was actually considering getting these skates. Seen some people use them, and not everybody actually laces up the top. So, if I could get a boot that's like Hardcore Evo Pro that I can just quickly fasten without having to lace, that'd actually be pretty sick. Most of the places that are selling this, like the boot alone is pretty fucking expensive. It's fine, like I can afford it, but yeah, $660. If you convert it to CAD, it's like around 900 or 1,000 for just the boot. But I've got a bunch of spare frames. That does look sick, though. I might still get these. I don't know. Might get them for like a birthday present or something for myself. They look pretty fucking dope. Yes, $600 for rollerblades. Just like how there's cars that cost over $2 million fucking dollars. There are things that are good. There are things that are okay. There are things that are built like shit. And yeah, there's price variation in just about everything. If you want something that's really good, it's gonna be more expensive. $600 for rollerblades? What are you, fucking retarded? You paid $200,000 for a car? What are you, fucking stupid? Like, yeah. You spent $3 million on a house? I live in a shitty fucking apartment that's infested with cockroaches and I only spend $300 a month on rent. You're stupid enough to spend $3 million on a house? What are you, fucking dumb? Oh my god. Took the day off to find some dead animal in my attic that smelled bad and ended up falling through the ceiling. Pretty sure I'm in Sen's fortress. This is Asmongold. Dude, Asmongold is like a genuine fucking retard. Isn't this guy a fucking millionaire? Like, why? Fuck this guy. You know what? He's gonna end up dying of some, like, fucking infection and then get, like, pneumonia and then he's just gonna be gone suddenly. Guaranteed. This guy just eats like shit, doesn't exercise, lives with fucking cockroaches and rats, does all this dumb fucking shit. He's gonna get pneumonia and die. Guaranteed. I'll bet $1 million fucking dollars on it. Just wait. Few years from now, this guy is going to die of pneumonia specifically. I know it.
Today, I'm gonna be teaching you how to rollerblade.
The fuck are those skates? Those look like some 90s Walmart skates.
JK, I'm not throwing that. So moving forward is pretty easy. It's just a nice left, right, left flow. You just kind
She has pretty nice tits.
of push off with your back leg and yeah. So braking is done with your right heel. Just pull your toe up. Not your left foot because there's no brake there. Backwards. You literally just make C's with your legs. You'll feel it. So this next one, I don't know what it's called, but I use all the time. You basically just put all of your weight onto one foot, and particularly more on the forward onto the toe. Let your heel spin around and land your other foot on that side. You start going forward and end up going backwards. It's very cool. Again, just making up words here, but it's really cool. If you turn your feet out, you can make a circle and stop, or just keep circling. So here's a real life example of a reverse and go and a circle stop in real life. So useful. So to speed down a hill is just basic physics. If you just make yourself really aerodynamic, very small, condensed, and bending
Let's see more of her derriere.
down,
Looks like she has a cute little bottom.
you're able to go a lot faster downhill. As you can see, the person who is blading behind me just could not keep up. This one I like to call Frozone. Yeah, it helps you go up hills, and it's a really good workout too, so that's a good one. So here's just the rest of our day rollerblading. Above all else, rollerblading is just a fun social outing.
Yeah, she's cute. Rate the nose. She's got a good nose. It's not like huge, but it's a good size. Probably above average. Pretty good nose. Yeah, I've eaten ass. What do you fucking... Think I'm some uncultured swine who wouldn't eat ass?
I mean, you look natural, so it's like...
How old do you think this guy is? Oh, you know.
Your spine is like a tree.
Yeah.
Tiniest bit. 10, 9, 8. Keep it pretty. Make it hard on your lats. So we're not doing as
Gay.
much. So I'm still gonna have you. I'm not gonna.
I am and what I
mean, if we can get a little bit lower, posture that you almost do for your lats. You're doing well. Shoulders are nice and level. No, don't. You had a good place. There you go. Yeah, that was a good session. You did well, man.
Thank you.
When you started, Brett comes from work. Oh no, I'm good.
Ugh, I gotta warm up for the iDubbbz video. That's gonna be so annoying to watch.
This is what it's all about. Many people say, why are you doing this? It's for a plastic trophy. It's not for a plastic trophy. It's to prove to yourself that you can do it. That if you put your mind to it, that you can accomplish anything.
Great news, VG Israel is planning to conquer Gaza and the young turds are being butthurt about it.
I call it out. Yes, Erdogan right now, terrible. I'm against him, and I think what he's doing to democracy is despicable. Was that so hard? Was that so hard? But no, you can't ask supporters of Israel to ever do that. No, they can send endless money, and they could force America to do this. And yes, your donations, brothers and sisters.
What do you mean force America? Like, it's... Like, dude, Hamas isn't giving up the fucking hostages. What the fuck do you want Israel to do? Like, do you think if Mexico invaded the United States and then took a bunch of American hostages, like, the US wouldn't do everything to get those hostages back? Like, this is just so retarded. Hamas is the one who keeps perpetuating the war, won't return the fucking hostages. Yeah, it's about time fucking Israel took over Gaza.
A lot of you might not realize it, but your donations are then being used to literally legally bribe American politicians and force them to send our money.
Bribe politicians, force them to do something. So they willingly accept bribes, but they're forced to act in a certain way? What? This guy's a fucking retard, dude. Fanweed only tellers, hey, would you ever go get back into filming what you eat in a day, vlogs, or maybe the worst of the fitness industry? I'd love to see a vid on Santa Cruz Medicinal. Love your vids. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm planning on getting a new 360 camera and maybe another vlog camera. But I am planning on doing, you know, what I do in a day, kind of vlogs, training stuff. I'm going to make some more training focused content in general. I'm planning on doing a worst of the fitness industry on what's his name? Revival Fitness. That guy's a lying fucking moron. And I don't know if I'll do a worst of the fitness industry video on Santa Cruz medicinals, but I'll probably end up doing a video on him. That guy's just a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation though, Fanway.
To Israel, which in the past you might have said, hey, we're building a safe haven and a special ally. Okay. Did you see me this animated before this latest conflict? No. Okay. So I think what Israel was doing with the occupation was brutal and terrible. Right?
Good, let's just hope herself finally dies stories Islam once and for all.
Yeah. If anybody can do it, it's definitely the Jews. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Right? But I wanted two states, and I want Israel to be safe, and I want Palestine to be safe and independent and free. I want them both to exist. But if you say, no, I'm gonna slaughter the Palestinians, and I'm gonna use my money and power and influence to slaughter them and make you slaughter them, then are you really gonna be surprised that that anti-Semitism's on the rise?
So, anti-Semitism is justified because Israel bad. Like, just, who the hell takes this guy seriously anymore? Like, holy shit. Okay. Islamophobia is okay because Syria bad, Afghanistan bad, Iran bad, Yemen bad, every Muslim country bad, so Islamophobia is perfectly justified. Like, what a fucking retard. Just, I can't fucking believe he'd say something like this.
I hate anti-Semitism. I got Jewish family and I got nothing but Jewish friends. And so I don't want them harassed. That's terrible, it's terrible. Look at what happened to Portnoy today. We're gonna talk about it later in the show, okay? But if the Turks are like chopping up Kurds on TV and then people start hating the Turks, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I don't know why it happened, I'm so surprised. Well, that's
okay, so I guess Islamophobia is perfectly rational and justifiable. Thanks, Jank. I don't feel guilty anymore. Dodo and Tellers, why is Jank freaking out like an 8-year-old having a tantrum? Also, was the Iraq War a good thing, do you think now, because we got rid of Saddam Hussein, even if the WMDs were a lie? Well, my position is the pretense for the war was definitely bad. Overthrowing Saddam Hussein was good. The way the United States handled Iraq after the overthrow of Saddam Hussein was definitely bad, and they fucked up in a lot of ways. So it's not as simple as, was the Iraq War a good thing? There were good things about it, bad things about it. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. And Jank is throwing a tantrum because that's just what he does. He's basically a bloated man baby.
Coach Greg, in today's video, Will Tennyson has reached his final form. 200 days of dieting all comes...
No, haven't tried Beyond Orange Chicken from Panda Express. I've heard it was pretty mid. All it is the Beyond Chicken Nuggets just with the orange sauce that they have.
Islamophobia was definitely justified. In fact, it is common sense.
Yeah, I agree. The idea of Islamophobia is just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. They also don't have it in every location, and I'm not even sure if it's available in Canada.
Down to this one very moment. The moment he's been waiting for, that he's been dieting for, that he's been training his entire life. All the work has been done. Time to go and have some fun. And remember, this is what it's all about. Many people say, why are you doing this? It's for a plastic trophy. It's not for a plastic trophy. It's to prove to yourself that you can do it. That if you put your mind to it, that you can accomplish anything.
When you start so far out.
What's a good go-to food when you really don't feel like making anything? Well, you can always just have a protein shake. That or tofu. Tofu's always good.
You don't really see the end, and it's really hard to put the work in. And you put so much time and effort into just a moment.
And he is in fact right. You're only up on stage for perhaps a couple of minutes, but Will, he dieted his ass off, almost quite literally, for 7 straight months, and he did so while being 100% natural.
I'm just super proud of myself for making it to this point. Whatever happens, I'm going to be super happy with everything that I've done.
Exactly, and I did in fact give Will this exact advice. During his prep, he said, look, there's so much pressure. People are expecting me to win. I said, by stepping on stage, you've already won. Perhaps only 1% of the population.
No, they mean Islamophobia specifically. Like, xenophobia overlaps with Islamophobia, but they're talking about Islamophobia specifically.
Can even make it to the stage. And based on what I saw from the start of his journey all the way to the point where he stepped on the stage, Will greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. If you would have asked me if Will could get down to 4.8% body fat, that he would diet for 200 days in order to get up on stage, I would have thought, there's no way. But he proved everyone that even if you're natural, even if you don't have perhaps the best genetics in the world, that you can actually do it.
How did he test his body fat? Was it? I'm assuming it's just the skin fold caliper test thing. Yeah, it was a skin fold caliper. I've seen natties diet down to below 5%, and they look a lot leaner, like Alberto Nunez.
All the haters, guys are saying, Will, he's not natural. That Will perhaps only won because of his following. Did you in fact look?
Yeah, Will Tennyson's absolutely natty. He can't bench over 400. What did he weigh on stage? Like 175 or 180, somewhere around there. Like, and he's 6 foot or 6'1". He's definitely natty. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
How's it going? Rico the Wedding Singer here. Today I'm going to teach you guys how to do the ringer, the neck crack, with my assistant right here. And we're going to use a towel. Before we use a towel that's very thin, this time I'm going to use a thick towel that gives you more support, more brace. So I'm going to put it below.
You do, like, why would you ever make a video like this?
Below her neck.
Like, to be fair, this was 5 years ago when YouTube was more retarded, but, like, Jesus Christ, this is still stupid.
Like so. And then put the mic. Has a thick layer right here. The other hand on this side. And you make sure her lips are closed and her teeth are closed into her whole body. Wait. There we go. That was good.
That's not a good idea. You can literally break someone's neck doing that. Chiropractors.
I was about 23 years old. I remember he adjusted my spine and he had a lot of trouble getting it to crack. He was doing this twisting maneuver on my lumbar spine. My back wasn't popping. And so he would go with a harder thrust. And I remember had several unsuccessful attempts, and eventually he was successful with an extremely hard crack. You know, I felt like he was throwing all his body weight into mine. I remember feeling like, wow, that was forceful. I remember feeling for the first time in my life this shifting feeling in my lumbar spine, like this type of feeling every step I took. And I thought, wow, that's really strange. I feel like my spine is loose and it's shifting. From
so he broke his spine.
that point forward, probably 2 to 3 years, I had an instability in my lumbar spine.
Genius.
So as a
Tufano ments.
small business owner, I kept wondering when this New World Order nonsense would impact my business, and a few of my suppliers this week that I had been doing business with for 6 years, basically since the start of my business, were like cutting me off. which to me is crazy. Like I'd go out of business within a few weeks if I don't have any meat. So hopefully that doesn't happen, and hopefully things look okay, and I can find some alternative.
Is Trump's tariffs gonna ruin Tufano? Bro. That would be fucking epic. Trump destroying fucking Tufano's business. Oh, that would be so goddamn good. Please.
Alternative suppliers, but what am I supposed to do? Like, sue the United States government and sue the president? Like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, are these big companies that are distributing being told to cut off all of their small clients and only ship to the large supermarkets? Like, what am I supposed to do? I mean, and I've filed lawsuits in court before. They just get dismissed. If you're pro se or you're a small business owner.
Yeah, they get dismissed because you don't know how to fucking do anything. Like, we've seen the shit that he submits to the court. It's unhinged retardation.
The federal judge will not allow your lawsuit to do anything. It's absolutely pathetic. I've filed over 2 or 3 dozen lawsuits myself, so that's definitely not the solution. I think the only real solution, which sounds completely crazy, is stealing people's cows and slaughtering them in a barn somewhere. Like that's the real world scenario of what you would have to do. Like what if these tariffs and this crazy stuff and this control of the supply chain by these evil people, what would I actually have to do to keep my business running is get some people's cows and keep meat supplied to my customers. Like I'm guessing they're going to do something, or they just plan on putting all of these small businesses out of work. It's very possible. And then what, are you going to do organized protests against grocery stores? They'll probably have you thrown in jail within a week. So who knows what's going to happen.
Well, that would be
so as a small
wonderful. The Trump tariffs would definitely be worth it. Check out his website.
So it's been about 1.5 years since Dr. Taban botched my eyes. Basically ended my YouTube career, which my business was dependent.
Dude, he must be really fucking desperate for money if he's like actually begging for donations at this point, because again, we've seen his tax documents. He made $5 million in gross revenue last year. Again, I don't know what his like net income is after deductions, paying his employees and all that shit, but he's never really done this before. The only other time he did this was that GoFundMe thing for launching his business, and it ended up getting taken down and he launched it anyway. That whole thing didn't really make any sense. It seemed like they were trying to get money ahead of time for orders, so they didn't really need the money. So that might not have even counted. And he was able to like spend $30,000 out of pocket and shit for that procedure. He spent who knows how much more money for all those other cosmetic surgeries he got later to fix his eye. So he must be kind of desperate for money, and I know the lawsuit with Paul is also a problem for him.
And I never thought I'd be in a situation where I'd have to ask for money because I was pretty financially stable, but 10 surgeries later and my insurance isn't covering this stuff, and I still have to go see more plastic surgeons to attempt to fix this. I'm basically ready to give up. And I don't know how much longer it's going to take, but hopefully we can get some remediation from the doctor.
So this is weird. Botchedbytaban.com. Did I spell that right? Taban. Yeah, all A's. When did he upload this? 2 hours ago. He does have a counter. So it's been 2 hours. 0 people have donated. I guess we'll keep track of this. But I don't know, to not get a single donation in 2 hours, I don't think anybody fucking cares.
For himself, and I'll be able to pay back people if they do help me, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen. I think this guy would rather see his practice burned to the ground than, give.
Will Tennyson benches over 405 actually? Show me the video. I've only seen him do like 360 or 370 or some shit. Send me the video. I've never seen him bench 405.
Any of his victims a penny. So we made a private website on botchedbytaban.com. You guys can donate. Some of you suggested GoFundMe, but GoFundMe is owned by these people. They would just shut it down. That happened when I tried to start my business years ago.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. $400,000 goal? Why does it have to be that high? There's no fucking way in hell. That's nearly $500,000. There's no fucking way in hell he needs $500,000 for any of these corrective procedures. So he's probably just asking for a ridiculous amount of fucking money to cover other fucking expenses he has, like some of his financial debt, the lawsuit with Paul. Oh my God, what a scammer.
But we had to GoFundMe, and they actually took down the page, and we had to make a private donation page. So if you guys can help me out, spare some money, I mean, to me, this seems cool.
Didn't he say he has $400K in credit card debt? I remember him saying he was like hundreds of thousands in debt. So yeah, if he did say he was like 400,000 in debt, that's a very strange specific number to be asking for. Yeah, it sounds like he's just trying to cover his debt.
Really ridiculous in the current economic situation, but hopefully my insurance covers most of the stuff, and then we can start a separate website to help other people that don't have as much of a reach as me, just for general victims.
I might do a video. I think I remember he uploaded a video recently where he mentioned how much debt he was in. I'll go back and find that, and then I'll make a video about this, how this is a fucking scam. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Femboy Fishnets donated $2. Is the Hind Rajab story propaganda? Can't find evidence for the claims made outside of Al Jazeera sources. Which was that? Five-year-old Palestinian girl, Gaza Strip, killed by Israeli forces, invasion of Gaza, 6 family members, 2 paramedics coming to rescue, blah, blah, fleeing Gaza when their vehicle was shelled, killing her. Oh, was this the girl who was inside, like, that car for a week or some stupid shit? Israel claimed there were not any troops present in the neighborhood, denied carrying out the attack. This is refuted. Washington Post investigation, relying satellite imagery, visual evidence. Number of Israeli tanks. Oh my God. Okay, so the Washington Post. So does this link to... No. So these are fucking idiots who have no military experience. There's a difference between having troop presence and having armored vehicles. So they didn't understand that distinction. Number of Israeli tanks were indeed present, likely fired 335 rounds on the car that Rajab and her family being in, with tank operators being able to see the car. Had civilians, including children, in it. How far away would they have been? Investigation also concluded that an Israeli tank could also likely attack the ambulance. Western media outlets something. I wouldn't... So, first of all, Sky News is owned by Rupert Murdoch. It's basically Australia's Fox News. They're garbage. Washington Post is also just a bunch of fucking hacks. I wouldn't trust any of their fucking shit on this, but... Yeah, when Israel claimed there weren't any troops in the neighborhood, that's entirely different than having tanks, like, you know, hundreds of yards away. Blah, 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 invasion, something, blockade, some horse shit. I don't know, who cares? Like, every one of these fucking stories, relies on the idea that, oh, no wars have ever been committed where civilians were attacked, like, mistakenly, or were collateral damage. It happens. It's called war. I have no idea what the specific circumstances were. I don't know if anybody does. Who fucking cares? Thanks for the donation, though, Femboy Fishnets. Kid Boo, $22. Is dieting basically mildly starving your body to lose fat? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by starving. You have to be in a caloric deficit to lose fat. Also, this queen makes a good point.
Hyenaism is rampant. You wonder why these chicks don't take no accountability. It's because we don't want them to take accountability. We don't want them to take accountability. We do everything we can to shield these chicks from any form of accountability for anything that they do.
Well, that is true.
And then on the other hand, we want to harp on, well, women don't take
I don't know why Kamala Harris is on there.
accountability. She's taught from a little girl that she don't have to. And when there are situations where she's old enough to know what she's done and to take responsibility for choices that she has made and let there be some kind of consequence behind what she has done, we run to make sure she don't never have to take the accountability. So if she ain't got to take accountability right now, what make you think she got to take accountability 10 years down the line in a relationship with somebody?
There's like this weird cycle of it's not misogyny, but it's like sexism, where women are considered like stupid, fragile idiots, and whenever they do something fucked up, everyone is like, oh, well, women are just stupid, fragile idiots, so whatever, I guess that's just how you're gonna be, because you're a fucking loser or some shit. And then when these women, like, they're not actually retarded, so then they realize, oh, I can get away with doing tons of fucked up shit. And then that behavior carries on into adulthood. And then you end up seeing all these women, like, making false rape claims, Karenism, where they call the cops for no fucking reason on somebody, like cheating in a relationship, and then, like, making all these stupid excuses. Oh, well, he wasn't really there for me and stuff. And then women get that sort of sympathy. But then, like, when men actually have justifiable reasons for cheating, like their wives are crazy, will never have sex, and they don't even let them watch porn, like, then, oh, well, you have to be the man, you know. And then you've got these weird group of red-pilled dudes who, like, complain about how these women act, but then they date these same women that they complain about, and then validate their fucking behavior. It's so strange. I think people just have to stop caring what women think, and, like, it's weird too. A lot of this is, like, men's responsibility for the most part too, because dudes are so fucking pussy hungry, and then they've gotten this idea that, oh, well, if I appeal to women and I go along with their stupid horseshit, they'll give me some pussy. And it doesn't even work most of the time. And then, like, again, they just end up validating that fucking behavior. And, like, whether you give in to women or you don't, like, you're probably more likely to get positive behavior from women if you do hold them accountable, don't put up with their fucking bullshit. So, yeah, it's just, it is what it is. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
The universe through quantum tunneling can overcome an energy barrier to reach a lower vacuum state in which the universe as we know it will be instantaneously destroyed, much an instant transiton of ice to water. This is false vacuum decay theory.
Well, I've never heard of that theory before. Sounds interesting, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hypothetically, if you had to do one of these, 1. Marry and fuck Frank Tufano, minimal pain to animals / maybe pleasure lull. 2. Become non-vegan for the rest of your life. Which one are you doing, and why? Please justified, genuinely curious.
I guess I'd bite the bullet and marry and fuck Frank Tufano. Like, I can kill him later, can't I? Just take out a life insurance policy on him. He'd probably kill himself anyway. Thanks for the donation, Biometrics.
The irony would be hilarious. My Trump-supporting uncle owns a wholesale firework business for which all of the products are imported from China and the tariffs are hurting pretty bad.
Firework business. Fireworks are fucking stupid. I don't know if any of this is planned because, like, Trump has been accepting huge political donations in very, like, covert ways, like with his Bitcoin thing. Or not Bitcoin, his cryptocurrency. Like, he's been talking with a bunch of billionaires and shit. I don't know if any of this is planned to deliberately hurt small business to increase, like, large corporate market share. Because it kind of, like, it's plausible. It could just be Trump retardation. Who the fuck knows? But that would be funny if Trump's tariffs ruins Frank's business. That'd be great. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade. Dodo, $22.
Let's open your mouth and close. And open and close.
You do not want to do that.
What? Okay, we have a lot to unpack here. One, I
Yeah, you can literally dislocate somebody's jaw.
highly do not recommend getting your jaw cracked by a chiropractor. Please don't do it. Because your mandible, the condyle part, is not meant to have huge forces going laterally side to side. It will literally crack the condyle in half. Clicking in your jaw is due to loose ligaments and stuff. So you pushing and doing crazy stuff like that is just gonna stretch them and make them worse. I can't believe this is real. And lastly, that's a drop table. It's just two pieces of wood that clank together. It makes chiropractors feel like they're actually giving you the oomph when actually they're really not doing anything at all.
The ring dinger is trademarked by that redneck Houston chiropractor nutcase, so now the big thing is called the Y-strap. All the chiropractors like to do the Y-strap now. It's trendy.
Right, so
I felt that all the way down to my butt.
Good.
Oh my goodness, that was so fantastic! Fantastic!
why was that so fantastic? This woman is so happy because he did the treatment and she's still alive. And she's just happy as heck that she's alive and she survived it. I would be happy too if I survived that treatment. That's scary.
I can guarantee you you're going to see some more people, like, literally get paralyzed.
Basically what this guy's doing is he's taking a very strong rope, putting it around your neck and basically hanging you. I mean, how many of you watch the old Western movies, right? Where the people are put in a noose and they're going to get hung, and then suddenly the floor drops and they jolt down. That's the same thing this guy's doing, except he's not hanging them any longer than a second. He's just hanging them for that first second. So why are people feeling better? Well, first of all, they're hearing all that cracking and crunching going on, and that's happening once again in these little joints along the spine, because he's distracting the spine and basically pulling the joints apart. It's no different than popping your knuckles, okay? And that's why it makes that popping sound when he does it. Except when you pop your knuckle, you're popping one joint, so you feel one pop. When you're popping the spine, you're popping like 20 joints. And so that's why you're hearing all those popping and crunching sounds. It's just a matter of popping more joints. It just means it's more dangerous, to be quite honest with you. So what happens when those joints pop is they're basically sliding. Suddenly they're being pulled and slid, like being hung in a noose. Your body suddenly pulls on your neck, and all that weight goes down, pulling your head up, body down, distracts the joints. That's what happens right before you die. I mean, if this guy pulled any longer or harder, these people would be dead. So what kind of injuries could happen as a result of this treatment? Well, there's something called occipital cervical dislocation. And basically what it means is when your
Pretty sure this has happened to a few people already.
skull, which is what he's pulling on, literally pulls off your spine, and it pulls the spinal cord and the brain apart from each other, right at the brainstem. And if that happens, you're toast. You're gonna die. The brainstem controls breathing, consciousness, everything. And somebody could easily be basically knocked right out by damaging the brainstem.
That does not look safe. It places the patient's head in a...
Fucking stupid, dude.
Right, so...
Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
George makes everything okay. He is a very special person.
Oh my god.
Enthusiasm will come in useful.
Oh, he's watching lying videos. Oh my god. He's like a lion.
You wouldn't call this a proper cry. It's more a loose grouping of convenience to hunt together.
Oh my god. He's just like a lion. Oh, that's amazing. That's a good kitty. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Jania. Appreciate it.
But VG Paul Saladino and his secret society have financially ruined me. Paul Saladino used his large profitable influencer fame and has financially ruined me. Furthermore, Saladino has financially ruined me. Did I tell you I need medical oxygen?
Yeah, Frank says a lot of those things, but nobody cares, so get fucked. Thanks for the donation, retard. You donated $2.
Unpopular opinion, racists aren't emboldened because Trump is in office. Racists are emboldened because they haven't had to swallow their teeth. They can call you hard ER today and get $1 million tomorrow. They can call you hard...
That chick was absolutely based. Bro, it's so stupid. Like, look, if you're gonna steal from somebody, and then you're surprised when somebody calls you an N-word, like, get fucked. If that kid was just running around doing nothing, minding his own business, and she called that kid an N-word, that's an entirely different story. But that kid was caught stealing. I mean, if you're doing dumb shit and you get called an N-word, like, fuck right off.
hard ER today and become the president. They can call you hard ER today, and while internet sleuths may get them fired from one job, they can get a new job tomorrow. They can create and profit off of a whole tour talking about defending anti-blackness while being anti-black. And it'll all get swept under the rug.
Great.
How do you determine, like, if it's an op in the car or if it's like a regular person, like, and they got tents? Like, how do you know? Like, you know?
We don't. Shit.
Like he said, we'll know niggas low, but fuck all that. What even? Not even me knowing a nigga low. I don't give a fuck if it's a U-Haul. I'm watching it. Anything come through the block weird.
The way you wiggle that wheel, we gonna know.
Yeah, dude, there are neighborhoods where you will literally get targeted by other black dudes just because you're black. They'll assume you're a gang member if you're black and, like, within a certain age. So if you're, like, 18 and black and you go into the wrong neighborhood, you'll literally get shot at just because of that. And by other black people. And then you have all of these, you know, like racial justice crusaders who are mostly white talking about how the police are so fucking evil and gunning down black people and shit when no, it's black dudes who literally shoot other black dudes because they're black dudes.
Rip Street, and if you come through this block down here, coming down Jastrow flying and fuck up, I know you're not from the block. You driving stupid, you're gonna fuck up right at the bump. Dead homies. You gonna fuck up at the bump. It's gonna tear you up. How y'all feel like the gang culture influenced y'all lives growing up?
Niggas be harder, man.
Shit, that shit fucked us up. I ain't gonna lie.
This shit made niggas.
Dead homie, that shit fucked us up, bro. And that shit not cool. That shit not cool, but shit, if nigga can't turn back, it is what it is. Yeah, we get through the fucking street, bro. Y'all make sure nobody hit me. Oh, that's my boy. My bad. Gangland.
Yeah, just retarded degenerates.
Hey guys, I want to bring your attention to this creep online today. This nigger faggot right here from Florida, who's been trying to unseat Rob Smith as the biggest nigger faggot in Florida, has made repeated videos of him showing himself to be a nigger faggot by capitulating to rapists, murderers, and pedophiles. He's also tried to comment on relationships between two third graders online. Don't believe me? I'll put it in the comments down below. But yeah, we need to get this person identified. They've been terrorizing children, and yeah, they've also been dumbing down the population with every single word they say. So if
I don't know why Alex Rosen does some of this shit. Like, you know, the catching predators thing is like good work, and then he just like ruins it all by making himself look like a fucking retarded jackass.
Hop over to Iona Loves Sean XX. She's one of those people who thinks the internet exists so that her 10-year-old ass can say whatever she wants with no repercussions. She did make her account private because she was afraid of everyone coming to visit her. So my suggestion is you could send her a friend's request, then bomb her page once she accepts. You could simply report her account. But I think it's a good lesson to learn that you can't just say whatever you want and not have repercussions. Have a great day. Hi, everybody. So the other day I posted a video about a young girl who decided to jump on my videos, and when I approached her about it, she was like, I don't give a fuck, I can do what I want, I can say what I want. And I was like, cool, and I sent you all to pay her a visit, and many of you did, and thank you for that. Well, her account was called Iona Loves Sean, and it's all about how she's obsessed with her boyfriend, Sean, even though they're 12 years old. Well, today, I found Sean. Now, here's the thing. I don't want anyone to go give Sean hate. Actually, Sean seems like a really sweet guy. If anything, I think Sean deserves better. So I figure there's got to be some followers here that are around the age of
That is really weird.
12. Lovely young ladies who are also nice. So why don't you hop over and pay Sean a visit? That is, if you like good-looking...
Yeah, that is just a remarkably stupid fucking video to make. Like, he's talking about 12-year-olds. Thanks for the donation, E. 21st donated $2.
To a
Yes, we really need that cultural enrichment. Does it say in the Quran that they can't keep their beards neat?
It should not be fragranced or perfumed.
A woman, she's not allowed to put perfume on if she leaves the house. The Prophet, he told us in a hadith, any woman who leaves the house and she places perfume on herself, the Prophet, he said that she's a zaniya. She's a fornicator. So it's very dangerous.
Yes, wanting to smell good means you're a prostitute. I guess that's why Muslim men, like, don't take showers, you know, so that they don't get women jumping all over them.
That you place perfume on yourself and you leave the house. Be careful. That does not mean that you have to smell bad. It doesn't mean that. But it doesn't mean you have to smell or place on yourself perfume. Now,
he was going to say it doesn't mean you... He was going to say it doesn't mean you have to smell good, and then he took a second to think about it. And it's like, okay, wait. Shouldn't smell bad, but you shouldn't smell good. Like,
should not resemble the clothing of men.
What a fucking idiot. Mazar mausoleums dedicated to Muhammad in India are demolished in India. They've had enough. Yeah, based, dude. Absolutely fucking based. I'm assuming a lot more of that's going to happen after the Pakistan thing. So true. Swedish, Canadian, German, British, American, Russian athletes. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, black people are better at sports. So, like, especially sprinting. So, what do you expect exactly? Yeah, and guess what? The only way Russia can win is by taking a fuck ton of steroids. Like, I'm not saying these other athletes may not be doping, but we know for a fact the only fucking way these white women have a fucking chance in any of these track and field sports is by fucking doping. That's why Russia has this, like, huge fucking cheating thing. So, yeah, when you have, like, a minority of black people in a country, because black people are so much better at these track and field sports, they're far more likely to end up making Olympic teams. Like, what do you, like, I don't know exactly what this person's trying to say with this post, but it sounds to me like they're saying, oh, only Russia cares about racial purity. They're trying to immigrate a ton of fucking Muslims into the country, and they're trying to promote ethnic diversity right now, because all of the productive young men have either left or died because of the Ukraine war, and they have a massive reduction in the amount of productive men, so they have to get in men from all these Muslim countries to make up for the fucking population deficit. And what the fuck do Olympic sports have to do with cultural diversity? Like in the actual country? Nothing. These just happen to be citizens of these countries. And yeah, the reason they're competing in the Olympics is because they're better than all the fucking white people who've tried to qualify for the fucking Olympic Games. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. 21st, only tellers, fuck, marry, kill, Jasmine, Hitler, Prophet Muhammad. Well, I guess I'd kill the Prophet Muhammad, fuck Hitler because he'd only be more likely to commit suicide, and I guess marry Jasmine, because why the hell would I marry Hitler and Prophet Muhammad? Veg steps. Well, actually, if I married Hitler, he would have killed himself anyway. Yeah, I guess fuck Jasmine, marry Hitler. African-American scholar claims he has no African ancestry and that white Americans arrived in America after blacks. What?
If we were really from Africa, America would have never told you. I mean, what's the point of taking someone's last name, taking mother away from daughter, taking son away from father, making sure they can't speak their language, making sure they don't know their culture? If you're just going to turn around and tell them the exact location where they're from in the first place, it just makes no sense. What makes sense is telling them they're from somewhere else so they won't connect to their actual land and heritage and culture.
This is a very deeply confused man. Yeah, that's basically the UK right now. Science. Buddy, that's scoliosis. I think somebody has to tell him it's scoliosis, and he needs surgery for that. Well, that's India. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
I would rather give birth though a pseudo-penis like a pregnant female hyena than marry Frank Tufano regardless of how painful that would be.
Yeah, marrying Tufano would be pretty horrific. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. No, you aren't too fond of Breaking Bad, but did you have a favorite episode? I still haven't watched the whole series. I might actually try to finish watching it. Favorite episode was the one where Walter killed Jesse's heroin addict girlfriend. Or let her die, I should say, maybe. That was probably the best episode. Most of the episodes were just remarkably boring, and the story overall was just fucking stupid. Goober, Donatillers, have you ever heard of DPDR? I've been living with it for 5 years now. I lost my inner monologue because of it. It's by far the most difficult mental illness I've dealt with, and I, like you, struggled with suicidal depression in the past. DPDR. Occurs when you always or often feel that you're seeing yourself from outside your body, or you sense that things around you are not real, or both. I've had that. I've usually not had that for like prolonged periods of time though. Typically it would only last for maybe like a few hours per day at most. And it wasn't like persistent. I'd have it for like a week. And then like 2 or 3 hours a day, I'd experience it and then it would go away. I would either just wait for it to pass and like try to watch TV or something, or I would just try to logic my way out of those feelings. So if I thought like everything around me isn't real and I was in a simulation or something, I would like think, okay, well, if nothing around me is real and it's a figment of my imagination, or if I'm in some sort of simulation, well, I would be part of the simulation, and the simulation is like its own reality, and I'm part of the simulation, so it's just as real. Like if I'm real, then the simulation is just as real as like everything around me. You know, stuff like that, and it would kind of center my thoughts, and I'd feel like I'm inside my own body, basically, again. So I don't know if that would kind of help. I'll say this. I don't know if you're male or female, I would say regardless, if you ever go into therapy, try to find a male therapist, and try to find a male therapist that specializes in male therapy. I'd say whether you're male or female, you should do that, because modern therapy is tailored towards women, and it's not tailored to actually helping you solve any problems. It's tailored towards making the person getting therapy feel better about their problems. So, all the shit that, it's basically like women are upset that people aren't listening to them and their feelings aren't being validated, and people are saying you're overreacting. Then they go to a therapist and the therapist says, oh yeah, your feelings are valid. Oh yeah, that is serious. Oh, I hope you feel better. They're just going there basically to pay for a friend that they don't have. And they just want to have somebody tell them, oh yeah, I care for you, I love you, like that. They're not actually really looking for somebody to fix their problems or make them better. So try to find a male therapist, and try to find a male therapist that actually specializes in male therapy. Whether you're a man or a woman. And from my own experience, I have dealt with this. It hasn't been like just constant and persistent though. I've only ever had it for like maybe 2-3 hours a day for like a week or two type thing. And the way I've always dealt with it is try to let those feelings pass, or just try to rationalize my way out of it, where it's like, okay, I didn't feel like this before. This is a new sensation. Let me kind of think about how I'm feeling and perceiving things, and whether this makes any kind of logical, rational sense. And just explore the actual ideas that go along with those feelings. So you might feel like, okay, things around you aren't real, you're not part of your body, stuff like that. How would that make any kind of logical sense if you're not part of your body? Okay, well, the brain generates consciousness. Can consciousness be generated through any other means? Like, clearly consciousness has to have some sort of physical basis. So even if, like, you're living in a simulation, your brain exists somewhere, some physical thing has to actually be generating your consciousness. If you were to, like, hang yourself or something, you'd die. If somebody blew your brains out, you'd die. So, and then you'd cease to exist. Like, you go to sleep and you lose consciousness. I don't know if you've ever suffocated before, where you, like, get knocked, or you got knocked out from surgery. Like, there are gaps in your consciousness that relate to whether or not your brain is functioning in a certain way. So clearly your consciousness is coming from your brain is part of your body, so clearly there's a mind-body connection there. Like, I would rationalize my way out of it. I don't know if that would help for you, but you might want to try that. So that's the best advice I can do for you, Goober, but thanks for the donation, dude.
Hey, we watched that guy once. It's a shame to learn that he is a pedo. Can just one be a good person these days?
I wouldn't say he's a pedo, I'd say he's fucking stupid. I don't think he thought through anything he was saying. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I live in the homicide capital of the US, St. Louis. A few months ago, a college student from India was murdered jogging down the street by some black guys. The morons on social media posts were blaming gun culture.
Yeah, not gang culture in the black community, but gun culture, I'm sure. Right. It's the only people complaining about guns are rich white people. It's all rich white people. Look at all the politicians advocating for banning guns. They all have several millions of dollars of net worth, if not more. Some of them are mega millionaires that have over 100 million in net worth. All of these people, like David Hogg, they come from rich families, live in white neighborhoods in the suburbs. It's white people who are fearful of things that they don't actually have to deal with personally. And they hear all these stories on the news of like some black guy killing somebody else. And then they start freaking out about guns. And I think, I don't know exactly what some of these people are thinking, but I know it's not culturally appropriate to ever blame black people for anything. And I know there's a long history in the United States, and this was starting to become a big thing in the 1980s, where a lot of white politicians were trying to ban rap music, particularly gangster rap, and they were saying it was encouraging violence and gang culture and stuff like that, and they didn't want any kids seeing it. I think there may be an overlap with this like anti-gun rhetoric and fear of black people. Entirely possible, but because it's not culturally appropriate to mention there's a lot of black dudes committing crimes and I'm afraid of the black people with guns, I don't know if there's like an overlap there where they're blaming gun culture when they really want to blame like black people with guns. The original debate and conversation around gun control was actually very racially motivated. There was a lot of fear of recently freed black slaves acquiring firearms. And they tried to ban black people specifically from owning guns. And that's actually why they had that tax for automatic weapons or certain types of firearms, because black people wouldn't be able to afford them. So, yeah, like SBRs, stuff like that, they had a tax on them that would make it completely impossible for most black people to ever afford them. So I don't know if some of it relates to that, but yeah, white people rarely ever have to deal with gun violence, and they're the loudest, they're the loudest when it comes to this anti-gun rhetoric. And the communities that have to deal with the most gun violence, they're not the ones advocating for banning guns. If anything, they're the ones that are trying to acquire firearms and then complain that because there's so many black people that share similar names and have like the same birthdays, they get wrongfully associated with somebody who's actually committed a crime, and then it's like this barrier for them to even own a firearm. So it's all just stupid, wealthy white people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, that live in safe suburbs, that are trying to ban guns because they just have some irrational fear of things that make loud noises. But thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
Why wasn't a muscle biopsy performed? Is he stupid?
My next goal now is to get shredded. Properly shredded. Under 8% body fat.
Muscle biopsies are extremely painful, and you have to take out a massive chunk of muscle tissue to perform them. Rarely ever is any human being willing to get a muscle tissue biopsy. You have to cut out a huge section of muscle tissue, and if you're interested in bodybuilding or strength, no one's ever going to agree to do that. So the only muscle tissue biopsy studies that are ever performed are on untrained individuals who don't give a fuck, who are given like a fat paycheck to do it. So there are people who don't lift weights, don't give two fucking shits about any of this crap. They're paid like 10 grand for a muscle tissue biopsy. They get a huge chunk of their muscle removed. And that's the only research ever done. It'd be stupid for him to get a muscle tissue biopsy. So yeah, he got an ultrasound. An ultrasound is more than sufficient to determine if there was an increase in muscle cross-sectional area. Thanks for the donation, Jeff Nip. Dodo donated $2.
Why didn't he perform a muscle biopsy? Jeff Nipples.
Oh, you donated that twice. Thanks for the donation, Jeff the Nip. Also, for that experiment, because there were multiple measurement points, I think there was at least 3. He would have had to have gotten a tissue biopsy 3 times, which would be impossible. You can't do it in the same area. So you would have to test the right, the left arm, or left, right leg, whatever area you're testing. And you can't do that 3 times because you don't have 3 arms, 3 legs. And then there's the question of whether or not it's only specific to the one limb, and so you can't do it. Thanks for the donation, though, Jeff Nip. Dodo donated $2. VG, what is red light therapy? How does it work? Does it actually work? And is it good? Should I start doing it like Brian Johnston? Is it proven to work? Well, that is true. It seems to have some efficacy. I don't know how much it really works. I wouldn't be able to tell you, but it seems to have some efficacy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Are we going to react to the iDubbbz video on H3 today? Yeah, we are. Kid Boo donate tellers, this nigga really says the same shit.
Women, because at the end of the day, their perception of the world is based on their feelings. They don't see facts. They see good, bad, fair, unfair, what should and what shouldn't be. You tell a woman 2 + 2 is 4 and she don't like you or 4, you just became a bigot, a homophobic, transphobic. You hate your mom. They don't argue to understand. They want you to know how they feel, and they want you to validate how they feel. Anytime you listen to a woman talk, you tell them something, the first thing that come out of their mouth, that's mean, that's rude, that's not fair. Who cares if it's mean, rude, or unfair? It's a fact.
What he said is generally true, but yeah, he says the same shit a lot. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
That happens to me too, but only when I'm walking outside and I'm surrounded by people. When I'm alone, I'm fine. Feels like I'm watching myself from above my head, like a cameraman films an actor from a crane above them. Trippy. I ate barbecue cauliflower today.
It sounds like you likely have social anxiety, and that's like a weird effect of the social anxiety. A few months ago when I was dieting and I lost 70 pounds in 3 months, I was only eating 850 calories per day. I was working out and I was doing bicep curls, and I was so drained and exhausted and just forcing myself to work, and my brain just wasn't functioning properly. And I saw myself from the third person lifting weights, and I was really fucking confused because, like, how am I looking at myself? So I've had that, but it sounds like that may be triggered from social anxiety. So either try to find some means of treating your social anxiety, like exposure therapy or something, or you could try anti-anxiety meds, see if that helps. But barbecue cauliflower is dope. Thanks for the donation, me too. Dodo donate $2. If you were on a plane and this started happening, would you keep an eye on this guy to make sure he doesn't pull out a knife? If he started screaming Al Akbar and started running towards the cockpit, would you go after him? Yeah, I'd probably keep an eye on that guy. And yeah, I'd save the plane if he pulled out a knife and tried to hold people hostage. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I agree with VG. Acknowledgement of the moment can logically rationalize the feelings to bring you back down. Good luck, Uberman. The mind is a hell of a drug.
Well, thanks for the donation, me too. Appreciate it. Azizi donated $2. Haha, funny Punjab Trump video watch.
ਓਏ ਕਦੀ ਮੂੰਹ ਵੇਖਿਆ ਹੀ ਆਹੋ ਵੇਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਵੇਖ ਕੇ ਉਲਟੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਲਟੀ ਆਂਦੀ ਨਾ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਆਂਦੀ ਏ ਨਾ ਸ਼ਰਮ ਆਂਦੀ ਏ ਨਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹਯਾ ਆਂਦੀ ਏ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਗੈਰਤ ਆਂਦੀ ਏ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਆਈ ਏ ਛੜਵੀਂ ਜੁੱਤੀ ਆਈ ਏ ਉਹ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕੀ ਆ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਸ ਸਿੰਪਲ ਜੀ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਦਰ ਬਣ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਪੇਚੇ ਲਾਣੇ ਪੈ ਜਾਣ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਚਿੱਤਰ ਖਾਣੇ ਪੈ ਜਾਣ ਮੈਂ ਖਾਵਾਂਗਾ ਓਏ ਚੁੰਨੇ ਬੇਟਾ ਚੁੰਨਾ ਹੀ ਆ ਅੰਨਾ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਓਏ ਮਰ ਜਾ ਓਏ ਐਵੇਂ ਮਰ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਏਡਾ ਮੈਂ ਵੇਲਾ ਮਰਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ
I have no fucking idea what the hell they were talking about, but thanks for the donation, Azizi.
Fun fact: Dark Snovia and his free and blamed violent movies and TV shows for all these school shootings.
That is outrageously retarded. The most violent acts in all of history were not inspired by TV shows. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Look at Will on stage. Did you watch his dieting? Did you see how amazing he looked? He's 6 feet tall, perhaps weighed about 173 pounds. I certainly think that with over 10 years of training, he could have, in fact, that much muscle. And if you compare him on stage next to his opponents, he was a very clear and dominant victor. He won by a mile. It wasn't close. It wasn't because he has 3+ million followers. It was because he deserved it. And how do you think he got to that point? He dieted his ass off. He trained harder than last time. He did everything to show up on stage at his best, and his best is what he was. And so from the moment I saw Will at the Gymshark event,
Rahul donated $2. Do you have any plans to buy a home soon? The average home price in Ontario, I think, is like $1.3 million. So, yeah, when somebody gives me like $1 million, I'll buy a home. Thanks for the donation, Rahul.
when he was the talk of the event, everyone was saying, what happened to Will? But remember, he started at over 200 pounds, almost 205, and he dieted down over 30+ pounds to get down to 173. And so not only did I expect Will to win his weight class, I was thinking this guy's going to take the overall and earn his WNBF pro card. And so Will, he didn't deserve this. Several people commenting, trying to dim his light, trying to take away from the fact that this guy actually deserved it. Why would you say that? Did you actually watch the competition? Did you compare him to his competitors? Because now let's look at the best of the best, the two pro card winners. And so Will, the taller of the two, clearly, you can see he's way bigger, way more muscle. And so to his right, I could say, yes, he perhaps has much more developed calves. Based on what I can see here, I think he has better calves than Will Tennyson, but that's essentially where it stops. Let's now compare the quads. Notice the sheer size and
No, I'll probably watch Pierce Morgan tonight, too.
the mass of Will Tennyson's quads in comparison to the other pro card winner. It's night and day. Literally, I believe Will has more muscle in one of his quads than his competitor does in both. Next, we can see the man to his right, he does in fact have a smaller waist. But remember, he is shorter and he has less muscle, and so most of the time when you see this, they of course are going to have a smaller waist. The more muscle you have on your body, most oftentimes that comes with slightly larger waist. Both men, clearly you can see they have abdominals. Remember, this is not them posing harder than last time. And if you look at the biceps, the shoulders, Will clearly has more muscle, perhaps more definition. Going into the pecs, Will's pecs are much greater in size and have more definition. And the traps as well, Will clearly beating him out in that area. And everyone knows once you turn to the rear, it's lights out. This is Will's strength. The detail in Will Tennyson's back, it's phenomenal. It was as lean as Sam Sulek, and Sam Sulek is not even natural. And so if it was close from the front, it's not going to be close from the back, and I'm telling you, it isn't close from the front. And so this, in my eyes, a clearly...
On Baker donated $2, you have the perfect voice to be a sissy, soft with a sassy tone. Okay, thank you. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Dominant victory.
Will Tennyson at 5% body fat going into his show? I really don't think so. And the reason is the legs.
And so TNF, he had some strong opinions of Will Tennyson throughout this competition, saying, Will, he wasn't lean enough. I trained with Will. I was in person looking at him, and I'm telling you, bro was shredded. Now, could his legs have been a little bit leaner? Yes. But that's because of his genetics. Will's body fat stores when he loses weight, it comes from his upper body. I'm telling you, when I competed, Will's back was leaner than mine. I've done 59 competitions, and the Christmas tree, the details, the striations, the skin fold thickness on his back was leaner than me even when I was enhanced. And so, although, yes, he does carry more body fat in his lower half, his back was peeled, truly shredded.
Clearly, Will is in the middle. As you can see, Will is just a larger human being than these two, and he competed in open bodybuilding, where mass is very heavily prioritized.
And so when you compare Will to the other competitors in his class, he's both leaner and bigger. When you're bigger and leaner than someone, I mean, how are they going to beat you? Will is clearly winning in this pose. It's not even close. It's the kind of dominant victory where as soon as he comes out, I've already marked Will as a champion.
This is really, really good. Like, our expectations have been just blown out of proportion by seeing the top level pros all the time.
And so I think he does have a point. We've seen guys like Sam Sulik or Chris Bumstead, and you're thinking, well, Willie could have been leaner. Those are enhanced professional bodybuilders. A natural bodybuilder, it's not normal for them to compete looking like that. Remember, I did 42 shows natural, and I'm telling you, when I was in stage, I was never this lean. I never hit 4.8% body fat on the skin fold calipers, and so to me, he brought it, he nailed it.
So Will, if you see this, do another show. An additional few weeks to a month and a half of dieting. I think we could see something pretty crazy.
All right, okay, I need to explain something to everyone. Will's peeled. If Will diets for 6 more weeks, what we're gonna see is Will lose 6 weeks worth of muscle. He's peeled. Now, you're thinking, but his legs aren't shredded. There's no Christmas tree zipper line going up and down, but here's the thing. These photos are from afar. Depending on all these factors, you're going to see much more or much less definition. Will doesn't need to diet for 6 weeks. He doesn't need to diet for 2 or even 1. Now, I do believe there is a WNBF.
Depending on how he handled his nutrition going to the show, there's also such a thing as starvation edema. And that can take several weeks to completely resolve. So if you're in a severe caloric deficit, that can actually make you retain a lot more water weight. And it can be significant, like 10 pounds. So if he was like actually dieting, and it sounded like it, he was talking about how he still wasn't quite lean enough, and it sounded like he was still going to be in a caloric deficit leading into the show. That could have given him some starvation edema.
Pro show coming up, and so perhaps we'll see him in another competition. But if there is one critique that I'm going to make, I do believe...
Yeah, Sverige might be telling some of his fans to make YouTube channels, and it could be to try to affect the algorithm so people don't end up seeing the videos about him.
That he potentially may have slightly spilled over. When you go through a peak week and you carb deplete for 4 consecutive days, that is a lot. But the danger is if you start adding in carbs too soon, sometimes you can miss the peak and not arrive on stage at 100% your best. And so it is in fact possible that if Will had a carb 1 day later, he might have been even better. But remember, he looked incredible. He won by a mile, and so how can we sit here and criticize and say, oh, he blew his peak week? He won the show by a lot, and so credit to Will Tennyson and credit to his coach. He did it. He won. That was the goal. The gyno gives it all away in all those side shots. What gyno? And even if there was gyno, there are many people that gyno from puberty or even before that. For example...
Stop asking me about 100 men versus 1 gorilla. I've been asked that 1,000 fucking times already. It's a big meme. It's not the first time I fucking heard about it, so shut up.
Well, Hussein Farhat first met him and said, hey, you do in fact have some gyno. That is a little bit suspicious. His response, I've always had it. Look.
Dota Donate Chiller is more Brian Johnson cucking, taking about honey instead of bacon and eggs being bad.
Nice from the evidence.
Thank you.
Wait, is that honey? Yes, I'm not sure I would do honey on that one. Honey, if that is honey, is going to increase your...
Right, because the bacon isn't a bigger problem in the eggs.
glycemic index, and putting it on hot food is going to also change the enzymes in the honey. So I don't think I would pair honey with food fresh off the stove. Okay, so overall, pretty interesting morning routine. I wouldn't say it's gonna rank like the best.
He is clearly doing that deliberately.
Wait. Okay, eggs, toast, berries. Like, yeah, directionally she's doing a good job. Working out, good.
Fucking stupid. Yeah, just carnous cuckoldry. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Better in his social media photos. Surprise, surprise. Every single person looks better in social media photos than they do on stage. When we post social media photos, we take the best photo of the best and we post them. We take the best angle, we get...
Dodo Night Tellers, can you react at 12 minutes?
Die to get there. And yet, death is the destination we all share. No one has ever escaped it. And that is as it should be, because death is very likely the single best invention of life. It's life's change agent. It clears out the old to make way for the new. Right now, the new is you. But someday, not too long from now, you will gradually become the old and be cleared away. Sorry to be so dramatic, but it's quite true. Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary.
Well, that makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Get a great pump. We have the right food before we go on stage. Everything is perfect. The stars have aligned. Greg says he's 4.8% body fat. Do you disagree? Will Tennyson was tested using skin fold calipers, the Lang skin fold calipers. These are the exact calipers that I use. And I saw the millimeters that were added. Are these calipers 100% accurate? No, they're plus or minus perhaps 2%. And Will, perhaps he could have been leaner or could have been a little bit fatter. And so I do believe his body fat is probably getting closer to 6%, probably 5 point whatever. Responses like, this is 7 to 9%. I had leaner legs at 10%, striations, veins all over the place. I do believe that social media has completely brainwashed people into not knowing what body fats actually look like. If a man is standing relaxed, sticking his stomach out, not flexing, you're probably thinking, oh, bro who's actually 8%, he's probably 15. Well, let's just see. And so I'm 8.1% body fat. I'm going to stand and you're going to see. Do I look like 8% body fat when I stand up like this? And so does that look shredded? I don't think so. But what if I flex? And so just because you see a photo from
I don't think he's 8%.
Far and you're thinking, well, I don't see cross striations everywhere. Bro isn't actually shredded. Why are you judging from that photo? Why don't you look at his other photo? Look at his back. Christmas tree everywhere. You can't invent Christmas tree striations. You can't just put your phone here or phone there and say, wow, you are striated everywhere. You're either striated or you're not.
RRR mate donated $2. What about these guys? Are they doing good morning meal routine? By the way, this guy is vegetarian. You should convince him to go vegan. Someone even mentioned you in one of his streams.
This woman must have a death wish.
To most people, this video might not look like a big idea, but this has to be one of the most reckless videos I've seen in a while. This cooking video was sent to me through Facebook DM. And on the surface, this appears
She's boiling oil in a aluminum tray? Yeah, you want to die.
appears pretty innocent. This woman is just cooking, we can see oil boiling on the stove. But no guys, there's so much wrong with this video. Starting off with the smallest thing, the food here is being boiled in one of these aluminum casserole pans. And aluminum, especially the lower quality kind, like the type used for those thin casserole dishes, can actually end up leaching aluminum into your food when it's exposed to extremely high temperatures. But by far the biggest risk here is the fact that this oil is just freely boiling above an open flame, and for those that don't know, oil is highly flammable. If the oil spills onto the stove there, it is going to literally explode. And even worse, there's a toddler wandering around, and you guys know toddlers are curious and they pull stuff off the counters all the time.
This woman must.
You know, whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. Happy Cinco de Mayo BTW. I know that you and I aren't Mexicans, so I just figured to keep it up since I used to celebrate it when I was forced to by my Spanish teachers in school, lol.
No one really celebrates Cinco de Mayo in Canada. It's not many, like, Mexicans here. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
You're not. Some photos are going to show it with the proper lighting, and some photos are not. Was the stage photos perfection? Of course they weren't. But trust me, I saw him in person, and you can't fake striations when you're standing right next to them in person. And so one thing I notice is that when people do competitions, or in general when people post anything, they remember the haters. And so even for Will, he sees the people in the comment section saying the negative things, talking about the gyno.
Anissa Festering Flaps donated $3.
You fucking baying pig! You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog!
Everyone is saying that I'm a terrorist.
Never align with the Western forces.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Yeah, that's Twitch.
You fucking moron! You racist piece of shit!
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Watch it.
Take a deep breath.
Uh-oh, chair react.
That we have...
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
Are you not embarrassed by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird.
What? Please,
Son,
for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. I'm pro-terrorism, Ethan. Violence is inevitable, Ethan. You fucking moron! You racist piece of shit! Oh my God. Maybe I will watch the context puke.
Well, you know, stupid can only last for so long. Thanks for the donation, Anissa's Festering Flaps. Do you think Jesse James West is obnoxious? Yeah, he's a fucking cunt. He always acts like some popular kid who wants all the attention. Yeah, he's a fucking cunt.
Oh, you're not natural. You only won because of your status. This isn't true. I would say 99% of the people posting are huge fans and very, very positive, and it is great to see. And so from my survey, 10% still don't believe that Will is actually natural. That means 90% of you believe in Will. And the 10% who don't, that is just a compliment to how good Will actually is. He's so good that people don't believe that it's possible. And so from the millions of people that watched him, 90% believe that you can do this while being natural. And so imagine how many young athletes out there are going to not use steroids because of what Will has accomplished. He didn't just show up and do I-8. Bro killed it. And so if you're on the fence thinking, I have to do it. I need to do this. I want to be a social media influencer. I need to get the physique of my dreams. I need to do it right now. Will did it, and he's natural, and look how great he did. And remember, if you are in fact trying to stay natural, I am your T-plug. And so I would strongly recommend Turk Builder Max as well as Geo2 Max.
Neither of those supplements do absolutely fucking anything, and they're overpriced and bullshit.
Remember, Will Tennyson used this throughout his program. I don't sponsor Will. He could have used whatever he wants. He chose to use my brand, not the others. And so why do you think that that is? And so when it does get back in stock, code Greg 15% off. But for now, go to the website, click on the SMS notification so that you're on a VIP list, and you'll get it 3 hours before it's listed so that you can buy it before it sells out. Let's be honest. Will would never have won if he wasn't a gigantic YouTube influencer. The bodybuilding space and community, sadly, is the new WWE universe. I mean, perhaps he's just trolling. Like, does he actually genuinely believe this? Well, if he does, he's a moron. I mean, I've been saying for years that most of my subs are morons. This just actually proves it. Because if he was to actually sit and compare him to the other competitors, is there any way that he could actually say, you know, Will shouldn't have won? I mean, really? But let's go with that. Let's use that as an argument. Remember when Jesse competed? Remember when he got second place? And I made a video titled, Jesse didn't deserve this because I thought he actually won. To me, it was very close, but I thought that Jesse was in fact the winner. But yet they gave Jesse second. If social media status caused you to win the competition, how did Jesse not win that competition? And so to wrap this up, the way I see it is this. No matter what would have happened, there were going to be some haters. If he was too good, you'd have said, not possible natural. If he wasn't good enough, you'd have said, Will sucks. And so imagine Will having to overcome all those challenges. And so Will, he competed because he wanted it bad enough. And so if you're debating entering a bodybuilding competition, Will's entire journey, it's been documented. He did an excellent job of explaining exactly what it's like to diet. I've done these diets more than almost anyone else, and I can tell you that what Will is describing, it's 100% accurate, explaining how hard it actually is. And so until you've done it, you don't know what it's like. Will now knows. And so if I talk to Will and say, how was it? How was peak week? How much did you suffer? Will, he understands. Those of you who don't compete, you'll never get it. You might think, oh yeah, I know, I dropped 20 kilos one year. I cut out burgers and fries. I did 10 hours cardio a week. That's nothing. When you diet down to 5% body fat, it's a different level of suffer. Your brain doesn't work effectively. You don't know what you're doing. Your entire life, it changes. Your person, Sulik. And so without 50 plus pounds of muscle, you're going to think, oh, he's too small. And unless he shows up with cross-striated quads, glutes, and so on, you're going to think, oh, he was soft. And as hard as it was to sleep while being natural, imagine when you're on trensomnia. Or imagine how much it can alter your mind. You're on higher levels of testosterone, all of this stuff, and it can completely confuse the way you're thinking. And so if you've never competed before, at least start out by doing it natural. Once you've done one competition, you can then decide, is this a sport for me? Do you even like?
All right, mental aids coming right up.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Content Deputy. Now normally in a Content Deputy I would dance around in my cop outfit in the woods, but this video isn't going to have any of that fanfare. We're just going to get straight into it. I was hoping that if I made a video about Ethan, he would act like an adult and he would keep the attacks directed at me and Anissa. Unfortunately, I was wrong in thinking that because Ethan, in a desperate attempt to attack and smear Anissa and I, he started attacking our charity event.
I don't know if you know this, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity. You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
Ethan and Neela are well aware that we raised $1.3 million for charity the first year of Creator Clash. The second year we operated at a loss, and I take full responsibility.
How is that an attack on the charity? You didn't get money for the charity last year. That's just a statement of fact.
For that. We did band together. The community and the fighters involved ended up raising $175,000 for charity. It's been really disheartening to see how often Ethan will...
Yeah, I don't know why it automatically...
attack Creator Clash through us or attack us through Creator Clash.
Ian and Anissa, masters of putting on an event.
He's reposting random troll accounts that are very easy to vet. If you click on this profile, it has a bunch of Sam Hyde adjacent posts and it just hates Anissa and I. Come on, dude, you're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge. He's highlighting this post that equates Creator Clash to a crypto rug pull. He's saying the event is going to be worse than TanaCon. Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Don't worry, Hila, I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it. Now, with this recent...
Dude, what a fucking loser. Get fucked.
revelation that people are just going to use Creator Clash to attack Anissa and I. Anissa and I have decided to step...
Dude, like, the main event, Harley from Epic Mealtime, he backed out of it because he didn't like what iDubbbz was doing. Like, publicly stated, he just wanted to raise money for charity, and now all this bullshit about Palestine and crap is getting roped into it. People are fucking complaining. Like, he put out that dumbass content cop video, and then Harley said, I don't want anything to do with this political bullshit. He is the reason why the event fucking failed. And then he's like, oh, well, let's see what the internet thinks about that. Like, buddy, your own main event, Harley, fucking told you it's your fault. Like, you fucking lying sleazebag. And this is after he just said, oh, I know you don't take accountability for anything. Like, wow, what a fucking loser.
Please be nice. We worked really hard on this video. Well, actually, I worked really hard convincing Ian to make it and read off the script I wrote for him.
Yeah, seriously. It's so weird. Like, he was making good money, and then he listens to his fucking, like, dumbass wife be a fucking idiot loser, support Palestine, don't be funny anymore, have these, like, cringe social justice warrior takes. Like, why would you change what you're doing when what you're doing is working? Like, it's so stupid. It's like with my channel, like, if I was not motivated to, like, let's just say I had no motivation for, you know, like, veganism or something, and then after making all these videos about veganism, worst of the fitness industry videos, you know, calling people out, I just decided, you know what, I'm just gonna promote meat eating or something because, like, my girlfriend is telling me to do it. Like, what could go wrong? And then, yeah, I lose, like, half my subs, nobody watches my shit anymore, and then I start blaming other people for it. It's like, why would you change what fucking works? This guy is just such a deranged idiot, and I mean, like, again, I could tell iDubbbz wasn't exactly a fucking genius. I knew he was, like, a dumbass who just happened to be funny, but then, like, here comes Anissa, and then convinces him to do all this dumb shit, and, you know, it's clear Ethan, or not Ethan, what's iDubbbz's actual name again? Anyway, iDubbbz, he's clearly a very dumb guy who's easily manipulated. It seems like before he met Anissa, he didn't really have any friends or any big social circles. And some of the people he was hanging out with, like Filthy Frank, they're kind of degenerate retards just like him. Oh, Ian, yeah. And that, like, maybe that's one of the reasons why he's listening to whatever his wife says, because he's, like, this lonely fucking loser who doesn't actually have any friends, and he's, like, terrified of losing the one person who's willing to be around him for any length of time. But yeah, he is a guy who's very fucking easily manipulated by people around him, clearly.
Step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished
Thanks
control
for the
to
donation,
our
though,
business
Anissa.
partners who ran the previous two events. They're very capable. They know exactly what they're doing. They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We are, you know, I think just going to be known as the founders of the event. Yeah, I mean, I think it had to come to this eventually. I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't, I mean, I can. I just didn't want to. I want to be frank. I want to be honest. I was very quiet during the second Creator Clash because I was afraid of how that would impact other people. This year I said I'm going to do something different. I'm going to fight back if someone's trying to attack me. So that's what I did. And now I've realized, like, I can't really have my cake and eat it too.
Ethan wasn't attacking you. He was just pointing out that you're supposed to be his friend and these people are making insane fucking lies about him. And then you wouldn't even lift a finger to say, like, okay, the child abuse thing, that's clearly bullshit. That's going over the line. Like, this guy's a fucking scumbag. Just gaslighting fucking loser. He may, in fact, be dumber than Asmongold, yeah.
Ethan on his stream today said that Anisu is the cuck. She likes watching Ian get fucked. We've been looking at it wrong the whole time.
Well, she clearly likes watching iDubbbz take it in the ass. She wouldn't be forcing him to do all this crap. That wasn't the case. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
It's either you're going to talk shit like a foul beast on the internet, or you're going to have a charity event. You know, it really can't be both. I'm very proud of the event that we made with Creator Clash. It's still happening, June 28th. I'm just not going to be involved in it. Please, for the love of God, support this event. You know, I feel like in some ways I'm like...
Harley, the event's biggest draw, is Jewish. Ian decides to make a video posing with a swastika sword. Wee bit short-sighted. Yeah, really. It's not like that could have had anything to do with it. Just what a loser. Sadie N, we're doing $2 based Andy. You can be anti-Islam and anti-Zionist. I support neither. I don't know exactly what his rationale is for being against Zionism, but I'm assuming it has some dumb shit to do with his, like, Christian beliefs. Find myself caring more about why they fucked up Rick and Morty than I care about the plight of Israel-Palestine. It was a good show. I haven't watched Rick and Morty in a while. I don't know if they fucked it up or not. But, Andrew Wilson is like a fucking Christian fascist. Like, he has some of the worst political beliefs. Like, the idea that you would not care if a liberal democracy ends up collapsing and gets taken over by Islamic Jihad is just crazy to me. I don't know why Palestinians are DMing me about their plight. Lol, I don't care. You should have elected fucking terrorist leaders then. What part of I don't care about your turban jockeys are you not understanding? The United States isn't here to feed you or help Israel. I'm Dave Ramsey, and I'm going to show you how to get started on your first million. And, yeah. Really? Thanks for the donation, Sadie. FaZe, King Savage, and Tellers, Eric Kanefsky called you a P-word. Eric Kanefsky? When? Where? Thanks for the donation, FaZe.
Like cutting off an arm so that I could escape the bear trap, and so I can fight. Well, that's a bad analogy. You guys get it. We've already told all the fighters, and it seems like most people understand that this is the best move. If the previous content cop was entertaining to you, or this video is entertaining, or you like the message, the best thing that you can do, for me, is to support Creator Clash. Buy a ticket, buy a pay-per-view ticket, an in-person ticket, or donate to the fundraiser. I just want to see this event do well. You know, I didn't try this shit because I thought I was going to be a good boxer. I didn't think I would be an awesome event organizer. And, you know, now I'm finally back to where I started, which is making fucking content cop videos. I don't want to make this too ham-fisted, but I kind of do want to make it ham-fisted, because I'm like, I spent my last fucking 4 years working on this stupid boxing shit. I mean, it was worth it, absolutely, but like, it's crazy that I've just returned to content cop. Having said all that, Creator Clash ticket link down in the description. Go check it out, buy tickets, support the charity, support the fighters, and have a good-ass time. I mean, ultimately, I think it's a good thing, because I think I am meant to roll around in shit. I think me and Ethan are both meant to be rolling around in pig shit all day long, and other people are meant to do boxing or debating or whatever else. Ethan and me, pig shit rolling around type of fellas.
You underestimate my strength! I've got culture strength! The will of Allah! I mean Yahweh! Yahweh!
I think the worst criticisms I labeled at Ethan is that he's a bad boss, a tyrant of a boss. I just implied that he was being taken advantage of by people either in his community or outside of his community, and I called him a bitch-made coward. That was like the summary of personal insults labeled at Ethan. Before Ethan even knew what my video was about, he was already framing me as anti-Semitic.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan...
This is the guy who held the swastika sword, by the way.
The fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys. Let's get after it. Israelis have no right to defend themselves, actually. All Israelis are settlers, actually. What is he going to give me a history lesson now? Is he a historian? Yeah, he just discovered empathy, by the way, and only extends to the point where you're actually talking about Jewish people or Israelis. Then empathy stops and they should all be murdered. Bro's actually out there like Timothy McVeigh. He's running to the closest fucking kindergarten to blow it up. There's a Jew. I heard there's a Jewish.
That's what Timothy McVeigh did.
They want all you guys to quit and for me to just be like alone. Little Jew boy alone.
Like Ethan under a year ago was saying he doesn't use anti-Semitism in that way. He's not a guy to call anything and everything anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but you are in fact an anti-Semite.
Semitic.
You know, my whole life I've never...
Eric Kanefsky's live on his channel now. Are you guys just bullshitting me, or...
don't need to talk to them for that much to get them locked up. Now, if it's somebody who, if it's a really good one, and by really good one, I mean somebody like really disgusting, then we might spend more time just collecting as much evidence as possible to get them like as fucked as possible when the cops show up. But for the most part, for like the average spread, really doesn't have to be that much conversation. Tanner, how long were you on the floor for the prank at Royal? I don't understand the point of the Ukrainian language. Why does it even 2.3 maybe by the end of this? You need to have a good
amount of humans that could beat a gorilla, but not 100. No matter who you are as a human, when you see that shit happening. Honestly, that is kind of true. I didn't really think about that. The gorilla would probably run from a
catch. We're filming
2 days.
Well, that's when we're filming, and then hopefully they'll be up within a week or two.
Yeah, I think
Which
somebody just said
you
that
guys will
Eric
be
said
able to
something
see on
about me.
Scaling
I
Up
don't think
Catches.
he did. Probably just to rile me up. Faye's big boy, white girl voice when he tells her is, no, bro, he did. He called you irrelevant, too. Yeah, sure he did. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Only 102 people? Yeah, that's why we're doing this. So, subscribe. You guys are already talking to Preds? Yes, sir. We got Santi and one of his team members in the other room. Liver King Steroid Cycle, thank you for the super chat. To have Tanner say that vodka is better than Mycotren.
Vodka is better than Mycotren.
Hell yeah.
He just like has you say shit. That's fucking hilarious.
I wonder what he does with that. Does he like make shorts out of it?
Are you paying us to get fucking
Clips?
shit to make shorts? Bro, that's honestly kind of genius. He's probably making money off of it.
Oh shit, Vegan Gains is in here. I benched 410 as a vegan natty. When you going vegan, bro?
Is he actually vegan?
Oh yeah, he's actually vegan. We're never going vegan though.
Never.
It's kind of gay.
It is super gay. What is your diet though? Like as obviously somebody who's a successful vegan, because there's those vegans that don't know how to be vegan, and they
Vegan
don't get the
chorizo is
nutrition.
pretty fire though.
Like you can be a vegan and get all the nutrients, but you have to know what to eat. It's still gay, but like you can literally just eat meat, and get all the benefits from eating like 20,000 ingredient vegan food.
Yeah, I tried. I had a client who was vegan at one point, and I was making his diet, and I looked at the ingredients of all the vegan food, and it's like the vegan meats and shit.
Oh, it's like there's like 16 ingredients. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I wonder if does he eat shit like that, or is he like an actual vegan where he's like knows what he's
Have
doing?
you guys filmed with Hugo recently? He was the dead body in the last video. You might not have realized it, but Hugo was there the whole time.
Mostly tofu, sweet potatoes, fruit, and broccoli. Easy to get your nutrition in. That's all great food. I'm not a huge fan of tofu, but everything else, sweet potatoes, fruit, that's all good shit.
JZZ, thank you for the super chat. So I'm not intending to be condescending, but let's propose this is successful. There's no doubt. For example, to clarify, if you want this to have long-term success, B, you don't want to be doxxed, C, you want max success.
Is this guy like a foreign or some shit and trying to see?
Daddy, don't I tell her this shit is hilarious, lol. Yeah, this show is fucking cringe, dude.
Holy shit. I'm gonna be a dad.
What the fuck were the writers thinking? Like, the fundamental change in tone from some of these story beats. Like in the game, when Ellie first learned Dina was pregnant, it's after like an intense, stressful situation where they nearly got killed by a bunch of zombies. Dina just found out that Ellie's immune and wasn't even sure if she's actually immune because it's hard to believe. And then they ended up having some fight about her agreeing to go after Tommy while not telling Ellie that, you know, she's pregnant. And then Ellie said something that's insensitive. And then they kind of got into this fight where they're cold and then they distanced themselves. And it created the situation where, are they going to keep finding Tommy? Are they still going to be dating? Like, it was a really rough conversation. And then the show just makes it this cringe, just dumb scene. Oh my God, I'm going to be a dad. And it's this ugly fucking potato retard homunculus saying this. Like, especially considering how this woman looks. Like, she literally looks like a human potato homunculus hybrid. And and then she says something this fucking cringy on top of that. Not even like a pretty girl who's kind of funny and quirky. Literally looks like a fucking retard who's like inbred or something. It, like, what were they fucking thinking? Yeah, oh my God. How the fuck is this supposed to be someone even slightly intimidating? Oh my God, dude, her face. Oh. Just the worst casting decision ever. They should have just gotten some chick who, doesn't even necessarily have to look like Ellie, but just find some chick who just has a harder but pretty look to her, you know? Like, that's all they had to do. And then they find a literal fucking potato homunculus. Thanks for the donation, Daddy. FaZe, Freak Boss, $22, dude. Eric Kanefsky called you gay. Holy shit. Well, he called veganism gay, but whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Screamed foul on anti-Semitism. I literally have been getting this shit since the second I stepped foot on the internet, and I have never fucking ever done this, okay? So the people online, they're saying, oh, Ethan's making himself a victim, or Ethan's making everything about anti-Semitism. I've done this once in my life right now. But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I mean, I get that he's scared and offended, but this was the whole fucking point of my video, Ethan. I was saying that you shouldn't be doing this. It led to me making this video in the first place. You were triggered by the CPS harassment thing, and then you immediately equated Anissa and I to it. That was sloppy, and that was horrendous, and it was horrendous for us. And now you're doing it again.
I'm gonna watch it live.
Should you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. But like, why?
I just don't think, I feel like you're gonna get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I got the button.
Like, I know you don't have a problem taking it head on, but I just feel
of course not, because I know that
you're understandably upset, and I feel like it might be a little...
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it?
You should do it off stream. Because I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was.
I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated.
I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. He's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys. I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys.
You attacked us, so I attacked back, and now you're acting surprised and shocked, and you're doing it all on your podcast live. So naturally, you reacting live is you having an emotional reaction and seeing things that honestly are scary.
I just said, I vented about them not defending me. What the fuck is he?
4 hours. Jeez.
Like, he's actually losing his shit and I just can't believe it, dude.
Should call him up?
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. Fair weather friends who are so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something.
Spineless. Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What's very insane about this...
Wasn't this taken from the episode they did where they were talking about the Child Protective Service thing? Like, it's just so stupid what he's doing.
Content cop is I was thinking about Ethan's feelings so much in that video. I thought about the idea of like how I shouldn't be saying the term Zionist or Zionism in that video, because I was like, he has explained before that that's personally insulting to him and he doesn't like that. You know, regardless of how true it is, I was like, I'm going to think about Ethan's feelings and not mention this. Fast forward to him reacting to my video, he's just outright calling me a fucking Nazi.
Is it a coincidence that Ian
Yeah, no shit. You're literally doing a collab with other Nazis. You have a swastika fucking sword, and all of this was brought on because you were helping out your anti-Semite Nazi fucking friends. Like, the gaslighting that... And it's just so painfully obvious it's a lie. Like, why even mention it if you have to make such an obvious outright lie like this?
Did you know Hassan's father Mehmet Piker formed the Future Party in Turkey with former Turkish Prime Minister Ahmet Davutoglu, whom negotiated the release of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar in 2011 from Israeli detention?
I did not know that, but that explains a whole heck of a lot if that's true. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Ian really shaved his head just before doing this video, and he's holding a swastika one. I mean, we can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that? Well, this is the white savior, Ian, who's just found empathy, unless you're Jewish, of course.
Ethan, people are allowed to shave their head and not be called anti-Semitic. I mean, if you're going to critique his podcast or be pissed off that he personally insulted you, even that is enough to be called anti-Semitic. It's fucking crazy.
While holding a swastika sword, right. Sadie N-word donate $2 more, Andy. For the love of all that is good, let's do it this way. Is a baby born dude, 2 Jewish parents evil, literally fresh out of the womb? Yes or no? If no, then it's ideology, and that's that. If anybody can make a counter argument and want to hear it, you won't be able to. Doesn't he mean if yes? All Jewish ideology is evil? No, but if it's the case that Jews aren't born evil, then whatever you are pointing to as evil would be ideology. What? What the fuck is he talking about? No one's getting a tax cut. Counting down the days till I get to wreck Greenwald on his gay adoption arguments. Been listening to them and they are terrible. Well, he's just gonna go on a ramble about how gay is evil or something. Here I can possibly trigger massive unfollow my account, so I'm going to attempt it. If you have autism or are a Jew, Spurg, or leftist, or are libertarian, or just a Spurg period, can I please get an unfollow? Alright, thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word. None of that was interesting.
Now, I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword. I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword hilt, because Ethan himself basically admitted already multiple times he doesn't think any of us did that intentionally, and he would be right.
Do I think any of them actually like wanted to put a swastika in the photo? No, yeah, no. I don't actually think that. The chances that they did on purpose is close to 0, right? So I'm not accusing them.
I picked up a random sword in Hassan's room that was laying around. That could be the end of the discussion. You don't actually need to debate Hassan about the sword hilt.
He left it up.
Decision making.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
But I'm not going to delete the photo because that would be indulging in your weird anti-Semitic fantasies.
We can free Palestine without
Again, more gaslighting.
being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that?
I'm done being nice to Ethan. I gave it a chance.
There were multiple swords in the room. They saw the sword. They know about all the issues with anti-Semitism in Ethan. They deliberately chose to do it. And then, oh, we just randomly picked it up. Like, yeah, sure.
Sincerity and my empathy in that last video was real. I was even equating to him having crash out moments in the same way that Denims could have.
Yeah, I know there's a Liver King documentary coming out. I'm not going to watch it. Don't care. That guy's a fucking loser.
have crash out moments. I think we're all capable of it, but he was using it in the video to suggest that I was making fun of his mental health.
To my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial, weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help. Dude, I'm not making fun of your mental health. Every example you used was me basically saying that other people are trying to affect you. It's understandable that you're going through this right now, Ethan. We all go through this.
To characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing.
Every fucking example that you tried to smear me with was me actually pointing to something else that could be affecting you. He even brought up the clip of me saying, if you get help. We all need help. Everyone on this planet needs help. I don't care how you get it. You can wander.
Oh yeah, you need help. Somebody needs to take Anissa away from him.
Ethan didn't think the Nazi sword was purposeful until clips came out of Hassan buying it and calling it the swastika sword.
Well, yeah. And he's taking some of the shit out of context where, yeah, Ethan clearly thought it was it was clearly intentional that they were trying to make fun of Jews, promote Nazism. It was a dig at Ethan and Jews. Like, yeah. Thanks for the donation, retard. Vegan Gains $20. I'm going to donate to this GoFundMe using your name. Is that okay since you support her so much? Yeah, sure, go for it. I don't care. Almost at 700k now, damn. I've got to call a kid the N-word so I can become a millionaire. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains.
Into the jungle and go on an ayahuasca trip. I don't care how you get your help or what you define as help, but if it helps you, that would be good. Because right now it doesn't seem like you're getting much help. The main criticism that I was seeing online with my video from Ethan and Hila is that I didn't mention the CPS call.
There's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time.
There was not even one mention of CPS.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
So, like,
without even explaining that at least that's the context, it's pretty cowardly.
I wonder why I wouldn't mention the CPS call. Could it be that the CPS call happened the same day that you were shit-talking me, and I didn't have any chance to defend myself? You just immediately, in the same podcast, right next to each other, said, CPS call was very traumatic, and then you said, fuck Ian and Anissa. And you linked those together, you kind of layered those flavors.
Yeah, because you were allowing that shit to spread. Friends of yours were promoting the idea that Ethan was abusing his kids. You did nothing to defend Ethan from those accusations. No shit. What a liar. And what does that have to do with the fucking video you made?
We had a discussion in my ethics class about world hunger, and when I brought up the UN climate report showing we could feed more people using less land if everyone went plant-based, everyone got quiet. It was so weird. Like it created tension.
Well, yeah, it's because everyone's a fucking loser dipshit. And they felt guilty. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
And then Anissa and I got a bunch of harassment. We had nothing to do with the CPS call. What are all these fucking comments on your Reddit saying, like, it happened because of the CPS call? I don't entirely blame your audience for getting confused, because number one, it's a fucking cult, and number two, you can't even get the timeline straight. So if anyone's watching your dumbass, their brain is also going to get scrambled.
Be friends as long as they're getting something out of it. So again, he's not showing the context. What was the okay, I'll play this part. Did you guys ever find the context of what I was talking about here? Because I feel like I wasn't.
Good God, what's wrong with this guy?
He's dumb, and he's married to Anissa, so that's what's wrong with him. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Outside activism tomorrow? Don't have anything planned.
Even talking about him. I could be wrong. I just don't remember ever saying, like, if I did say that,
I thought you were talking about them. About Anissa and Ian in that clip.
That's the same clip of
it's
when CPS was called.
Yeah.
Same clip.
It's part of the same conversation.
You completely wiped your brain of what happened during the CPS stream. That's not my fucking fault. That's no one else's fault but yours.
All I wanted for you to do was say the bare minimum of, like, hey, this is fucked up. This is not true about CPS, whatever. Like the bare minimum. It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that, like, started this conversation by talking about the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called him out.
This is what I was talking about. You cannot have something terrible happen, be like, yes, let's make some content, and then shit talk your friends of 8 years. I'm so fired up, I don't know what to do with myself, which is why I'm on that's a good state to be in life.
That's that.
None of this has anything to do with anything. He was allowing these people to spread nasty lies about Ethan.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
For anyone confused about the timeline, Ethan was talking shit about us on his Instagram before any CPS shit. He was also talking shit about us on his podcast before any CPS visit. On March 7th, CPS visits Ethan and Hila, and that same day, they decide, let's do our podcast, and let's have the topic be the CPS visit and how distraught we are about that. And then right next to that, right after it, you guys talk about me.
Yes, he was talking shit about you because you weren't defending him from the stupid accusations.
And Anissa. But you don't just talk about us. You shit talk us.
Like, again, nothing but lying and gaslighting. And then he wonders why nobody likes him. He's getting mass disliked. The Creator Clash thing is like a failure. Harley pulled out. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know what he, like, do people not want to make money? Like, what is the angle here? It's just, it's so bizarre watching somebody self-destruct for literally no reason. He's not getting anything out of this, so I'm assuming this is just all coming from Anissa, who is a vile anti-Semite. Like, this is the same woman who was supporting Holocaust revisionism, saying Joseph Mengele's experiments were actually useful for scientific advancement. So it has to just be Anissa being like a crazy vile anti-Semite, and he has like no care or regard for how he's perceived publicly or how he's going to make money.
And you imply that we're friends with people who are doing this, who are the ones who are harassing you.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Random anonymous
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So, I don't know.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't...
Gee, a title is all he has. Oh my god.
Immediately jump to Ethan and Hila's defense, because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Hila. And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh,
and now Hila has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it?
Yeah,
I'm trying because I'm not trying to get it.
No, it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Talking about the viscosity of his child's shit.
And although meanwhile he is covered in low viscosity diarrhea.
He mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. You wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas. And then extremely foul smelling diarrheas.
So of course, Ethan, having made so many enemies over the years, other people react to his content. And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting giardia from dog poop.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And
no. Wow, dude. Are you kidding me? How do you go from the dog had a giardia infection, had diarrhea, son came into contact with the dog's poop somehow, to Ethan's abusing his children, letting his dog shit all over his house, letting his kids roll around in dog shit and eat dog shit, and is letting his kids get like some horrible bacterial infection? How does that... Like, what a fucking lying cunt.
So, yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this.
Good job, dude. Yeah, make yourself look like a fucking lying tard. Like, this video isn't for anyone other than Hassan's community that hates Ethan, and then he's surprised that he's ruining his own career. Like, dude, why are you... Like, it has to be Anissa.
This stream. So there are 26,000 people listening to Ethan go into great detail over 7 or 8 minutes about diarrhea, viscosity of diarrhea, his child having giardia, him and his whole family having giardia. They're calling it the poop house. Now what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denims and say she was the source of the CPS call because her chat was reacting to Ethan and saying, wow, this is concerning.
Is on her platform right now advocating for our children to be forcibly removed from us by Child Protective Services.
The problem with the CPS thing is that Ethan has proven to be a manipulative piece of shit. So when he calls on me to defend him,
No, you're the manipulative piece of shit.
What the fuck am I meant to do? I don't trust you, and I'm glad I didn't trust you, because in your video defending yourself, you used a video that takes context from like 3 different places and combines them to make it seem like someone is coordinating an attack on you.
Love
He literally...
Anisa's husband suggests that Ethan's audience called H3 snark when this was months before the visit, as opposed to the creator Clash editor and a bunch of Hassan orbiters watching a defamatory bad empanada vid made like a week before the visit.
They're just very bad liars, and it's because this community of people has been trained by people like Hassan to lie no matter what, even if it's stupid, and they're all in this like weird, dumb gaslighting bubble where they're not even really trying to convince anybody, they're just all trying to convince themselves, and they'll all just go along with lies just to promote hate of some group or some person they don't like. Like they have the mental maturity of like a manipulative 9-year-old. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Hopefully Anissa dies in a horrible car crash sometime in the near future, just so this guy will finally be free from that witch.
I don't know if that'll even be enough. I'm not sure if that will snap him back to normal at this point. He might have to be in that car crash too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were
No, it's this, I think when you full screen it, no, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged over the screen, yeah.
They're different, I think.
Yeah. It's not timed the same way.
But it sounds like based on this clip, you knew that it was bullshit, and you just went with it anyway. Ethan Klein uses this very deceptively edited video that is just like doing this smooth scroll to make it seem like that's all of Denim's chat. But that's not what it is. And then when he's called out on it, he hides it. He moves his window over the real chat.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other
Reading
illnesses,
the chat,
it's very, very, very dangerous.
Now pay attention to her chat.
Have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like...
Why did
He moved the frame so that Denim's is visible, and you can see what they were saying. Like, what is he talking about? It's just so fucking retarded.
Covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like...
Why does it have to be anyone else's fault but your own? Take some fucking responsibility.
Like, again, this video isn't made for normal people to watch it and convince them. It's literally made for Hassan's audience that are all in on the game, that we just lie about everything. Sadie N-word, donate $2, debate Andy. None of this follows and stupid. Let's say, for instance, you just absolutely hated Israel. You could do that and not hate Jews at all. Why couldn't you? Can you hate Iran but not hate Muslims, Arabs? Ridvan is moron. Anti-Zionist equals against Israel. Yeah, the idea of Israel is Zionist, so if you're anti-Zionist, you're against Israel. Without Zionism, there wouldn't be Israel. Like, what? I don't have an interest in debating him on this. Failed to live up to its promise. Safe haven, blah, blah, blah. Well, Israel's safer than all the other Muslim nations that Jews are living in. They don't have to pay a jizya or anything. Yeah, I don't really care about this. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Bella Ramsey is a vegan and a sweet person. It's sad internet is bullying her this hard. She had to deactivate her socials. Are you watching Last of Us Season 2? Anyways, this vid is comedy gold.
Bella Ramsey is a terrible actor, horrible at her job. She's also a selfish cunt. She eats animal products. She's not vegan. She's vegetarian. So she's a selfish jackass, shit at her job, ugly, ruined Last of Us Season 2. She should have just not taken that offer.
Is he gonna tap out? Will he tap out?
Dude. Like, by the way, this was not in the game. Never was this ever in the game. Why? Again, it's this girl boss bullshit. Women can be just as strong as a man. Like, oh my god, she looks like fucking Shrek. Like, this was never in the game. How in the fuck is... I think in the game, Ellie was 19. I don't know how old Bella Ramsey actually is. She's 21. Yeah, in the game, she's 19. But, like, how is a 19-year-old girl going to literally just out-muscle and manhandle a full-grown man? Like, it's so stupid. And I mean, she's not even in good shape. She's, like, chubby and weak and unfit. It's not even believable. It's not like she works out and is, like, jacked and shit. She's just this weak, small, fat, out-of-shape girl. W donated $2. Dude, these people are literally insane. This guy is such a psycho leftist creep saying Ethan should be beaten.
Just reasonable, normal person. Let's listen to what they're saying. Mike from PA threatens to DMCA Asmongold. Source LSF.
If you watch any of my content, you don't have a license, I will DMCA you. I don't give you any consent to review my content. I don't give you any consent to defame me.
A legal threat against a Johnny Depp trial channel.
In the scene, the dude says he pulled his punch. It's not that woke. No, it's woke. So, one, I don't know why a dude would have any issue with punching a girl this ugly. Like, are you kidding me? Like, okay, I could understand if she's a really pretty girl, like, somebody wouldn't want to punch her hard, but, like, she's hideous. So, the idea that, like, a grown man living in this post-apocalyptic society where, like, shit is just fucked up and there's not really any laws would have an issue with punching an ugly girl like this, give me a fucking break. And even if that were the case, how in the fuck is she getting any kind of physical advantage over a grown man? It's stupid. Like, stop coping. It's fucking dumb.
Oh, this gonna be good.
Can I say something? And it's I really like...
No, you can't. No, just, Mike, just don't. Just don't. You know the answer. The answer is no, don't say it. Okay, so let's hear what he's going to say, because he is going to say it.
I gotta be honest, with my experience in life,
yeah,
with people like Ethan, the only thing that ever knocks them out of their fucking spiraling is the rod.
Yeah, is that right?
It's the stick. It's not the carrot.
Even, bro, is this his own chat?
Yeah, I've seen this. The guy literally said Ethan needs to be beaten or killed. It's so fucked. I don't know how these people still have a platform. Thanks for the donation, W.
Yeah, I have yet to see a strong female character as strong as Caesar from Planet of the Apes.
Well, Caesar wasn't female. But I mean, there's been a lot of strong female characters. Like, look at the Alien Terminator films like Ripley, Sarah Connor. But they never had these women just overwhelm a man with just sheer brute strength. It's so stupid. Like Terminator 2, when Sarah Connor broke out of the mental hospital. T2 mental hospital breakout. like, she snuck up on the guard, made a makeshift weapon, knocked him out in the face. And on top of that, like, she was in shape. She was doing chin-ups and push-ups and shit. Like, she actually had a lot of muscle mass. So, like, that also made it more believable. So, like, there was a recognition that, like, yeah, a woman, even if she's physically strong, isn't going to be able to just overtake a man with sheer brute strength. And you can see the amount of muscle mass she has. She was in really good fucking shape. She went up from behind, smashed the guy in the face with a makeshift baton, and then, like, just took advantage of him not being ready, and then just kept beating him. Same here. Took advantage of him when he was totally unprepared. Like, this guy can't really fight back. He's just old and out of shape. And again, she used a weapon, smashed and broke his arm. Then she held him hostage with rat poison and threatened to inject it directly into his fucking neck. So, like... But then, like, flash forward 20 years later, we have this fucking fat, out-of-shape girl just overwhelming a full-grown man with just, like, what are we doing? It's just, like, it's a bunch of female writers in Hollywood and some, like, dumb left-wing woke dipshits writing these fucking stories. And, again, nobody's buying it. Nobody likes this shit. It's just stupid. And then none of this shit makes any money. Donate $2, $8.15. I don't really care about any of this fucking crap. What does he say?
Anyway, so what's going on right now is what I call the Great Awakening. Some call it the Great Noticing, regardless. And what is the Great Awakening or Great Noticing? Well, it's realizing that we've been lied to quite a bit when it comes to a certain state and a certain group of people.
Yeah, great, whatever, who cares? Thanks for the donation. His anti-Semitism is nothing new. Who cares? Anissa, Fastening Flaps, donated $2, or Festering Flaps. $3.59. 15.
You want to talk about sharing too much? Hold on.
The thing is that even if Sunny did have it, it's still not a reason to call CPS.
That's the thing. Here, I have a statement from a para, I don't know how to call it. Hold on. You want to talk about sharing too much? What the fuck is this, dude? I'm calling.
Well, I want to ask Radjor a question first.
Okay.
Radjor.
Wait, we should get Radjor in here.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you can.
Well, if you can. I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
No.
Because since I've known you, you've always had, like, IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well.
Well, I want to ask Radjor a question first.
Okay.
What is this?
You know, I think, dude, you got shit in your pants, bro. We got to fucking... You better not ever have a kid.
Yeah.
Jewish.
Okay? You better be wearing a diaper, otherwise you're not fit to have a child. Poo pants, swastika boy.
Yeah, it's just retarded. Thanks for the donation, Ness. Anissa's Festering Flaps.
Naughty Dog's Nightmare Fuel Mushroom Apocalypse is back. The greatest video game ever made, The Last of Us Part 2, is now remade for an even more modern audience. Here is how Joel and Ellie will make you throw things at the telly and yearn for the new Abby.
Yeah.
Just a girl, not a threat.
Oh, sweet Ellie. A girl who looks like she never ate anything sweet. She was no catwalk model, but there was no doubt she was all woman. Feminine features, feminine qualities. There was a hint of low self-esteem, but her vulnerability gave her relatability. You really wanted to see her win. Meet new Ellie. Gone is the slender frame and soft face. Now she looks like Popeye.
There was no reason to have the scene. They just put it in to make it like, oh, Ellie's strong. It's just so dumb, dude.
With the face of Tintin. What happened to the girl next door? Replaced by the non-binary, in-your-face, actor Bella Ramsey uses...
Is Bella Ramsey actually non-binary? Is it the Ask Google
Hello.
thing? Watch that later.
they and them pronouns, and thus we can pronounce Ellie's femininity dead. When she's not making men tap out like Brett the Hitman, she's Leon, the professional.
This scope is sick.
It ain't the scope, it's the shooter.
In The Last of Us, there may be a shortage of food, fuel, and ammunition, but what there isn't a shortage of is Ellie's talents. She's Ms. Perfect. Sorry, Mix Perfect. Who dat? Dina is now a girl you actually want to take out for dinner. Hubba, 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 it's the mother from Alien Romulus. Now we know why she's attracted to Ellie. She has a thing for the thing.
Every guy in this room is staring at you right now. Maybe they're staring at you.
Ellie never performed any jujitsu moves in the game, and she relied on, like, knives and weapons to kill people. Like, you can presume she had some hand-to-hand combat training from, like, Tommy and Joel, because she was able to, like, duck punches and stuff in the game, but, again, like, she had... Anytime you did an attack in the game when you didn't have, like, an axe or a machete or something, she'd pull out her knife and stab people. Even when she fought Abby, she used her knife. So, wasn't explicitly stated in the game, but she would have had some ability to, like, fight, but she always relied on her knife, and it makes sense because why wouldn't you use a knife if you have a knife? And two, she's smaller and skinnier and not particularly strong, so in order to, like, make sure she wins a fight, she has to use some kind of weapon. Abby did actually have combat training. She did know judo and jujitsu, but that makes sense because she was living with, like, this paramilitary group who actually did combat training. And she was also physically stronger, so she would be able to actually use that in a fight, even against men, because she's strong enough from her weight training and everything to really effectively use it. But again, they just put this in the show because, oh, they have to show that Ellie's really strong, even though she's a girl. Girls can be strong girl bosses. It's just stupid. Thanks... Oh, why, Bella Ramsey? Yeah, really. They were making a political statement by casting her. There was no reason to cast her specifically. None.
Good God, what is it with making every female character pathetic? Even strong male characters like Caesar from Planet of the Apes had flaws and went though character development.
Well, I think we all know why, Dodo. They have to make every female character a Mary Sue. Thanks for the donation, though.
This is me every time I look at Bella Ramsey in her role due to wokeness/DEI bullshit.
This was so low, they were ridiculous.
You said it, Pally. That's why I brought in the big guns. Say how-do to the raging Cajun, Mr. James Carville.
Ah! Oh, Jesus. Somebody open the Ark of the Covenant?
Now, see, Peter, what you got to do is you got to declare war. War, you see, war. Your only chance of surviving this scandal is to claim that Lois gave your boy the pornography.
And he's right. Pin it on the old ball and chain.
Oh.
Oh, the joke is that she's ugly. I get it. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Who's staring at Ellie? Stevie Wonder? Any red-blooded male wouldn't even know Ellie's in the room. She'd be seen like...
I think the better one would have been, let me see, Family Guy, what happened to your face? Which one was it? I can't find it.
I'm better.
like John Cena. In the game, they looked the same. Now Ellie looks like she's from another planet. No, a non-binary planet. Don't forget, Ellie's gay. Wahey! No one can stand in their way except...
It's a family event.
The toxic straight white male Avenger.
Sorry.
When two girls are ready to get it on, these straight white male assholes are ready to step in. Because if there's one thing all heterosexual men hate, it's late.
I don't know why he's saying this. This happened in the game.
Nice watching lesbian love. To make matters worse, he's also Christian.
Like, oh my god, dude. One, this happened in the game, and hate to break it to you, but yeah. Gay people are discriminated against in public. There was a chick who subbed to my OnlyFans who is bisexual. She told me a story about how she got kicked out of a nightclub for kissing a girl in front of everybody, and one of the bouncers threw her out because they were complaining that she was, like, gay, basically. Like, yeah, it happens in real life. It was in the game. Why the fuck? Of all the criticisms, like, I hate these fucking channels because, like, 70% of the time they make a good point, but then they say, like, something so fucking stupid. One, it was in the game, literally the same scene from the game, and two, yes, gay people exist. Yes, this happens in real life. And then when they fucking, like, put something that happens in real fucking life into a game or a TV show, oh, look, it's the straight white male. Like, fuck off. Who else is gonna complain about that? Yes, straight white males.
In a church.
Why didn't they check this guy's privilege at the door?
Get the fuck out!
Yikes.
What did you just say?
That's it. Kick his ass, Seabass. Too late. Joel swoops in like Superman. I'm sure Ellie will be super appreciative.
They exaggerated the scene in the show. It didn't happen this way in the game.
Are you okay?
I don't need your fucking help.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's a terrible, terrible actor. Like, again, the scene in the game was just so much better.
Every day I see a few blacks hanging out around outside my convenience store. They just stand there menacingly. What should I do with them? How do I get these blackies off my property?
Well, you can try playing classical music or Taylor Swift. That should get them to flee. Thanks for the donation, Ben Overbitch.
In the game, Ellie's petulance was nuanced.
I don't need your fucking help, Joel.
On TV, it rages like a flare-up of hemorrhoids.
I got bit on my...
Ellie, we don't talk about that.
I got bit, everybody!
Hey.
I'm immune!
Whoa!
Virtual Joel.
That was never in the game. Again, they just... I don't know why they did that.
Blended sympathy. Here he makes you say, oh dear, what happened to the Joel who went full Death Star on the Firefly's asses at the end of part 1? Gone. He's not Joel the merciless killer, he's a Joel who has no mercy when you forget your geography homework. He wears glasses, fixes watches.
Did they actually make him a teacher in the show? Like, I don't know why he's bringing up some of this shit. In the game, there was a scene after he dies where Ellie's going through his house, and yeah, he has hobbies. Bro, you can find some of the most, like, hardcore badass dudes who are, like, Green Berets. Guess what? On their spare time, they, like, put models together, they play Warhammer 40k, they're into watches, like, yeah, that's what dudes do. I don't know why killing people means you can't have nerdy hobbies. Ask any fucking Green Beret. Guess what? These people are building like fucking model ships in their spare time. That's what dudes do. Dodo donate $2. Hate Mary Sue's. The point of main characters see them go through trials, tribulation, and inner turmoil. Like, I think there's two types of characters that work, and yeah, and there's a difference between this and a Mary Sue. There's characters that are affected by the world and change due to the world around them and go through development. And then there's characters that don't really go through a character arc and they just cause change around them. And maybe over the course of the story, they get stronger, but they don't fundamentally change. There's a lot of animes that are like that. So like Dragon Ball Z would be a good example. Fist of the North Star. What else? Maybe Berserk to a smaller extent. Guts does go through a character arc, but he doesn't really fundamentally change. Trying to think of other examples, but maybe Batman, like a Western sort of interpretation of that. So there are characters that are written in a way where they don't really change, but they just get better and stronger over the course of the story. That's more common in anime, but there are some American comics and literature like Batman that do that. But they're not Mary Sue's. They do fail, and they have to get stronger, and they get better over time. But they don't change as people and go through character development. So that's what makes Mary Sue's so stupid. They don't have character development, they're just perfect and always good and don't have to make any improvements, and it's just fucking lame and boring. And then, yeah, there's the more traditional story where they do go through change and become, like, different people, and depending on the story, either better or worse. But, yeah, the way they're writing these characters here, they're just complete Mary Sue's, and they're boring and stupid, and it's just dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Neckhurt donated $2. Here's how to rid your hood rat problem in front of your convenience store.
All right, now, next up we got the comedy stylings of Kim Lee Sung. Give it up!
How you doing tonight? So you ever notice when two black guys come in your convenience store and one go one way and one go the other way? What they doing? What they stealing? Who with me? You stay out my store! All you stay out my store! I remember you face!
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Neckert. What do you think is the worst game adaptation, Devil May Cry or Last of Us? I would say Devil May Cry. And there's two reasons for that. One, Devil May Cry fundamentally changed the story of the source material, whereas Last of Us didn't. And the changes that were made were, like, worse in every conceivable way. It's cringy, but not in a cringy way that you can even enjoy it and laugh at it. It's just miserable and horrible and awful. Like, at least in The Last of Us, like, the bad casting decisions they made, the bad story changes, for some reason, like, there's at least somewhat of, like, just a funny quality to it where you can laugh at it, and we can make fun of, like, how Bella Ramsey's ugly, and, like, oh my god, look at the woke bullshit. Devil May Cry, you don't even get that out of it. It's just awful and miserable and just a slog to watch. You can't even laugh and be like, Bella Ramsey's ugly. Oh, look at the girl boss beat up a dude. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Like, Devil May Cry, the Netflix adaptation, is just... Oh, why did they even do this? So yeah, Devil May Cry is worse.
And goes to therapy.
Tell you what, let's try something different.
Like what?
You shot and killed my husband. I hate you for it.
Psychiatry with Dr. Psycho.
And this was not in the game, never was in the game. Joel is not the type of person to ever go to therapy. If anything, he's the type of person to just stay closed off, try to ignore things, and just go on with his life. The idea that they'd have him go to therapy is just a complete violation of who the character is.
I'm looking at your face.
And again, this is like the woke SJW, possibly female writers writing this shit who don't understand male characters. And they're like, let's have him go to therapy so there can be like this touching scene where he's like showing his emotions. That's not what the character fucking does. And they just put it in because like they don't understand like that type of male character.
Makes me so fucking angry.
Poor Pedro must wish he stayed home. Alone. What's her advice for Joel with Ellie?
You have the most boring problem in the world. Oh, a 19-year-old daughter. She's acting toward me like every 19-year-old daughter has ever acted toward their dad, ever.
Of course, because every 19-year-old talks to their father like this in public.
I don't need your fucking help.
What's the possible root cause of all this deep-rooted despair?
Did you do something to her?
Dr. Demented has determined that Joel is Jimmy Savile.
Like, it's so stupid. They're making him cry. Joel never cried in the fucking games, and the only time he ever talked about this was with fucking Tommy. Why would he talk to some old, wrinkly fucking bitch about his feelings? Like, the only person he's ever gonna open up to and talk about any of this is his fucking brother Tommy, and he's not gonna fucking cry about it.
Did you hurt her? What did you do?
Now it's time to answer the one question on everybody's lips. What are Joel's views on immigration?
Maybe your council stop letting so many of them in.
What an unredeemable bastard.
Do you scoff at the written by women section on... Do they actually have that? Where do you see that?
Hello?
TV shows, genres...
After 6 months together in the academy, you've
that. Where do you see written by women? I don't see anything where it's like written by women.
But you gotta look after your own first.
We're supposed to leave them out there?
If our lifeboat is swamped, yeah.
He may have a woman boss, but this is a man stuck in the Stone Age. Or an age where, you know, this could happen.
Come on, baby.
Either way, he should move with the times and let everyone move in.
They made his daughter black? Oh my god. I didn't watch the first season, but that's actually kind of hilarious that they made his daughter black.
And one move in.
Jesus.
Finally, some proper girl-on-girl action.
Yikes.
Hold back, white man. Let them fight. But first, let's set the scene.
Rules.
You just gonna let him go in?
I'll give him 5 minutes.
Another woman boss with a man trying to tell her what to do.
2 and 1.
Yeah, that's actually pretty obvious that they're making women, like, authority figures.
Okay, so 1-on-1. I've done that before. If you'd rather let the men handle it.
And just like that, Dina loses all fear because the only thing worse than being maimed, mauled, and eaten alive is the patriarchy. In Season 1, there were runners, clickers, and bloaters. Now there's stalkers. Although one wonders how this Ellie could have one of those.
Wanting to have sex with you is all just the spore stalking?
Yes.
Is this...
She had a gun. What? I gotta see that again. She literally sees a zombie. She has a gun. I guess she didn't notice the other zombie, but, like, really?
Bella Ramsey is a fake vegan, so I don't feel bad that everyone is calling her ugly.
Well, she's an ex-vegan. I don't even think she was vegan to begin with. It sounds like she was just eating plant-based. Yeah, who cares? Couldn't give a shit how she feels. Thanks for the donation, Bella Ramsey's gay.
Is this the end of Ellie?
You okay?
Uh-oh. Watch out, Dina.
I don't need your fucking help. Yeah.
I wonder what the difference is. What's this? Has The Last of Us become Babylon 5? No, this is the Cordyceps Apocalypse Village Council with...
And again, this was never in the game. I don't know why they would have had to have added this.
members more diverse than the Star Wars universe. Joel is supposed to be on it.
Maybe your council.
Our council.
But you wouldn't know it, because he's nowhere to be found. Thus begins the longest stare down since The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Only this time we know which one the ugly is. But don't expect fireworks.
Did you hear John Zerka is a father now? Well, I mean, it was bound to happen eventually. Like, the guy's a drug addict who fucks, like, dumb fucking teenage girls. Like, yeah, no shit, he's gonna get some bitch pregnant.
Only Cordyceps, and... Is that Abby? Well, 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 Abby's no longer flabby. She's downtown Abby.
Yes, let's cast a... What's weird to me, too, is they knew they were going to make Season 2, or at the very least, had a strong suspicion that they were going to make Season 2. Why wouldn't they have cast Abby ahead of time, given, like, this actor some kind of contract that you may or may not have this role in the future, but will pay you to do weight training, take steroids if you need it. Doesn't even necessarily have to take steroids. Just get in shape. Like, lose fat, gain muscle. Get as close to Abby as you can if you're not willing to take steroids. And, like, have, you know, at least 2 years worth of training. Pay her for that. Like, I don't know, maybe 50 grand or something, hold her on retainer, and then if the season 1 is successful enough, they're going to make season 2, then you have her ready. No, let's just cast her after we do Last of Us Part 1, and then start filming with this chick who's done no fucking training and has no resemblance to Abby in the game.
Abby, a classic beauty with an old backstory. She's a complete role reversal. Before, it looked like Abby would pour Ellie onto her cereal. Now Ellie's the one who eats her for breakfast, along with her spinach. Season 2 opens with her sob story, and if that's not enough to pull the heartstrings, the camera makes her look 3 feet tall. Either this guy...
Oh yeah, that's also stupid.
I should be in the NBA, or Abby should have been one of the 7 dwarfs. Abby, Hobbit, Abbott has a plan for Joel.
When we kill him slowly.
After establishing he's hated by his daughter, his therapist, and every refugee who ever lived, it's clear, Abby is the hero here. Forget the ambiguity.
No, she doesn't get buff later in the show. She just looks like a weak, out-of-shape girl.
You should be rooting for the original Ms. Androgynous. One can only hope the new Abby takes the new Ellie down with him. In the game, emotions were mixed. Now they're simple. Come on, Abby! Put some welly into it!
You're like a freak. How often do you play?
The Last of Us Season 2 is unbelievable, beautiful...
Yeah, it was really fucking bad, dude.
I've said...
Critical Drinker made a video. Most of what he said is stupid. You can tell somebody's stupid when they complain about the game. Last of Us 2 was a great game, great story, everything, and then the only reason people ever complained about the story in Last of Us 2 was because they're little fucking babies who can't handle adult stories, who complain that their favorite character from the first game died. And then on top of that, they have like this weird heteronormative view where, oh, women can't lift weights, women can't exercise, women can't get muscles, and then they complain about Abby being jacked for no fucking reason. Just because they have some like dumb heteronormative viewpoint where, oh, women have to be fucking skinny, but I also want them to be in a video game where they beat up and kill people and shoot dudes. But they have to look pretty and skinny, you know, like in Nier Automata or something. Why can't they just look like some hot bikini babe while they do all this stuff? That's the only reason anybody ever criticized Last of Us Part 2, the game. And then you have idiots like Critical Drinker who have that same dumbass opinion, and then it leaks into their dumbass criticisms of the show. So most of what he says here is just fucking stupid. But what makes it worse is they changed the dialogue for the scene where Abby says Joel is handsome for some reason. It was super fucking cringe. And they also changed the scene where her golf club breaks and then she starts beating Joel's face in with her bare hands. And it's so fucking remarkably unbelievable because this weak, out-of-shape fucking girl who's never lifted a dumbbell in her entire fucking life is supposed to beat this guy to death with her bare hands. Give me a fucking break. Like, there was no reason to do that. Like, I don't know why. Who are you convincing? Like, just have her use the fucking golf club. Like, it makes even more sense in the fucking show for her to just use the fucking golf club because she's some weak fucking out-of-shape girl who can't even do a single fucking push-up. But then they have to change it where, oh no, she's so strong, she can beat a guy to death with her bare hands even though she doesn't even fucking lift. I don't know why they made those changes.
It's as if Hollywood is a simp who was promised some pussy if they made all women strong leaders in the show. Don't let Hollywood write your life story. They will make Jasmine the strong, mentally strong one and you the Amazon junkie lazy one with bad hair.
Yeah, literally. If a documentary is ever made about me, I'm sure as hell not gonna let a woman write that story. Thanks for the donation though, Holly Weird.
Hello, Ramsey, and this is the Wired Autocomplete interview. Bella Ramsey, google.com.
You spoke earlier about women and accountability. I saw a post where a bunch of women were clowning on men and blaming them for the male loneliness epidemic. You have any thoughts on it? I haven't really done enough research on the male loneliness epidemic to even tell you if there is, in fact, a male loneliness epidemic. Like, men are less socially motivated compared to women. And when we have a society where there's so many ways to socialize online, and especially given the like popularity of video games, if so many men have video games as a genuine hobby, you'd expect them to have less real life socialization. I don't know if men are actually self-reporting more loneliness or not, or if it's raised to any significant degree. And on top of that, like my hobbies, you know, mostly focus around lifting and stuff. Like, the amount of younger dudes who are just going to the gym for reasons, just because, like, fitness is popular, red pill stuff is popular, like, fitness is leaking into so many communities. There's certainly a lot more men who are just going to the gym, and, like, the amount of fucking teenage kids who are benching, like, 400 pounds now has gotten insane. It seems I don't know if this is just isolated to certain communities, but I don't know how, if you have a public gym membership and you're interested in fitness and stuff, like, that's obviously a place where men are going to socialize because they're just lifting weights and stuff and going to the gym. And again, there's like online fitness communities where people are on like Reddit, Twitter, YouTube and shit. So I don't know if the male loneliness epidemic thing is real. I know that there are fewer men who are going out and having sex, but that could be for a variety of reasons. Like I remember when I was going to high school, all the girls at my high school were fucking crazy wacko bitches. They were all dating these skinny, weak, loser fucking beta male dudes. I remember there was a chick that I was like really attracted to. She was from Germany, but she was ethnically Arab. And I was chubby at the beginning of high school. Over the course of grade 10, I lost 60 pounds. And then I was really lean. I was lifting weights, looked really good, and I had abs in grade 11. And then I started hitting on that girl because I had more confidence and stuff. Like, I lost weight and started lifting just so I could get more pussy. Turns out that chick was into fat dudes. Her boyfriend was actually, like, really fucking overweight. Like, his stomach was hanging over his pants. And then all the other girls in my fucking school that I had an interest in, I'd like show them my biceps and stuff, or I'd like flex my chest or something, and they would be like, I don't like muscles like that. And I was just like weirded out by it. But then like anytime I was outside of high school and I'd either talk to just women outside of high school or older girls, they liked it. Like, so I don't know if this is like a weird age thing, and like girls at that age are like insanely antisocial. Like you'd go up and talk to a chick who you don't go to like class with. You just see them in the hallway and try to start up a conversation or something. And then they'd be like, "Why are you talking to me?" And I'm like, "Well, I just wanted to talk to you. You seem nice." And then they're like, "We don't even go to the same class." And I'm like, I don't see why that matters. Like, I just wanted to talk to you. Like, and then they're like, yeah, don't talk to me. We don't even go to the same class. Like, it's just weird antisocial behavior that when I was a kid in high school, I don't know if it's gotten worse. And because of like these red pill communities and shit that a lot of teenage kids are seeing online, they're just realizing, wow, women are fucking stupid. I'm not going to bother. And they're just waiting until they're older to start dating or something. So I know there's less young men who are going out and having sex and dating, but I don't know if there's like an actual genuine male loneliness epidemic. Because again, men don't really need as much attention as girls do. Like, you know, when you see girls meet up, they always like hug each other and like, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in like 2 days. Like, dudes aren't like that. So if guys are like just playing video games with each other or going to the gym and just meeting up and working out or something, like I don't know if that's really a loneliness epidemic just because like dudes are getting laid less. Glowogly donated $2. Offspring, Alien Romulus. Okay, I don't know what that has to do with anything. She looks like the human-alien hybrid Alien Romulus was kind of mid. Gig swears by it though, please pray for him. Oh yeah, she does kind of look like, yeah, if you like black out her eyes. Maybe make fucked up teeth. Let me see. Yeah, she does look like the alien Romulus monster. Well, thanks for the donation, Glow Woggly.
Insane reporter tries to put white men's spin on the Portnoy Club situation with that "fuck the Jews" sign.
So, ABC begged me to do an interview about the incident at our bar. Since it was local, I agreed. Then the reporter tried to say Barstool and I and white men are responsible for the incident. Austin started recording once it got contentious.
Well, what time is it? It is some professor at like the Sportocratic University of something. It's like they say that Barstool Sports creates a culture of harassment and that basically I'm responsible for this happening at my own bar. I never heard the quote. Oh. Who's creating more hate right now in the world? When you say Barstool Sports and white men or college campuses?
You go ahead and answer.
No, that was a question to you.
I'm the journalist. I'm asking.
Well, I don't play by those rules. What does that mean? You're a journalist? I'm a journalist. I run a big media organization. I just asked you a question. Who's creating more hate right
Yeah, so, again, that's just some bullshit to obfuscate and take attention away from anti-Semitism and then just talk about, oh, white men like Dave Portnoy. Again, it's all bullshit to gaslight people to promote anti-Jewish hatred. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Here we go. When did Bella Ramsey... Oh, look, you've got it ready for me to peel off. Join Game of Thrones. Joined in season 6 at the tender age of 11. It was a lot of fun. There isn't really a deliberate approach to acting at 11 years old. And
I've never even seen Game of Thrones.
You said she was a great beauty. I'm sure you will be too.
I am every bit as much a northerner as you.
Indeed you are, my lady. No one is
And I don't
questioning
need your permission to defend the North.
Yeah, I mean, in this sort of thing, it's fine because she's, like, doesn't matter if she's ugly and she's kind of younger there, so. Like, yeah, at the age of 11, she's, like, TV ugly, where it's, like, okay, she's in a role where she doesn't have to be pretty, and she's, like, TV ugly, where she's not, like... so ugly, it's like, oh, I can't stop watching. It's like TV ugly, where it's like, the person isn't supposed to be attractive, but they're fine, you know? It's like, oh, wow, why did they get this ugly person here? She doesn't, like, stand out, where it's like, why would they get somebody that ugly to be on TV? It's just TV ugly, where it's like, yeah, she's not, like, gorgeous or anything, but, you know, you don't have to be very good looking to be in that role. But, like, in Last of Us Part 2, it's like, she's ugly, or it's like, what the fuck? What is she doing here?
there's still not really a deliberate approach now. I just sort of winged it and continue to. And I think it's going okay. Is Bella Ramsey Ellie in season 2? Sure am. And hopefully also in subsequent seasons. Season 2 was a different experience for me in that we were filming in Vancouver rather than Calgary, so there was some more rain. And the story is more emotional this season. Bella Ramsey.
Oh yeah, emotional.
Pedro Pascal. I actually taught Pedro guitar for season 2. Well, taught. I showed him an E minor chord and he was very pleased with himself. We are really good at making each other laugh at inappropriate moments. But I appreciate that people are just Googling us together. I guess it's to pull up a photo of us together or something. But I like that I'm first. Oh, I guess we're just typing in Bella Ramsey. That makes sense. How tall is Bella Ramsey in feet? 6'4". I'm 5'1.5". The half is very important. I think.
So she's 5'1" in the show. And again, Ellie is supposed to be fighting like grown men, and she's a 5'1" tall woman. Just what were they thinking? Like, they would have had to have at least gotten a girl who's like 5'6" at least. Like, ideally between 5'8", 5'9", if not taller. 5'1". And we're supposed to believe she's fighting and beating up grown men. Like, you're literally a midget. You have a midget potato running around, beating up grown men, and we're supposed to take the show seriously.
Sometimes I'm 5'2", on a good day. Apparently you're taller when you wake up first thing in the morning, or last thing at night. I think first thing in the morning. So it depends on when you measure me. Very dental toss. Round 2. Bella Ramsey. Requiem. I feel like this is referencing a short film that I did called Requiem. It was really cool. It was set, I don't remember exactly when it was set, in the old days, during like the witch trials. And basically, I fall in love with a woman in the village, and that is absolute heresy and really bad. But lots of people like were looking at the photos of me and Sapphire, Oakley Green, who's also in that with me. And I think seeing pictures of me like kissing a girl and got excited about that for season 2, because I'd kissed girls in season 2 and in season 1, I guess, with Riley. But season 2, like Ellie Dina relationship is something that goes on, and so I think that's probably why that's googled quite a lot. It's also just a great short film. Bella Ramsey, Peanut Butter Jelly. I sang Peanut Butter Jelly Time a lot this season. Well, once specifically, but at other moments it's like my hype song. If I have to do a really like emotional scene, something like Peanut Butter Jelly gets me going, because it's so the opposite of what I'm supposed to be feeling. That somehow it helps with the crash and burn into the deep darkness. If I'm like singing Peanut Butter Jelly Time and being ridiculous, like a song like this gives me a lot of energy. I need to have like that energy like reserve, I suppose, for doing an emotional scene. Like the emotional stuff takes a lot of energy to like cry and scream and be sad. It's actually quite hard work. So I think if I start the day like really sad and in it already, I'm like, I'm just bored of being sad by like lunch. So I try and be like super happy instead in the lead up, and then I crash and burn. There's Bella Ramsey.
Apparently she's 21.
Live in America? No, I live in the UK, and I think I always will. I have no current plans to move to America.
Why do you think you always live there?
I really like the tube. I really like the public transport setup. I really like British tea. You don't do tea well over here. You have tea, we just...
This chick is a fucking dumb loser. Like, wow. She's acting in major studio productions, and the reason she wants to stay in the fucking UK is because I like taking public transit with all the other peasants. I love having poor Muslim immigrants stink up the subway train, and I love riding in the tube. I don't want to drive a luxury car and have freedom of movement or anything. I love riding the tube with all the other poor peasants who can't afford an automobile. And tea. Like, wow, you are a boring fucking loser. Holy shit. This is like saying, I want to live in Canada because I really love shoveling fucking snow. What a loser.
It's disgusting. With lemon and honey. What is that? Black tea with lemon and honey? Black tea with oat milk, or whatever your milk of preference is. Yeah, you don't do tea right. And so that's my deal breaker. Thank you. What are Bella Ramsey's pronouns? Whatever you fancy. Really. A lot of people call me they. Some people call me she. Occasionally I get a he. And sort of whatever. I'm pretty chill about it all, for now. Maybe that will change, but for now. Is Bella Ramsey vegan?
So, she's not actually non-binary, sort of?
Well, yes. Not technically, no. I eat eggs now. And I do eat honey. So I'm a bad vegan. I'm say I'm...
You're a fucking lying, attention-seeking cunt. Why would you say, I'm kind of vegan when you're not?
Lol, I knew you were going to say potato as this chick is on screen.
Yeah, I mean, she literally is a potato. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
I'm veganish. That's normally what I say to people. I'm veganish. I will eat eggs. I had to eat eggs.
Why in the hell doesn't she just say she's vegetarian? Like, this is just an attention-seeking fucking cringelord. She just likes being able to say she's vegan, clearly. This is especially bad with women. They just like, because they're fucking boring losers who have nothing going for them, they just like to put titles on themselves. Oh, I'm non-binary. Oh, I'm vegan. I'm fucking what's the term? Pansexual. They love doing that.
Didn't have to. I chose to eat eggs because I wasn't getting any protein otherwise, especially for the season of The Last of Us. I have to be strong and buff. So I started eating.
Like, am I really hearing this right? This is someone who can afford a car, can afford a personal trainer, can afford a nutritionist. Again, she's a professional actor who works in major studio productions. And then she said she can't be vegan because she needed protein and needed to consume eggs. You're fat, small, and weak. What did the eggs do for you other than make your fart smell that much worse? Are you fucking kidding me?
Eating eggs because of that, but I try and get free range and organic. Is Bella Ramsey nice?
No, you're a bitch. You kill animals. Fuck you.
Leave that up to you to decide. I think I'm pretty nice.
Yeah, tell that to the fucking chickens that are kept in battery cages so your farts can fucking stink.
I'm looking around for approval. No, I'm quite nice. I'm probably too nice. I've been told I'm too nice. I'm a bit of a people pleaser. Does Bella Ramsey sing? Yeah. I actually have this weird ability to, like, choral sing.
I actually, like, fucking hate her now. Like, I'm glad that people are making fun of the way she looks and she's had to delete all of her fucking social media. Yes, you're fucking Quasimodo. Stay locked in the bell tower. No one should ever see your fucking face.
Sing, like more operatic singing. I was in a cathedral choir for years when I was younger, and so that's weirdly the singing that I'm like most comfortable with. My voice can go very high. I have a very high voice. I always got a song in my head, and if it's in my head, it's generally going to come out of my mouth, song-wise. It's going on right now, but it's just... Oh, it's called Every Day's a Game by Night Tapes. It's a cool song. Oh, I just released another Spotify playlist. I do that sometimes. I make a playlist. I've got like a public Spotify thing. It's like my only, it's not even social media. But anyway, new playlist on there. And that song is the first one on the playlist. Bella Ramsey. Accent. It's Midlands. Sort of a mixture of North and South. But I guess people are Googling that because people think I'm American a lot. I meet people even now and they're like, whoa, I didn't know you were British.
How many accents are in the UK?
Oh my gosh, so many accents in the UK.
Oh yeah, she does kind of look like Sid from the Ice Age movies. Yeah, if Sid had a rounder face and was more potato-like, she would look a lot like Sid.
You drive 20 minutes and there's a whole other accent. Everywhere I go and film with, there's a different accent. It's really hard not to just like mimic it. It's really hard. I was just in Australia and I was probably offending people by doing a bad Australian accent all the time. It's just so easy to do when everyone's around you is saying like, fair dinkum. And good day, mate. Actually, I only heard good day, mate once. But yeah, accents. Bella Ramsey accent. It's a good Google. Fair dinkum. Bella Ramsey. Green suit. Well, I wore a green suit for season 2 premiere of The Last of Us. That's a fairly recent Google. That was my favourite suit I've ever worn. Bella Ramsey green suit. I don't think I've worn a green suit any other time.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Why was she... What is this person doing in movies and TV shows? What the fuck? Like, she literally walked into a casting office and they were like, yeah, you got the part for Ellie. Like, really? We need an actor for Ellie. You got the part. Ellie, you got the part. Like, what? I wonder if she was like, really? Me? Are you sure? Like, I wonder if she, like, actually thought that at any point. What in the fuck is this?
Must have gone down well. Bella Ramsey got character. Bella Ramsey got character. No, Game of Thrones character. That's what the GOT stands for, I reckon. I play Lyanna Mormont, and I kill a giant. Spoiler if you haven't seen it, but you should have seen it by now. You can't get mad at spoilers. The show's been out. I wouldn't have been an actor. I didn't know that was something that I wanted to do, and then ended up getting auditioned to do the television workshop group that I was a part of.
Dodo donated $2. VG, don't you think you're being mean to her? It's not her fault. It's the producer's fault, and if she was given the opportunity, she would be dumb and out of her mind to say no. It's good money and good for career, so why would she say no? You're being mean. Well, that's to be seen. I don't know if this is good for her career. Who is that chick who played the Mary Sue in the new Star Wars movies? What's the... Yeah, who's the chick who played Rey in Star Wars? What's her name? Daisy Ridley. Has she gotten any roles? Yeah, she's just been in garbage. This is like direct-to-DVD garbage. The Cleaner. Oh my god. So, yeah, just because you're given a big movie role, it doesn't actually mean that your career is going to really do any better for it. Like, I don't know. The amount of, like, public pushback and how critically, well, I guess not critically panned, but, like, the audience reaction to this is just so bad. I mean, I don't know if she realizes how bad she looks, but when you look at yourself in the mirror, and then you're cast to play this, like, attractive girl in, like, from a video game, and then... Like, I don't know, if I was getting into acting and I had to play some sort of movie role, like, they might cast me to play Batman, and I don't know if I'd really take the role, because, like, I'm half black. I also don't know if I can really pull off Bruce Wayne. Like, just because somebody gives you a movie role that, like, you'll make a lot of money in, like, if you're not fit for the role, you have to have some sort of self-awareness of, like, how the public will perceive you, whether or not it will be critically acclaimed and make good money off of you being in it, and it might, like, be cancer for your career later on, just because you're making money now. Like, I don't know, if I were to, like, guess, you know, in the next 5-10 years, is she going to be better off taking this role versus, like, waiting for something else that she'd be better suited in? I don't think it's a good career move for her, but I could be fucking wrong. Like, Hollywood's pretty stupid and woke, and they might cast her as the next fucking Cinderella. Who knows? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I got a female friend castrated rambling about how she's a romantic, but she told me a year earlier about how she made out with some women in middle school. I called her out and she walked back the statement and changed the subject immediately.
Yeah, she just wanted attention. That's all there is to it. She just wanted attention and wanted people to think she's special, and I'm aromantic, I'm pansexual, I'm vegan, when none of those things are fucking true. Women don't have any fucking hobbies, and they don't do shit, so in order to feel special or something, they just make up these stupid fucking lies. So yeah. Thanks for the donation, casting director. Or not casting director, Nutmuffin.
You see, VG, you don't understand. Bella Ramsey is the quintessential casting. She represents the average white woman. Hollywood has led our beauty standards amok for too long. It's time we put front and center what the average white chick looks like.
I think if you were to walk in the street in the UK, she'd be below average. Like, people from the UK are ugly, but even then, I think she'd still probably rank below average. Thanks for the donation, though, casting director. Dodo donated $2. VG, read the comments. You said everyone hates her, but read comments. Are they all women? Can't believe how appreciative I am of how calm the segment is. Oftentimes people overdo it, and here we have Bella just hanging out and talking normally. Love it. That sounds like either a retard or a bot. Bella's got such a chill vibe. She's not trying to be overly funny or entertaining. She's just being herself, and I appreciate it. These are bots. Dude, those two top comments are fucking bots. She did herself a favor by deleting social media. Best way to give yourself peace is to block out all unnecessary noise. And this is a chick, obviously. Yeah. Is this a bot? What in the fuck? What are these accounts? There's a bunch of fucking clips from Matilda and then a bunch of shit from the fucking Sopranos. What in the fuck? Yeah, these are bots, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And then was my first day on set. I was like, oh, this is really cool, and wanted to like do it forever. And thankfully, I'm still going for now. Bella Ramsey. It's weird saying my name so much. Hilda. Oh, whenever I meet a Hilda fan, it makes my day. Hilda is an animation that is on Netflix. That was my third job I ever got. I did Game of Thrones, The Worst Witch, and Hilda. There are so many shows on Netflix, and Hilda is one that I think is quite underground. Like, if your algorithm is kind enough to have it pop up, then like you're into it and you're hooked. But I think that it's one of those ones that if you know about it, like you know about it and love it. And if you don't, then I don't know. I just feel like it feels very special to me when people know me from Hilda, because it's also just my voice. So it's funny when people like know that it's me. They're like, oh, we're such big Hilda fans. I'm like, whoa, that's so crazy. You've just been like listening to me speak as this character in your living room. Like, that's so cool. Bella Ramsey outfits, courtesy of Fabio Mediato, my stylist. This is a Fabio special. In my everyday life, I'm not quite as stylish. I just wear like old t-shirts and jogging bottoms and dirty Adidas original trainers. Although I'm branching out, trying some new shoes recently. That's cool. This Van Gogh. Van Gogh? How would you say it? I think I say Van Gogh. It's probably wrong. Van Gogh. I got hair on it. Bella Ramsey time. Aha, a really great experience. I played a pregnant heroin addict, which I have no experience of being pregnant or being a heroin addict. So it was very interesting for me to get into that and sort of learn about all of that. I had an incredible time. And the other people in that show as well. It was like me, Jodie Whittaker, and Tamara Lawrence. And we all just had the best time in prison together in Liverpool. Who does Bella Ramsey play in The Worst Witch? I play Mildred Hubble. Well met. I'm
Oh my god. She was in the Worst Witch remake thing? Dude, I can't believe that. So this was Mildred Hubble in the OG Worst Witch. And then here's fucking Potato. What is going on? Oh my god! Dude, I remember I used to watch fucking Worst Witch when I was a kid because there's so many fucking cute girls on that TV show. And, really, we're doing this now. Let's find the ugliest fucking girl possible to play the same... They're doing it deliberately. This is deliberate, dude. Like, why? How does it make these shows better to cast ugly fucking characters who are no better at acting? Really? Oh my god. I can't believe that. This is deliberate. They're trying to find the ugliest girls they fucking can.
Witch who's not from a witching family. But then I find out in like the third season. I am from a witching family after all. I always have one sock that's like up to my knee and one sock that's like by my ankles. And I have 2 long braids, but now my hair's all chopped off, so none of that anymore.
This is
I've watched
horrible.
Witch was like 3 years of my life, basically, like 3 summers, 16 weeks over the summer. I'd been on Game of Thrones before, so I sort of learned all this new language, like set language on that then I loved being able to like impart that knowledge on, because for most of the other kids, it was their first job. It was basically mine, apart from Game of Thrones, but I sort of had this like roster of like new language and new information that I'd learned from being on Game of Thrones, and I loved being able to be like, if they had a question about like, what does this mean? I loved knowing the answer, and being able to be like, turning is the same thing as rolling, stuff like that. It was hard work, really hard work, and a lot of people relate to Mildred Pebble, which is nice. When was Bella Ramsey cast as Ellie? 2020... 2, 3, 1. 2021. And Ellie did feel like someone that was already like inside of me, which is a bit weird. And I still don't really understand what that means even when I say it, but
she is nothing like Ellie.
Just a reminder, everyone, VG dated Jasmine, which was a fat ugly abomination who got mad when he touched her bum on live stream.
I can't even remember that. Like, Jasmine did gain weight. Wait, let me see if there's an old video. Me and Jasmine. There's an interview we did where we were talking about like some dumb mom or something we were beefing with.
Yeah.
Like, she was pretty, and when we were first together, she was in decent shape. And I also love her big nose. That big nose is great, but yeah, she does not look like fucking Bella Ramsey. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Thanks for the donation, though. Blur.
I know that it feels true. Bella Ramsey music video. Well, I think this is probably...
Like, when she says, I feel like Ellie is inside... You can see the scenes. She literally cannot play the character Ellie. She's fucking terrible at it.
In reference to a music video that I just did recently for a band called Girl Band, who are from Nottingham. That's where I'm from. They released a song called Not Like the Rest, and I did the music video. And it was really fun. We just like filmed in Nottingham City Centre for a day.
Is there a city in the UK that has that music scene?
London obviously has incredible music, but I feel like the north of England doesn't get enough attention. It's like Manchester has sick music. This is a call out to the north of England, and when people go to England, they're like, oh, if you ask anyone who's American or from elsewhere, have you been to the UK? They're like, yeah, I went to London. I'm like, you gotta get out of London. But yes, go to London. London's incredible. But then there's so much, you go like 20 minutes outside of London, a bit further than that, maybe like an hour, and you're in the most beautiful like rural countryside, and then go even further north to Manchester. It's also beautiful, great music. Yeah, that's my little UK pitch. That's...
Never, ever, ever travel to the UK. It's a stupid, stupid place.
Responsibility. It's just so bizarre.
Like, the only reason she can give to stay in the UK is, I like taking the tube. The tea is good. Like, okay, yeah, right.
Or that Ethan would expect Anissa and I to make a statement when Denham's herself already made a statement about it and said that she does not condone calling CPS.
We're talking about CPS. 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't...
Right. The woman who's saying, oh, you know, Ethan, he's a child abuser. He's putting his children in danger. He's not taking care of his pets anyway, and he's also abusing his dog, and he's making his children sick and they can die. She's not condoning anybody call CPS on him. Okay, yeah.
Doesn't exist. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times.
This is like if it, like, after all the speeches Hitler made about Jews, they're poisoning the blood of the nation. They're communists. They're trying to destroy society. And then, like, if Hitler didn't kill himself and he's on the Nuremberg trial, I never said we should kill Jews. When did I ever say that? I never condoned killing Jews. Like, again, this video isn't for any, like, sensible people watching. This is for Hassan's community specifically, where they're all in on the lie. Ashley Johnson donated $2. This was your wife, though. Why are you shitting on her? This is making my pussy dry up. Okay, thanks for the donation, Ashley.
You dated Harry Potter and you're insulting the actress for being a potato? I like potatoes, way more than Harry Potter. Jasmine was fat. Potatoes are tasty. Potatoes win. You dated fat. Date potato.
Okay, thanks for the donation. Jasmine was fat.
Times or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids.
Part of my criticisms of Ethan initially was the openness. I think it's a problem that you were that open, Ethan.
Well, you know I'm very open about everything. It's part of how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted to relate to the audience, is to be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
It is not strictly a benefit to be as open as possible on your podcast.
Ethan was just sharing his thoughts, what we were thinking, we were speculating.
Sonny's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth, he's at that age, he has giardia.
We were speculating.
And now, Ela has giardia.
Shut.
Be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
Really? How many siblings do you have? I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that it will
by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking
privacy.
about it.
On top of Ethan characterizing me and my wife as anti-Semitic, he also takes a dig at my tattoos.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like, literally, my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. Bro, looks like he just went to the menu.
And again, this is Anissa. Anissa has some of the most, like, dog shit fucking tattoos.
I was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one.
I have quite a few options here. I can show your tattoos in all of their glory, or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of awful taste.
Well, the difference is they're, like, on his thigh, and you never see them. Are these even tattoos? Are those tattoos? Or is that his kid squiggling marker on his leg? Does Ethan have... There's no way those are tattoos. That has to be his kid, like, squiggling marker on his leg or some shit.
Glory, or I can show from a technical standpoint.
Dude got this tattoo to surprise his wife. She has no idea what's coming. Quote is the icing on the cake. Greatest thing a man can do for his children is to love their mother. I think the artist went a little too ham with the dark eye circles, but it's pretty photorealistic.
Taste but great execution subreddit, which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artist that you work with because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect, particularly the decision-making aspect. If you want to go tattoo for tattoo, Ethan, we can do that. You want to keep it to other things? We can. I'll give you that option. Ethan also talks about the potential CTE.
I'd be way more embarrassed with iDubbbz's shitty $5 fucking tattoos all over his body than the tattoo he got of his wife.
That I might have after boxing.
Yeah.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled for getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. Some people are saying the CTE is starting to take effect, I guess. That would be comforting if there was some explanation at least.
Any amount of CTE that I may have endured after doing 2 boxing matches, I'm going to say is preferred over having to share the load of doing 50 jumping jacks with my wife.
What if we do both? We'll both do 25 at once.
25 each?
Oh my goodness.
Great form by both.
What the fuck is he, like... There's not even, like, a punchline. It's not funny. What? Like...
Really nice. They must work out.
I'd rather get brain damage than do jumping jacks with my wife? Who's the victim of the joke here?
Also, why are you talking about CTE at all? Like, you've continually illustrated that you can't keep track of anything.
It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called him out.
He can't even keep straight who attacked who first. He thinks that our podcast where we're expressing sympathy for him and Ela was the impetus for him talking shit about us. I much prefer boxing.
Yeah, right. You have sympathy for Ethan. That's why you didn't try to stop any of the lies being spread about him that led to the CPS call.
Induce CTE than harassment induce CTE. Ethan acts like we're such great friends and that like he shared such intimate moments with me, but it's all horseshit. He's lying. Like the whole thing is a fucking lie. He's manipulating his audience. We did not have a close relationship.
You guys were buddies for a long time. He texted me like one time like, hey dude, we should talk this out. And I was like, I don't feel like having this conversation right now. That's it. So he kept trying to get me on the phone or text with me. And I told him, dude, honestly, I don't feel like having this conversation right now.
Okay.
Fair, right? I just didn't want to do it. Okay?
Just in that particular moment or like at all?
Well, it turns out I didn't want to talk to him at all. Okay.
If the relationship was that close, you would have talked to me on the phone. You wouldn't have shit-talked me. You would be curious where my brain was at and where I was coming from. There's this moment in the Content Cop where I'm trying to give an example of the cycle of harassment. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of... Okay, what's that to do with me?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Ethan and Ela act like they have no idea what I'm talking about here. So, I mean, maybe they don't. It's a very obvious and easy to digest point. That's why I made it that way. I'm going to explain it here so everyone on the internet understands. When you have a podcast where you are constantly emotionally dumping and saying things just off the top of your head, and you're attacking other people randomly, maybe from your perspective, it's not attacking. Maybe you're just commenting on someone else's situation.
He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. Faze Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive to look at.
And
pedophile. Pirate Software was like weird about it. I was like, look at my old voice, it's so lame. What an obnoxious loser. She goes, I can't believe these people are so obnoxious. And he looks like an idiot who's obsessed with me, dude.
But what happens when other people comment on your situation? It doesn't feel too good, does it?
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
That is the back and forth I'm describing. You might have thought, we were just saying that Ian and Anissa are bad friends. Well, guess what? We didn't take it that way.
Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What we took it as is Ethan and Neil are shit-talking us. They just implied that we are okay with people using CPS as harassment, and now all of their fans are brigading us. So I am going to respond in kind and make a content cop. So yes, that is what the cycle of harassment looks like.
Okay, what's that to do with me?
I don't know.
How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
You might think that all the harassment you're getting has everything to do with your politics and your idea of Israel-Palestine, but a lot of my gripes were centered around...
How long do you think it would take for you to knock out iDubbbz in a boxing match? Less than 30 seconds? Confidently say less than 30 seconds?
You dragging me into your shit. You know, you knew that you were going through a lot and you were saying, I'm hurting, I'm now going to make them hurt because they're not putting their head on the chopping block. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit. I'm sure there's anti-Semitic people that are attacking you guys, but they're not me, they're not Anissa. It's not Hassan, it's not all these other creators that you're attacking. You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan. Other people can experience a horrible fucking time. And guess what? They're not getting this other benefit, which is 26,000 viewers. You're getting a lot of money and a lot of content, a lot of things that you care about from these beefs and from this harassment. There are a lot of people that you've just bullied and they have nothing to gain out of it. Frogan isn't making a bag from this. She's not getting content out of this. You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you send her way.
The shit he's... Frogan is fucking Jabba the Hutt. She's a fucking scumbag. Like, again, she's with Hassan with supporting 9/11. She's pro-terrorism. She said she hopes American soldiers get PTSD. Again, the same American soldiers that are supporting her way of life and defending her fucking freedom. And she's this fat, money-hungry fucking loser who claims to care about fucking Palestine and shit. While this charity thing for, you know, the Palestinians was going on, she was begging for money for rent. And then when, what's his name, chipped in $5,000 for the Palestinian aid, she fucking made a racial slur, called the guy a cracker, and was talking about, oh, white savior complex. Like, she's a fucking loser. Just fat, bloated, fucking lonely loser.
It's too bad that chick isn't vegan, cause if she was then she could start a YouTube channel and call it the Vegan Potato. Or if she was a pothead and made cannabis-related content she could call it the Baked Potato. So sad. What a missed opportunity.
Yeah, or at the very least, her farts wouldn't smell so bad. Dude, that was one of the most pathetic things I've ever fucking heard. Like, she's chubby, you can just see from her face. Like, and again, she's playing Ellie, who's this, like, skinny, lean, fit woman. And then she's, like, this 5'1" midget who's, like, chubby, unfit, doesn't exercise, no fitness whatsoever. And then she's like, I had to eat eggs for protein. I was kind of vegan, but now I had to eat eggs. Like, I actually hate her after I heard her say that. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. Like, before my opinion was, like, okay, that was a bad casting decision. She's ugly. Like, that was stupid. But, like, I actually hate her as a person after I heard her say that nonsense. Like, just what a selfish, idiot loser.
Said and posted about Frogan
Very
over the past
nasty,
years is
very
like
mean.
insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on, it's not worse than anything you've seen. How could it be worse than anything you've seen?
Literally, no. I guess
He was
not.
very nasty. Well, I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically
that's
about
way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Also, on top of Ethan and Neela constantly victimizing themselves, I did notice that as soon as we didn't immediately...
What do you mean victimizing themselves? Go fuck you.
Jump to Ethan and Neela's defense, Ethan took that to heart and he started to make that his employees' problems. Instead of just, sucking it up and taking it on himself, he decided to imply that Lena is going to have a problem with that.
A lot of this has ramifications for the crew. The way that they have it set up is basically, if Lena were to drop out, she would have to pay back like $25,000 or something like insane. And besides that, which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out, she's working really hard. And just because I'm having an issue with what's going on here.
You bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, like, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content cop even came out.
Which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you are saying that you didn't
What's the issue?
have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath for harassing his friend.
Obviously, Ethan and Neela will victimize themselves every chance they get.
No shit. Why wouldn't he have a problem with it? This is so retarded. Like, so dumb, dude.
But when they have the chance to victimize someone else who's on their crew, they'll also do that.
You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her.
Why would I do such a thing to Lena? Dude, you have as much agency as I do. You didn't have to badmouth me on your podcast. That was a choice that you made.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Let me see this Lena chick.
Look, the Vrogan bitch dyed her eyebrows. She look even more like Jabba the Hutt now.
Holy shit, she's going SSJ3.
No, they have no benefit of the doubt from me anymore. And they don't deserve it. And literally the only reason why I included the AB section in the video is because he was talking.
Dude, I'm convinced the reason she wears this hijab crap is just to cover up how fat she is. There's no other explanation. She's not even Muslim.
Shit, saying I say like vile things and saying that we had a disagreement. Last time we talked, we had a disagreement, which is not true.
She apparently gets like no viewers on Twitch. Like, she's one of these like bottom tier nobody cares streamers. And they keep pushing her in the recommended section, and it's just because what's his name? Dan Clancy just likes her anti-Semitic content, and she's like friends with Hassan. But I mean, like, who would watch this, right? Who is going to watch this? You know, the reality is, if you're a female streamer, you need to be pretty. Like, unless you're particularly smart or something, like, you're going to have to be pretty to be a female streamer, and it's like, who's gonna watch this? Like, the only reason she is able to, like, not have a job and do this is just because she's, like, an anti-Semite, and she's getting promoted by Dan Clancy. But yeah, that's just gross. She is literally Jabba the Hutt. Thanks for the donation, retard. So that's Lena.
Oh. Okay. Okay. So there's another announcement that I want to make that's actually pretty big.
All right, she's in pretty good
shape. You guys
shape.
may have heard, I think a lot happened yesterday. I don't know if we've talked about that hard.
And Lena's just sort of been thrown in the middle.
Yeah, get fucked.
My good
So basically, Ian's salty that Lena dropped out of Crater Clash, and it's creating even more issues. And Ethan had, something to do with it.
fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
Oh, the organizers of this event are not jumping to my defense? All right, well, maybe instead of shit-talking them, maybe I should zip it.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her. By the way, iDubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
But you're just lobbing it to me and Anissa. I'm lobbing it back to you. You're the one who brought it up. If you lob it back to me and you say, well, I didn't have your back publicly. Well, fuck you. I'm going to lob it back and say, you're being irresponsible on your podcast, and you're not taking any accountability for the shit you're putting out online. I think that's going to do it for this video. There's a lot more that I can share, but I'll save that for the future. And in closing, I will reiterate so that, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success this year. We hope that all the fighters get what they wanted out of it. I'm sorry that I'm such a fucking
Yeah, Ian literally ensured that it would be a failure, and he's a loser, and he's just gonna continue to lose money and be more and more hated because Anise is pushing him to do this stupid shit. What a fucking dumbass.
America, the Conservative Party over here are floundering and they do not know what to do. And so William Hague, Conservative grandee, has taken to the Times to explain to Kemi Badenoch his 10-step plan to save the Tories. But the thing is, this is not a good plan. And the problem is the essential nature of the Conservative Party itself, rather than any one thing that William has said here. So he was the leader of the Conservative Party until 2001, where he resigned. And he accepts that this is a monumentally difficult job and doesn't know what to do. So he says, well, what should they do? Well, I don't have the complete answer, but here are 10 thoughts addressed to my old party that might lead to a path up the mountain. First, it remains important not to panic. Remember, you're on a cliff edge. If changing leaders repeatedly was a bright idea, the Conservative Party would now be the most popular in the world, because, of course, recently they've been through a slew of leaders, most of which people didn't like. The only one that people did really like was Boris, but he was the worst. He was like a legendary traitor to Britain. And the flakiness of the Conservatives of the last decade or so has definitely been one of the issues. I mean, they must have been through about half a dozen leaders. They haven't got anyone good, basically. And he says, so the next steps have to be enduring and reliable, not another about flakiness. That's great, but the problem is the Conservatives have elected someone who is fundamentally herself not very likeable, not terribly competent from what we can see, not very hardworking, not very diligent, and not really the right person for the job because she is an immigrant in a time of anti-immigration. They should have elected Robert Jenrick because he was during the local elections that have just gone on. Jenrick is the only Conservative candidate and MP in the Conservative area that he is constituency, who actually gained a seat for the Conservatives. Everywhere else was just a complete collapse on every front, but it was in Jenrick's area where he managed to actually gain something. And I don't think that's a coincidence, right? So it's just one of those things that you're the wrong people for the wrong place, in the wrong place at the wrong time for the wrong job. And William Hague's like, yeah, so what we need to do is keep Kemi Badenoch, is what he's saying here. It's like, I think that's brilliant. I don't think that's the way. So anyway, secondly, show you understand how you got here and why people are voting for other parties. I'm not sure the Conservatives do know. That's the thing. I don't think they actually know. He says, the deep frustration of voters with the Conservatives and Labour is completely understandable, given the inability of governments to improve living standards, control immigration, or improve public services. Okay, well, look, the immigration is the reason that living standards and services are cratering, right? And it's not even the ability to control immigration. You can control immigration. You did control immigration. You just decided, turn it on as much as we can. Since 1997, it's been like about 250, 300,000 net in, which itself is abominable. And then the Conservatives under Boris are like, let's make that 1 million. It's like, what are you doing? We want it to be negative. We don't want mass immigration to this country. We don't want foreigners flooding us en masse and taking over the towns and cities. And yet that's what you gave us. It's not about controlling immigration. It's that we never wanted this. And you forced it upon us anyway. And then he says, acknowledge the shambles produced by the Johnson and Truss experiments damage the country and disgrace the party. Liz Truss, right, may not be like the most charismatic person in the world, but she took a step in the right direction and the system punished her for it. And the weak, frail, pathetic Conservative Party were like, oh, well, get rid of her. It's like, you could have stayed the course and things probably would have improved marginally. over a few years, but you didn't. You panicked, you got flighty, and you were like, yeah, no, she's out too. And you've allowed the left to make an absolute laughing stock of her. You allowed the left to scalp one of your prime ministers. You were complicit in this. Your party did this. And it's weird that you don't understand that this is a bad thing, right? Again, you don't have to love Liz Truss. You just have to understand that it's not acceptable to give your enemy a scalp. But the problem is you don't even see them as your enemy. You see them as a necessary bulwark against yourselves, which is weird. Anyway, and let's move into it, in fact. Third, avoid the elephant trap of copying Trump. What? Winning? Being successful? Why would we want to avoid that? Look at the Conservatives. Well, look.
I mean, Trump is a retard, but he won the election. So, I don't know exactly what they mean by that. What does searching for mence mean? Mence is a Genova-ism. There was a retarded fitness influencer named Jason Genova who had autism and ADHD. And it basically just means like entertainment and stuff. It's looking for things that are funny.
Guys, avoid victory at all costs. Just Jesus Christ. The sister parties of the Tories in Canada and Australia have just crashed down into it. Yeah, okay, they have, and you're crashing too. But who's the guy who's not crashing, who apparently is a friend of Trump's, although I have to say...
Oh yeah, Rafaela, by the way, you're looking really jacked recently. You should consider getting a neck harness and also training more of your traps, because when you do rear double bicep pose, your traps and your neck are sort of underdeveloped, so your arms and your overall back looks good, but that area around your neck looks like it's not really filled out well. So you should focus on some more trap and neck training, and it'll just make you look bigger and stronger and bulkier, from the rear especially. But just having bigger traps just makes you look like beefier and more powerful from the front too. Majin Buu donated $2. This guy has some sort of mental handicap. Yeah, somebody already sent me this. Asmongold is... Yeah, I think he literally does... He is mentally handicapped in some kind of way. I don't know what his grades in school were or something, but, you know, he has some sort of mental deficiency where he's unable to take care of himself properly, and he literally needs a carer. I said this earlier, he's going to die of pneumonia, guaranteed. Neck harness is a neck training. Neck harness, actually, this is a really good video on neck training. So, let me see if I can find it. Not that. Here you go. This is a neck harness.
In all the angles we need to load it. The dog ears on the Alpha Plus harness make the plate-loaded neck work much more comfortable. In Pillar 5, we need to proceed with caution. This is compression and decompression. Now you can do compression, decompression with your hands. In Pillar 5, we need to proceed with gears on the Alpha
So that's a neck harness.
Plus harness make the plate-loaded neck.
You just hang weights from your neck and you lift your neck up and down, and it helps build the muscles in the back of your neck. In this video, he just goes over basic neck training. You can take a look at that video if you're interested, but I've been doing a lot more neck training and trap training, and my neck and traps have gotten a lot bigger. I don't know why on this desktop there's always an issue, but yeah, my neck and my traps have gotten a lot bigger, and just looks like thicker and stronger from the rear and even from the front. Like, just having bigger neck and traps makes a big difference.
I do wonder about the strength of Farage and Trump's friendship. Who's winning everywhere in Britain now? Well, it's the Trump of Britain, as you think of him, the far right guy. Maybe the reason the Tories in Canada and Australia failed is because they're piss weak Tories and not because they like Trump. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, Trump's rhetoric didn't help or anything like this. But I'm sure that the Conservatives out there being piss weak and you being piss weak isn't a coincidence, right? It's not a coincidence. Anyway, he says, look, one of the things Nigel Farage will most regret is showing so much admiration for the US president. Okay, well, TikTok, let's see when that is. Because at the moment, there was a poll the other day, 65% of people think Farage is just going to be the next prime minister. They think he's going to win. I think he's going to win. Only 17% or something thought it was Kemi Badenoch, if that. And I think it was a bit more that thought it would be Keir Starmer, and then a few less thought it would be Kemi Badenoch. But the point is, you're playing with 35%. Good luck. Because most people think two-thirds of people think it's going to be Nigel Farage. So where you get this from, I don't know. But hey, you know what? I want 0 seats. I want your party to be absolutely cratered. So anyway, fourth, make a big, bold argument about where the world is heading and what Britain's place in it should be.
The problem with politics in general is whenever there's any social issue, liberals are never or rarely ever going to be able to actually deal with it because they're just kind of gay, retarded cucks. But they're usually really good when it comes to economic planning. And then when you're talking about conservatives, they're just so stupid and racist. They usually fuck up when they try to effectuate some sort of social change that's an issue, like immigration. And they're terrible for the economy, and then they end up making some of those social situations worse anyway. And then there's the far right parties that are just way too racist and completely and utterly ignorant and incompetent at fucking everything. So not even 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, you're usually better off just voting left wing.
Hey.
This is fucking awesome.
James Lindsay interrupts Jordan Peterson to desperately make the word woke appear as many times as possible.
Okay, so I want to talk about this Lucifer idea. So Lucifer is the morning star, and he's the angel of the untrammeled intellect. That's how he's portrayed in Milton, right? And he's allied in some strange way with the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
If I might just interject, if he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning after the morning star rises? You wake up.
Right.
Woke.
Right. Okay, so
the fuck?
At least 50% of internet traffic is criminal, right? It's
Holy cow, yeah.
It's 30% pornography.
No, 50% of internet traffic is not criminal.
Which is close enough to criminal, so I think.
Isn't the majority of internet traffic actually large streaming sites like YouTube, Netflix, shit like that, and then 20 or 30% is pornography? Which, again, most of it is legal.
Distinguishing them is not useful.
Oh my god. Well, Jordan Peterson's a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Good fucking luck. You don't know anything about the world, apparently.
Yeah, when Jordan Peterson says things like that, it sounds like he's projecting, because why would he think that? I think he's watching a lot of fucking porn.
About the country, apparently, and what Britain should be doing. Your view of Britain was as a global way station for every drifter.
If we were to just break down, what the average person does on the internet throughout the entirety of the day, I mean, it's Okay, social media, Instagram, emails, maybe some work-related stuff, Netflix, YouTube, and then you might jack off for like 15, 20 minutes before bed. How is that going to account for 50% of internet traffic being porn? Like, why would he think that? There's just no fucking possible way 50% of all internet traffic is porn.
Who arrives on our shores that we get to pay for and get to suffer the consequences of literally millions of them coming. What is your argument here? You're like, we need to make a big, bold argument. Okay, what is it? While detailed retail policies will be important in any election, a party needs a bigger vision and sense of purpose in which those policies are set. Be clear we're entering a period of dramatic change and we have to get ready for it. Tell people the truth, but upheavals are coming with global conflicts intensifying and AI about to transform the majority of jobs. Argue that Britain has some big opportunities if we do things right. Make all next steps consistent with that. Yeah, but what does that tell us about what you want? That doesn't give us a plan. That doesn't describe the country in a way that differentiates it from other countries. All this applies to every country, everywhere, ever, and it has done for all the time. So what are you saying? Like, what should Britain's role be? And you've got nothing. You are a hollow shell of a party masquerading as a patriotic party when all you really are is just power seeking. All this is, guys, how can we fool the public to get us back into power? Enough. We don't want charades, power seeking charades from the red or blue, there's two cheeks of the same ass. We don't want that. We want something real.
Yeah, I'd collab with militant vegan Rafaela.
Not
on OnlyFans, obviously, but yeah, like YouTube.
Something real. Anyway, number 5. Give the economy center stage in the party's plans. Oh, good luck. It's not like you've had a great record on the economy, is it? Anyway, so he goes, well, the economic plans of Reform UK financial daydreaming. Yeah, but the thing is, it was the same with Truss, and she's the only person who had anything to say, which was like...
You know, most people who want to vote for these conservative parties or, like, even more far-right anti-immigration parties, the only reason they want to vote for them is just because they're so fed up with, like, immigration and, again, some of the social problems. And they downplay just how terrible they are at everything else, even like their plans for immigration, just because of how like interlinked immigration is with the economy. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They just like the idea of get Brown out of town. I'm kind of sick of all the crazy whack job Muslims coming over. But then again, when you vote for these like far right parties, they make everything so much fucking worse. It's like, I don't know. Like you're better off like trying to negotiate with like the parties that actually have a better sense of what they're doing as a whole.
Guys, I kind of would like to reduce taxes if that's okay. And you were like, boom, no, hell no, get the fuck out, lettuce. We are never reducing taxes. Was literally the message the Conservative Party gave the entire electorate, and then you gave it to Keir Starmer, and Keir Starmer was like, yeah, you know what I'm going to do? Rank up those taxes. Oh, just brilliant. Show people they will not be left with the choice between those depressing alternatives. All you do is waste our money as well.
I don't think I'm going to bother watching that. It's like 4 fucking hours.
Sort of place as Britain's Labour Party at the moment, which is they don't really know what they're going to do, and they don't really know what their options are. The platform that they have, or have had up until this point, is just really unpopular, and the technique of politics that they employ allows basically deceitful, incompetent people to rise to the very top of their ranks and completely stuff it up. And
as if Trump isn't deceitful and incompetent. The problem with the Democrats is they're just fucking lame and gay. And again, a lot of their social policies, like anti-gun, they're not even a pro-immigrant sort of party in the US. It's the anti-gun stuff, over-regulation. That's what they don't like about the Democrats. And a lot of the party leaders are kind of annoying. Like, I can't imagine most Americans really being thrilled with somebody like Gavin Newsom and AOC. Because they're just... AOC is just a fucking annoying, whiny idiot, and Gavin Newsom is just like this virtue signaling, like, cunt. And again, they are the anti-gun party, and it's, especially in the US, it's just so remarkably unpopular. All the Democratic Party has to do is just agree across the whole party, drop the fucking anti-gun bullshit. They could literally run practically any candidate at this point, like with maybe AOC being the exception because she's a woman, and just commit to legalizing machine guns and forcing states not to adopt any firearms regulations that bans any particular weapon or weapon function, like detachable magazines or magazine capacity. They'd kill it. They'd fucking win. All they have to do.
Allow a charismatic and sincere Republican opponent to completely steal the ground from them and win everything, as Trump has demonstrated. And so they don't really know what to do. And so, as CNN point out here, right at the bottom, the important point, the most buried of leads, infighting continues in the Democrats. Good news for me, because I'm a Trump supporter. But they say that the DNC leaders, because remember, David Hogg, the anti-gun nut, has been elected as the vice chair, and he is insisting on...
Oh, yeah. Dude, it's such a bad move. There's so many, like, idiots in the Democratic Party that are not only letting in people like David Hogg that are, like, crazy wacko anti-gun fucking lunatics, but, like, they're also like, the worst type of fucking unreliable nutjob progressive. Oh my god, David Hogg. Rafaela needs to eat something. Donate $2 is Rafaela and Ethelist. I'm not sure if she has any strong opinion on it. Ethylism, as described by Enmendum, literally makes no sense. Like, if you watch the debate I had with him, it was just nonsense. His definition of ethylism relies on the idea that morality is like an objective truth. So, like, it's objectively true that existence is wrong or bad. And in order to, like, actually defend his argument, he has to prove the proposition, which he can't do. And in the debate we had, he ended up equivocating, which is a logical fallacy. So he literally can't make the argument if you're just defining ethylism as just the idea that it's we ought not to exist, and you don't have any stupid proposition in the mix, like it's objectively true that existence is bad or something. I don't think, like, she's in the comment section right now. I guess she can give her opinion, but I think she's kind of undecided. Thanks for the donation, though. Rafaela needs to eat something. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Hey, Gum. You know you're right here. Alright. I'm back. I also had to take a shit. Yeah.
Retarded school shooting survivor became a Dem operative and is running an org to primary Dems with his purity test being banning assault rifles and booting old people. Forever cucked. Defend liberty.
Today I will be introducing the assault weapons ban of 2025, a bill that would ban the sale, manufacture, import, and
There's no such thing as assault weapons. That's a political term. So they don't even know what they're banning.
transfer of military-style assault weapons.
What is a military-style weapon?
Since 2000...
Like all guns have the same operating mechanisms. There's like pump action, gas operation, gas blowback. Like, I mean... Again, they don't know anything about guns, so, like, okay, is it painted black? Oh, ban that one. Like, it's just fucking retarded.
2006, there have been 486 mass shootings involving assault weapons. Hundreds and hundreds of Americans have been killed in these mass shootings. This bill is a way to attack that massive threat to our safety and security. Dianne Feinstein introduced the first assault weapons ban.
Most shootings occur with handguns, and mass shootings account for like a remarkably small amount of firearms homicides. So, one, there's nothing special about assault weapons that make them suitable for mass shootings. You can commit a mass shooting with any gun. So all it'll do is just make kids use a handgun or shotgun or whatever the fuck else they can get a hold of. It's not going to do anything. And two, you'll save like 3 people per year. So you're just taking away people's rights, fucking up, businesses, and maybe it'll save 3 people. Maybe. It's assuming somebody doesn't just use some other gun.
Ban 31 years ago after a school shooting in Stockton, California.
Yeah, the assault weapons ban literally did nothing. Did not have any impact on any shootings.
For 10 years, that bill had a dramatic impact on mass shootings and mass casualties.
No, it did not. That's just a lie. You can look at FBI statistics. Did nothing.
But when that expired, mass fatalities and gun shootings went up by 236%.
No, they did not.
The impact was that dramatic. It's time to pass an assault weapons ban again. It's time to protect our communities.
So what he's talking about is the 1980s assault weapon ban. Firearms violence increased dramatically in the 1990s due to the crack epidemic. And there's also some evidence that lead exposure also had something to do with it. And again, after the ban was lifted, overall shootings plummeted dramatically. So what the fuck is he talking about?
From senseless gun violence, it's time to bring back that powerful common sense reform again. It's time for the assault weapons ban.
Okay, well, people are going to vote conservative again. Great job, Democrats. Fucking retards. Just imagine that kind of thinking. Oh, guns are dangerous. There are people with guns that could shoot me. I'm going to ban them so that only criminals will have guns, and then I won't have a gun, and then I'll get shot. Like, what they're really thinking, it's this, like, white, privileged, rich idiot thinking. I would never get a gun illegally. I would never go to a store and pick up a gun. So, like, if they're banned, you know, I wouldn't be able to get it, and then, like, no shootings. I'm going to be safe. Like, that's the kind of thinking. It's either that. There's definitely some left-wingers who just use it, like, do this gun ban thing cynically, thinking they'll get more votes. That's what happened in Canada. But it's just stupid and super fucking cringe. Just pathetic fucking loser beta males support gun bans. Why in the hell would you ever put yourself in a situation where you can't rely on yourself for safety? Like, ideally, you'd be strapped, right? Anywhere you go, you have the best firearm available for whatever job you need, and then you're ready to defend yourself. Why would you ever want to put yourself in a situation where you can't get a hold of a gun? It's just so stupid.
Primarying a bunch of
Thanks
Democrats
for the
who
donation,
are,
though,
well,
retard.
not radical left-wingers, basically, is the issue. And this split in the Democrat Party is one that happened in the Labour Party and resulted in the election of Keir Starmer. He literally kicked Jeremy Corbyn out of the Labour Party and purged all the radical leftists. So the Labour Party now is a lot more centrist, and the Democrat Party is on the horns of this dilemma. Do they lean into being radical leftists, or do they purge the woke types and return to something that resembles the centre ground? And this
You didn't give me a link, retard. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. V donated $2.
Alright. What's up,
Oh, sweet. This is cool.
everybody?
Judge exposes CA's absurd gun logic.
These ninja own a ninja, and so basically they talk, and this is uploaded, is that
Okay, I can't listen to this fucking retard. I don't know why you wouldn't have just sent me the original video rather than this fucking retard who can barely form a sentence.
Hi, I'm Judge Van Dyke, and welcome to my chambers. I'm making this video as part of my opinion in the Duncan v. Bonta case. In this case, the state of California made the argument, which the majority has now accepted, that a magazine holding more than 10 rounds is just...
Retard donated $2. Let me see. Thoughts as a Yemeni. Hearing Hassan talking about how he supports the Houthis is so fucking insane. They're a real terrorist group that 99% of Yemenis condemn due to their use of armed children and their continuous efforts to kill anyone who opposes their views and leaders, including launching missiles at the neighboring countries. Not even only Israel. If Hassan had the slightest ounce of morality, then he would have fucking condemned Houthis' terrorism against other countries that support Palestine, i.e. Saudi and UAE. Houthis are also actively against women's independence, and their justice system is purely based on bribery and corrupt. That is the case for pretty much the entire Middle East, but Islamic jihadists, because they follow Islamic jihad, they're absolutely worse. And yes, I'm generalizing because they are literally the downfall and the reason why Yemen can't progress as a country. He isn't even willing to educate himself on basic information. Fuck Hassan, fuck everyone who defends him, fuck his orbiters. Absolutely based. Again, these fucking dipshits, they're not even progressive lefties. They're just fascists. They're crypto-fascists. They say all this shit just to promote fascism, and if they genuinely cared about any of the people they're talking about, they wouldn't support fucking terrorism. Like, it doesn't help anybody. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
just an accessory, not an arm protected by the Second Amendment's right of the people to keep and bear arms. I think anyone with a basic familiarity with firearms could show you that this attempted distinction is simply inconsistent with reality. I alluded to this during oral argument when I asked California's counsel about the balance of the tests that it proposed for what qualifies as an arm protected by the Second Amendment. Let's go to that exchange now.
Can I ask you a question about that? Because
Yes, Aaron.
So, the way you're treating magazines, it seems like you could use the same sort of rationale as between a non-semi-automatic firearm, say a lever action or a bolt action or a revolver type action, and a semi-automatic firearm. So I'm trying to figure out if you're saying, well, what we do is we say have people ever banned particularly dangerous rounds. And now we're saying large capacity magazines are particularly dangerous. Why couldn't that same reasoning be used to ban semi-automatic firearms altogether? To say, because I mean, think about it, like during the Revolutionary War, if the United States had semi-automatic firearms that only held 5 to 10 rounds, it'd have been about 10 minutes and it would have been over, right, as against muskets. So clearly, the semi-automatic mechanism is way, 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 way more particularly dangerous than the difference, the delta between a 10-round magazine and a 15-round magazine. So why does your reasoning not mean that, if this reasoning works, why does your reasoning not mean that a state could just ban the semi-automatic firearms altogether?
So if we're just start talking, Your Honor, about this initial sort of text.
That's the whole goal. The magazine bans, the goal is to take away the magazines and then eventually ban semi-automatic firearms, which is basically all firearms, and then they're just going to ban all guns. That's the goal. They just try to chip away at your gun rights little by little until you have nothing left.
Question. I think if you're dealing with a semi-automatic, that would fit the definition of an arm.
No, but that semi-automatic could be a revolver. Like it could be, I mean, just like that high capacity magazine could be a lower capacity magazine.
Right, Your Honor. So I think that would fit the definition of arm, and then you'd move on to the other aspects of the Bruin analysis. At stage 1, is a particular weapon that's being addressed by the law in the tradition of dangerous and unusual? Is it in common use for self-defense? And we think Heller is clear that has to
dangerous and unusual. Everyone has semi-auto fucking firearms that hold over 10 round mags.
to consider the character as
I'm
well as
not
the
understanding
numbers.
your, I think I'm missing your response to my, it seems to me that just as you could say, are you saying that yes, so it would be an arm under, you're not conceding that it would be an arm under stage 1. So why are you saying it wouldn't be an arm, but the semi-automatic versus revolver, say, distinction is something that we're stuck with? I mean, you would agree that you can't ban the automatic mechanism.
Well, an automatic mechanism, I think that you can ban. I think the Supreme Court has recognized
No,
that
the
as
automatic
someone.
mechanism is a term that semi-autos and full autos use an automatic mechanism.
Sure, Your Honor. I'm sorry for the
Yeah.
confusion. No, I don't think that we could ban all semi-automatic weapons. I think Heller makes that clear. The point I was just making is, with respect to accessories, I think we have a difference of opinion where my friends suggest any accessory that is somehow helpful to armed
So that's
self-defense.
important, because your argument turns on whether you can characterize accessory. So you would say that the revolver versus semi-automatic is not an accessory, but that a magazine is this accessory. So what would you think about like a red dot sight, electro-optics, which many firearms are going to electronic optics nowadays. They're obviously an accessory because you could have iron sights. Could you ban those?
Well, so, Your Honor, I'm not intimately familiar with that, and I do want to answer this question and make.
Yeah, again. All the lawyers that do this shit, they don't know anything about guns.
Sure that I save time for rebuttal. I think that the question at the outset would be, is that, if it's an accessory, is it within the Teixeira principle that it's necessary to the realization of the right to self-defense? And you'd have to build a record. And
Yeah, a lot of lefties overlook racism and bigotry when a brown person does it, and there's a few reasons for that. The main reason is, like, a lot of them are running off of Marxist ideology. So it's like a power imbalance thing. So because brown people have less power in society, therefore when they're racist, it's not as big of a deal as when white people are racist. And I mean, they do have a point. Like, I mean, if a black person or a brown person is saying some racist shit, it's not necessarily going to have as big of a cultural impact, because less of these people are like members of government. Not as many of them are business owners or own corporations or are wealthy, where their racism and bigotry could have as much of a cultural impact and negatively impact people. But racism's racism. So, like, I don't know why you'd be okay with some people being racist and others not.
analyze it in that case.
Now, from this exchange, it became clear to me that many, including both California's counsel and my colleagues in the majority in this case, lacked the basic familiarity with firearms to understand the inherent shortcomings and obvious inadmissibility of the test that California was proposing. and which the majority in this case has now adopted. I originally planned to explain all of this in writing, in my opinion, and why the argument doesn't make sense, but it occurred to me that in this instance, showing is much more effective than telling. As the old saying goes, a picture is sometimes worth 1,000 words, and here I hope you will agree that a video is at least worth that much. And I suppose at this point in the video is as good a time as any to apologize for any shortcomings of the video. This is the first video like this that I've ever made, and in our digital age, I fear that people have become accustomed to a production quality that I'm sure that I fall far short of. But I hope and expect that regardless of any such flaws, this video will still powerfully serve the purpose for which I've made it. I also want to emphasize that for safety purposes, I have rendered inoperable all the guns and gun parts that I use to demonstrate today. And finally, as an appellate body, it's obviously not our role to make factual determinations, so I share this not to supplement the factual record that we're using to decide this case. Instead, I share this because a rudimentary understanding of how guns are made, sold, used, and commonly modified makes obvious why California's proposed test and the one my colleagues are adopting today simply does not work. I'm sure I could explain all of this in writing without being accused of improper fact-finding, but it's obviously much more effective to simply show you. So let's do that now. Welcome back. To demonstrate, I'm going to start with this SIG P320 that's basically in its stock configuration. That is, this gun is basically in the same configuration it would come to you from the manufacturer and be sold to you at a retailer. This is one of the most popular handguns currently on the market in the United States. And so I'm going to use this to point out
I really wish he didn't add the music in the background.
some of the essential parts of a handgun. These same parts would exist on pretty much every handgun, at least of this semi-automatic type. So let me start by pointing out a few of them. This one comes with a standard 21 round magazine. Comes from factory just like that. You can buy a similar version that comes with a 17 round magazine that fits flush. And so it comes with 21 or 17 round magazine. It has a standard full-size grip. It has a factory trigger, which has a pull weight of about 7 pounds or so. Has front and rear iron sights that are used to aim the firearm. It has this little takedown lever, which is small, and you may have trouble seeing it, but we're going to talk about that some later. And that's what you use to remove the slide and disassemble the firearm. And the entire gun is designed around the automatic cycling mechanism. That is, when you pull the trigger and fire a round, right when that happens, it automatically will rack the slide back, eject the round, the spent cartridge out of the gun. It will grab a new round out of the magazine, put that round into the chamber, into the barrel, and it'll be ready to fire another round the next time you pull the trigger. So this is a semi-automatic firearm. Now, I want to use this handgun to illustrate first California and the majority's argument as applied to this obviously typical and very common handgun, and then I want to show you that the same argument would apply to other parts of the firearm.
Apparently, Idubbbz missed one of his best friend's wedding because Anissa was getting a new back tattoo. Well, he's pretty goddamn cucked.
And to this firearm as a whole. Now, as a reminder, California's argument, which the majority's adopted here, is that a magazine that holds more than 10 rounds is not an arm protected by the Second Amendment. So this 21 round magazine that comes from the factory or a 17 round magazine is not an arm protected by the Second Amendment. Now, California acknowledges that a magazine is necessary to make the firearm function, but they argue that because you can replace the standard magazine with one that holds fewer rounds, 10 rounds or less, then these higher capacity magazines are not an arm and thus wholly unprotected by the Second Amendment. Now, the problem with California's argument is that, as I pointed out in oral argument, the exact same argument would apply to essentially every part on this firearm, which would mean that essentially nothing on this firearm would be protected by the Second Amendment. Allow me to illustrate that using this firearm. Now, in oral argument, I asked California's counsel if their argument meant that the sights on this firearm are not protected by the Second Amendment. And part of the reason I'm making this video is because it didn't appear that counsel understood what I was asking. So take a look again at this handgun. What you see on here are iron sights. You have a front and a rear iron sight. And the way that you fire this handgun, the way you aim it, is you take and you line up these two sights and you line them up on what you want to shoot at. And that's how you hit what you're aiming at with this firearm. These are iron sights. They're probably the most common sighting system for a handgun. But all you have to do on this particular handgun to change out the sights is remove two screws in this slide right here, and the back sight comes off. And when you do that, you can put the two screws back into a red dot optic, and now you will have a firearm that instead of having iron sights would have a red dot optic.
Let me illustrate that by just taking a slide where I've already installed the red dot optic. And here you go. See, so now you have this back iron sight's been taken off, and here's a red dot optic. Now, in the hands of an experienced shooter, this red dot optic allows you to shoot the firearm more quickly, to get on target more quickly, to hit what you're aiming at, be more accurate. And so it's obviously much more dangerous if it's being used for an unlawful or wrong purpose. But if it's being used for a lawful purpose, then it makes the firearm better for that intended purpose. So this firearm would be better for self-defense or competition, recreational shooting, or hunting. And indeed, my own self-defense handgun, which this is another P320 that's been configured slightly differently, has a red dot optic precisely because it makes the firearm better for its intended purpose, that is self-defense. It makes it more accurate more quickly and shoot more quickly. Now, so in that sense, this red dot optic is just like this magazine. It makes the firearm more dangerous when it's misused, but it also makes the firearm work better for its intended purpose when it's used properly. Well, you may think that's pretty intuitive about the sighting system for a firearm, but the same thing is true about basically every part of this gun. Let's take a look at a part that's maybe a little less intuitive, which is that takedown lever that I talked about earlier. This little piece here, it's necessary for the operation of the firearm. It's a tiny little piece that you need to have for the firearm. And so you would think, well, since it's necessary, then it must be an arm protected by the Second Amendment. But not under California's logic in this case. See, you can replace this factory takedown lever with a different factory takedown lever. This one's called a gas pedal. And when you do that, you replace it, you put the slide back on. Now the firearm is a lot more controllable under recoil. You can, just like with the red dot sight, you can do faster follow-up shots. You can aim the gun more quickly, and you can control it better. So again, as with the red dot sight, as with the higher capacity magazine, this particular takedown lever makes the gun more dangerous when it's misused, but also makes the gun more effective for its intended purpose when it's used properly. So under California's logic, because this is an accessory, this little takedown lever, and could be replaced with a worse part, this little takedown lever is not protected. It's not part of the arm protected by the Second Amendment. Well, you might ask yourself, well, what about the grip? Like, you think this grip, certainly it must be part of the arm. I mean, it seems like that's a pretty key part of a firearm, is the grip of a pistol. Well, actually, under the majority's argument, it would not be protected. And the reason is, here's a bunch of grips that I've accumulated over the years. I'm just going to pull a couple out here. This is a nice small grip, a nice small light grip. This is a big heavy grip. So what you can do on this firearm is you can remove the slide, remove that takedown lever, take what's called the fire control unit out of the firearm. This is actually the firearm under the ATF's definition. And you can take this fire control lever and you can put it inside this smaller grip. And you could use this grip for, say, self-defense purposes, because it's very concealable, it's light, it's easy to carry. And indeed, you'll see that's pretty much the type of grip that I have on my self-defense firearm. Or you could take this much heavier grip with aggressive stippling on it and with a flared mag well, and you could put this fire control unit in there, put the takedown lever on, and then you put the slide back on, and now you have a firearm that is much better at being able to take quick follow-up shots, hit what you're aiming at. And so this grip, all of these grips under the majority in California.
Yeah, I saw the new Frank short. He's asking for $400,000. I'm gonna look into that because I vaguely remember him saying that he was like $400,000 in debt. So it's kind of a coincidence that he's asking for that kind of money.
California's logic could be banned because if they were misused, they would make the firearm more dangerous, and you could put a different type of grip on if you wanted to. So you might ask yourself, well, what part of this pistol would be protected as an arm under the majority's logic? Well, I suppose California would eventually be forced to say, well, this part, the FCU, I guess, is the arm protected by the Second Amendment. every other part that you added, as I've just shown you, every other part that you added could easily be characterized, just like the magazine, as an accessory that you add to the firearm, and therefore could be banned under the Second Amendment. But not so fast. Even this part, the FCU, the core basic part of the firearm, could be banned under the majority's rationale. And the reason is, let me show you another FCU. This is the FCU from my competition gun. It has a really nice trigger, a nice light, crisp trigger, and has some parts replaced in here. It makes for a really nice trigger. You can upgrade the trigger to make it much nicer. And so, because of that, under the majority's logic, you could even ban this FCU, or at least most of it, as simply an accessory under the and now protected by the Second.
Yeah, so basically, either they're knowingly doing this so that they can ban all firearms and firearms parts, or they have no idea what they're talking about and they don't understand the modularity of modern weapons, and they think that banning magazines wouldn't lead logically to banning any other firearms parts or firearms, period.
Second Amendment. Now, most of what I've shown you could, I suppose, be conceptualized as upgrades. You say, well, that's an upgraded trigger, and that's an upgraded takedown lever, and that's an upgraded grip. But the majority's logic works both ways. I've just shown you how you could easily improve the sights, how you could easily improve the takedown lever, you can improve the grip and the trigger, you could do the same thing with the barrel. But you could easily downgrade all of these factory parts of the handgun to make the firearm less accurate and slower. You could put in worse than factory trigger. You could require worse sights than what it comes with from the factory. You could require a grip be put on that hurts the speed and accuracy. Indeed, this type of downgrade is precisely what the majority is actually requiring in this case. As we mentioned earlier, this comes from the factory with a 21-round magazine, or it comes with a 17-round magazine in a slightly different configuration. But the majority is requiring that these factory standard parts be replaced with worse than factory parts, a 10-round magazine. So when we take everything off that the majority might call it accessory, what we're left with at best is this fire control unit. And as I've explained, even that could be dumbed down so that much of this fire control unit would be an accessory under California's argument. And of course, you can't shoot this, right? It's inoperable. You need all the other accessories that I've been describing in order to make this work as a firearm. But of course, also, each of these other pieces, just like this magazine, could in some way be considered an accessory, since they could be replaced with a different part that would be less useful and make the gun less dangerous if misused. And that could be said for pretty much every single part of this handgun. And the same problem with the majority's argument applies to other aspects of the firearm that are less easily shown in the video, including fundamental aspects of how this firearm operates. At oral argument, I asked California's counsel why California couldn't ban the automatic cycling mechanism altogether under the California's argument. And again, I don't think he understood what I was talking about. Well, this handgun uses that mechanism. This uses the automatic cycling mechanism. And this semi-automatic auto-loading operation is the most popular mechanism that exists today and is used for self-defense. But other mechanisms exist for handguns, including probably most obviously the revolver mechanism. Here's a revolver. Think of the 6-shooter from the old Western movies, right? You can have a revolver which is not automatic. Or you could have, and there's different types of revolvers. There's single shots, there's double actions. You could have the lever action, you could have a pump action, you could have a single shot break action, which only has one round. You have to open it up and manually take the round out and put another in. And under California's argument, because any of these single types of mechanisms are not essential to make this handgun work, and thus, or make a handgun work, and thus are not an arm under the Second Amendment, California could ban the whole semi-automatic mechanism altogether, thereby effectively banning semi-automatic handguns altogether, forcing everyone to use revolvers or single-shot handguns or worse. And of course, with bad sights, crazy heavy trigger pulls, a terrible grip, you get the point. Ultimately, California's argument, which the majority has unwisely adopted here, is based on the unstated assumption that there's some basic, I guess, unadorned, without any accessories firearm that would be protected as an arm under the text of the Second Amendment, but everything else is merely an unprotected accessory that's been added to that firearm that's not protected. And I hope you can tell from this video that that idea is simply unrealistic and could never be applied in real life.
Like many of this court's ideas about the Second Amendment, it stems from a basic misunderstanding of how firearms work, combined with a highly unrealistic idea.
That's being charitable. They may, in fact, know, and they're doing this deliberately to just ban guns. But given how the guy acted like a fucking retard, yeah, he may not know how they work.
Of how such a rule would be administered in real life. Ultimately, the only rule that makes sense and comports with reality and the text of the Constitution is that the entire handgun here, including the grip, this takedown lever, the slide and barrel, the sighting system, and this magazine are all part of the arm within the meaning of the Second Amendment. Thank you for watching.
Yep. Libs are fucking assholes when it comes to gun control.
This is the issue before the Democrats, the decision they've got to make. And so you've got lots of articles like this from the Hill. It's like, you know, there's infighting, there's akin to a kind of civil war from Speaker Kevin McCarthy. And he's right, this is going to be a civil war, because in the wake of a resounding defeat, one has to establish exactly why the defeat came about. And if the defeat came about because either the party was too centrist or the party was too woke and the platform didn't appeal to the vast majority of American voters, well, that has to be decided. Now, the answer is, of course, the party was way too woke. Right? The opponent was too strong. So, unsurprisingly, it's going to be a battle between these two factions. And the woke aren't going to say, you know what, guys, I think we did it, yeah. I know we're insane communist lunatics who want to trans every child that didn't get aborted, but, like, I think it might be us. I think, actually, the public aren't actually as radically left-wing as we are, and we're going to take a back seat here. That's not what they think. They genuinely are high on their own supply. They genuinely think that if we were just more communist, the American public would go, you're right, the Cold War never happened. I do like communism, good point. And that's obviously not the case, but they're not going to accept it because they are dyed-in-the-wool ideologues. So anyway, I found this on ABC News, and who's running in 2028. And I tell you what, man, no good options. Absolutely no good options. So the first one is Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, Democrat, who said he would consider running if he felt he was someone who could unite the country. Now, I don't know anything about this chap, so I can't comment on him, but he looks normal. And that's a good start. Looking normal is a very, very good start. Just looking like you're not an insane freak is a great start. And he sounds quite reasonable. You know, if you'd asked me a couple of years ago, I'd say no, but I don't want to leave a broken country for my kids. And so if I'm someone who can bring this nation together, hopefully find common ground, it's something I'll consider. Very reasonable, normal statement. And then you've got someone like this, who doesn't look normal, right? This is Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Looks kind of slimy to me. Don't know. I'm just saying the first impression. Again, I don't know anything about him. I didn't do any research looking into him, and I'm not going to because he said he's not running. But looks vain, right? Like this guy looks normal. This guy looks vain. Just saying. And these things matter, man. These things matter. So the former Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo said that she is going to run. The Democratic Party has huge amounts of work to do. Introspection. Where do we go wrong? What's our platform going to be? What's our tactics going to be? All fair. She is a former venture capitalist, so she's on the right of the Democrat Party, and you know the kind of tactics they're going to use against her. And of course, the infamous Tim Walz, who I'm sure is a lovely chap, but says that he is absolutely not going to run because, of course, he wouldn't be any good. And so the Democrats kind of kicking around going, great, terrible selection that we have. Most people don't seem to want it because who wants to get a good solid kick in the teeth? Maybe Harris? Maybe we're going to run Kamala Harris again? Because she can, obviously, and she's not, like, ancient, and she won't be ancient then, so could do. How much worse could it get? And, I mean, I personally wouldn't, because, I don't know, man, I just don't think she was a strong candidate, because she doesn't seem to want to be president, and even if she did, I mean, what would she do, apart from cackle at people and not know anything about things? So I can't say that Kamala Harris run is a very good idea. And the thing is, you're going to have the sort of dyed-in-the-wool Democrat strategists, like, what's that, James Carville, you know, people like that just pulling their hair out at this point. Like, the Republicans have got a lot of stuff lined up. Like, they've got a lot of potential people in the Trump cabinet who, after Trump retires, can step up and say, hey, you know what, I'm going to go for it. Like Marco Rubio has been a surprising dark horse in the Trump administration, getting a lot of good things done. And maybe I'll do a video just entirely on what Marco Rubio has done.
Marco Rubio is a fucking... He just cucks to Trump.
Where, you know, the surprise that this has come out. Because as far as I could tell, back in 2016, little Marco Rubio, was just a basic bitch rhino Republican, right? No one thought anything of Marco Rubio, at least I didn't. And, you know, the public perception was just a rhino, right? And he's come out hard for Trump. I don't know if he's had a road to Damascus conversion, but he's come out hard. And so Rubio looks good to me at the moment. But also, of course, you have Vance, who has been doing, I think, a spectacular job. Generally, he's a great communicator.
Oh, what? Oh my god. Sargon of Akkad has, like, some of the dumbest fucking political takes, dude.
And you've got a bunch of other people around Trump who are probably also very good. So the Republicans actually look like they...
No one in the US likes fucking Vance.
Have a kind of machine building that is producing and drawing in, like, I mean, Tulsi Gabbard's another great choice. Like RFK, I mean, he might be a bit too old by that point, but Tulsi Gabbard would be another solid choice probably. And whether you personally are like, oh, I don't like Tulsi, the next Democrat, whatever, like the issue is whether the United States, the public are into it, right? And I think that maybe, you know, a good campaign could do well with Tulsi. But anyway, the point being, there are lots of actual potential competent people that you could see doing it. Whereas the Democrats are just like, right, maybe we're
Marco Rubio, maybe. JD Vance, no. There's no fucking chance anybody would want to vote for JD Vance. The only people who'd vote for JD Vance are people who would vote for him reluctantly because they just don't like the Democratic candidate. Nobody actually wants JD Vance.
on Kamala again. Guys, how might that go? That's going to go terrible. Everything she does is terrible. She's fucking incompetent. Stop it. She's obviously being propped up by the machine, right? That's the thing. She's just compliant to the machine, and that's not helpful. So they've got their options. And of course, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Now, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has some virtues. She is youthful, she is good looking, and she is charismatic. She's a superb speaker, and she speaks very, very well to her audience. The problem is, I think she's going to encounter the same problem that Jeremy Corbyn had, which is everyone knows you're a fucking communist. Nobody wants to elect a communist. And so if you, and this is the problem that Jeremy Corbyn had, because he's a very charismatic guy, he's a good speaker, very friendly, personable, but everyone knows that he just basically hates Britain. And that's how people are going to feel about AOC.
So it's not that she's a communist, it's that some of her progressive values are not particularly tasteful to the American public. She also fucked up massively by doing those interviews with Hassan Piker. She cucks tremendously to these left-wing progressives who don't even really support the Democratic Party. She's also anti-gun. And she's also a woman. That's a huge issue for an American candidate. I think Americans just don't want a woman as president. So Kiyoshi, you don't need $3. Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, modern CGI is pretty good. They could have just CGI'd Ellie's face onto her, at least. Dude, how is this person playing Ellie? Not only could they have found a chick who actually looks like Ellie, but again, they didn't even need to find a chick who actually looks like Ellie. Just similar vibe. Just kind of pretty cute looking, but, you know, sort of like a rough, more edgy look. But like this, what in the fuck? Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
Because she spends all of her time basically being a communist online. And so on the doorstep, you're going to get, yeah, okay, I like this idea, but I'm not voting for a communist. And so the support AOC gets from her base is very, very strong. They are very much infatuated with her. However, that's going to max out at about a third of the American public. And everyone else is going to be just, no, I don't want this controversial, divisive, highly like inflammatory communist as a candidate. I'm not voting for that. And if the Republicans are just sensible and run someone decent like Vance, for example, someone who can challenge her rhetorically, then I think they'll do a fine job. Because the problem is her platform, like the Green New Deal and all this revolutionary nonsense, not good. And so the Democrats' other option is, of course, the American psycho himself, Gavin Newsom. Now, Gavin Newsom has some strengths. He's an old white businessman, which plays well in America. He hasn't done a great job in California, so don't know what the options there are. But he is prepared to basically move the party to the right. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, of course, represents that faction of the Democrats that want to move it to the left. Now, as someone who supports the Republicans at this point,
no one's ever going to trust Gavin Newsom. He's not well liked. Even in California, people don't particularly like him that much, and he's a massive anti-gun cuck. He literally wants to get rid of the Second Amendment from the Constitution.
I would like AOC to win. I would like her to move the party radically to the left to make it totally unelectable. However, Newsom would do something more reasonable and move the party back to the center, which probably would make it more appealing. However, Newsom has his drawbacks as well. He's not charismatic, frankly. He's kind of creepy. Looks kind of like a lizard wearing human skin. And that's how he comes across when he's in conversation, when he's in interviews. And so he can work fine in the...
I don't know where the fuck he's getting that idea from.
Democratic machine, which is just an extended patronage network. So you're saying to the Democrat patron communities, oh, hey...
He comes off as a liar. That's what he comes across as.
Yeah, I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you that, I'm going to give you the other. And you can rely on me for essentially basic competent governance, right? That's fine. But I'm not sure that that's actually what most people want. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Newsom wins over the average sort of swing voter, maybe.
I wonder if anybody's fixed The Last of Us with deepfake. Well, we made her more pretty.
Headshot those fuckers from a half mile out.
Can you teach me how?
No, we can't.
Shall we? Yeah. No.
So the Democrats are actually...
Oh, they deepfaked it to make her prettier, but not look more like Ellie.
Steven Seagal, Neil Breen, and Tommy Wiseau.
That's me.
Are allegedly 3 people who make what are also allegedly supposed to be movies.
It's like a monkey trying to f football now, really.
So today, we're gonna have the 3-way the world's been dying for.
This whole thing is just a fucking mess.
Steven Seagal versus Neil Breen versus Tommy Wiseau in a 9-round matchup to finally declare once and for all who's the best filmmaker / human being. Round 1, best show of emotion. Seagal isn't an 11-time Golden Raspberry nominee for nothing, and whether it's devastation,
Shift dad.
desperation,
I need you to help me find who killed my son.
or humiliation, he truly is an abomination of degeneration.
Hello?
I will kill you. I will kill your fucking mother. I will kill your fucking dog.
Wiseau is a master that can seamlessly move from emotion to emotion.
She ended up in a hospital on Guerrero Street.
Seemingly at random.
You're gonna go upstairs and wash up.
How dare you talk to me like that?
Which not only showed the world how to feel again,
You know what they say, love is blind.
but also to ponder deep philosophical questions.
I never hit you. Do you understand life?
Breen not only managed to bring out the most raw book anger
No more damn books.
the world has ever known,
No more books.
but also the most heart-wrenching scene that's ever been recorded on a flip phone.
Oh, jeez.
2 points Breen, 1 point Wiseau, and Seagal, f*** you. Round 2, most intelligent. Seagal is very smart. When he's sent to pick up a package,
I want you to pick up a package.
they give him the package, and even though nobody answers his question,
Is that the package?
because it's so fucking stupid, they thought it was rhetorical, he still manages to deduce it just might be the package.
I think this may be it, Omar.
Then there's his elite computer hacking,
Now this is a simple case of signal versus digital throughput.
which sounds like nonsense, but it's Seagal, and if there's one thing he knows how to do, it's this. Wiseau is blown away by the genius move of inviting his friends to his party.
You invited all my friends. Good thinking.
Breen really has his work cut out for him,
I was the first in my class in college in computer science.
and that was like the 60s or some shit, so he takes it in a landslide. Point Breen. Nothing for Wiseau, and Seagal's on another watch list. Round 3, the most humble. Wiseau is clearly very humble because nobody with an ego would allow footage of how he throws a football to ever be released. Breen has been accused of refusing to play anything but a perfect godlike character with supernatural abilities.
I become invisible.
I have a hard time believing Steven Seagal's vegetarian.
That get thrown out randomly
I have the power of instant facial recognition data.
and then never mentioned again. But that criticism is total bullshit, cause Breen can really do all that.
Yes.
Seagal is one of the most down-to-earth giant penguins you will ever see. It's not his fault.
A man walks with an air of confidence it's rarely seen in this day and age.
Everyone else
You're the inspiration for every guy that ever applied for the SWAT team.
talks about how great he is.
Forrest is here! And fires is there now!
It's on us for humoring his delusions in the first place. Point Wiseau. Breen gets nothing, and Seagal gets a poop emoji because he just f***ing does. Round 4, the least creepy. Breed is just a normal guy who enjoys zombie snuggles, a little stalking,
Hey, I'm gonna go follow her.
with a touch of home invasion.
I'm gonna hurt you now.
But don't worry,
Bitch.
it's just his sister. I can't say the same about her.
Don't come near me. I'll kill you, you fucker.
You won't.
But I also can't say she's not. Either way, she did the right thing. Seagal,
Now you owe me some good pussy.
Wizzo is creepy as fuck. Point Wizzo. Nothing for Breed and a restraining order for Seagal. Round 5. Most heroic. Seagal might occasionally use little girls' heads to break his fall or a window, and might have to keep trafficking victims in line when they get uppity.
I want you to shut the f up.
And if those innocent people didn't want to die, they shouldn't have been at that bus station. But man, does he love cookies.
I love the f out of cookies.
Breed stopped a global terrorist attack.
I've done all I can do to stop the attack.
And sure, he was the attacker.
I've planted biological bombs in 7 major cities around the world.
But hey, it could be worse, like the time he killed 300 million.
300 million humans. I have killed them all.
Wizzo has not murdered any innocent people.
I did not.
That we know of. Point Wizzo. And another list for Seagal. Round 6, the least oblivious. Seagal dresses like a pimp and shares secret letters with a teenage girl before flying out to meet her.
Welcome to Poland.
And lies to everyone about who he is.
Monsieur Delacroix.
And even uses a fake voice.
I'm Bill Hale. I'm with the Global Relief Fund.
Then, when he's spotted trying to break into her room, he hauls ass out of there. Seagal actually thinks he's the hero.
Call me.
Breed thought this would be a great addition to his movie. Wizzo didn't write and produce another movie for 20 years. Point Wizzo. And an ankle monitor for Seagal. Round 7, athleticism. Breed may
Love how
look
he
like
hates
a
Steven
frail
Seagal.
old man who should probably get his estrogen checked, but check out this shit. While he's doing whatever the f that is, we'll check in with Seagal, who's elected to sit this round out.
We're gonna have to just wait it out.
Brain's still going, I guess. So now Wizzo, who can't play a game of catch without someone almost dying. And holy shit, Breed's still going. And while this is pathetic, so is everyone else, so fuck it. Point Breed. And Seagal has to watch one of his shitty movies. Round 8, the best with women. Seagal is widely known as someone who women in their 20s are powerless to resist.
These ladies have been waiting for you all day.
And when the cameras stop rolling, that's all still technically true.
I hope you die.
Wizzo spends his entire movie unable to pick up very subtle clues.
I'm your future husband.
You sure about that? I don't love Johnny anymore. I don't even like him.
Breed is quite the player and does the super classy move of having an affair while his wife's at home dying.
And while he's dead.
And sure, he gets into the occasional cartoon slap fight.
Oh my god.
But he makes up for it by breaking up with his sister with a good old-fashioned duel. Point Breed. And Seagal should probably be castrated. Final round, round 9, most inspirational. Breed discovers these illegal immigrants being trafficked and tells them they're the real heroes and they can really make a difference.
Go back to the countries that you came from. Make a difference there.
No, but seriously, he wants you to get the f*** out.
Now go.
And this is pretty much the same thing.
You can be a leader, not a follower.
You guys can do it,
You can make a difference.
but you're not gonna do it here.
Go back to where you came from. Go back.
Wizzo has his entire movie about being in love with a terrible person
I just told you that.
with zero good qualities,
There is no baby.
What?
I told him that to make it interesting.
and then ending it all when she breaks up with him. Seagal has a good chance on this one, because when you see his body, agility, weapons expertise, and incredible acting, you realize, holy shit, if he can do it, then there's nobody on the fucking planet that can't. Unfortunately, that would require watching one of his movies, so it'll never fucking happen.
It'll take a lifetime to make amends for the terrible things I've done.
And in the most pathetic round I've ever seen, Point Breed. And Seagal gets $100 for every member of his fan club. Your final score after 9 rounds, Neil Breen 6, Tommy Wiseau 5, and Steven Seagal, a castration, one of his shitty movies, an ankle monitor, a poop emoji, a big fuck you, 2 more watch lists, a restraining order, and a bill for $500, making Breen the winner. Congratulations, Breen. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Yes.
Fantastic! I hope to never see any of you again.
Base take. Anise says festering flaps donated $3.
You're gonna say you won?
I'm biased. No, but
Okay,
not only did I think I won, I think he I think he looked utterly. He's a liar. He's wrong about he's either lying or wrong about everything he says, pretty much. He's unwilling to acknowledge make one single concession, no matter how blaringly obvious it is.
Okay, Ethan.
Okay. He was baited into fucking supporting terrorist groups, to doubling down on the Anne Frank thing, to fucking saying the Houthis should get a Nobel Peace Prize. He is. There is nothing redeeming about his performance. Now, you might not think I did great, whatever. I personally watched it back. I thought I did pretty good. I think there's a few things I think. Listen, I did so much preparation for this, and it's clear he did none. That's how I do these.
If I may say so, as your wife, I was very proud.
Thank you. And I feel like and you could see that I anticipated all of his dumb fucking points. Like, he tries to bust out this Avi Schleim thing, and I'm like, I already know everything about what you're going to say. And that happens so many times throughout.
Yeah.
Because he's so transparent. He gets all of his talking points from other people's shitty essays.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I don't know about that.
People accuse him of being a womanizer, Dan. And then on the left, you have a song. Whoops, my bad. People, I don't know if you've seen the accusations, Dan, but they say he's a womanizer. He's a chauvinist, people say.
You know, it's funny. Somebody that is completely not online at all was I don't want to even allude to who it is, so I'm not gonna say anything. But basically, when she met him for work-related something, completely not an online person, she was like, "Oh yeah, he made my how do you say it when your back is like
her hair stood up." Yeah.
And I was like, "What do you mean?" And she was like, "You know, that toxic masculinity kind of guy."
He tries to hide it, but.
And I thought that was so funny because it's like, that is not a person that is online or knows anything about him.
Yeah, the vibes are insanely bad. I never thought about it, honestly, but looking at everything, I mean, what did he say about Hannah Montana?
I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a quotable moment. Oh my god.
Frank 7 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 menoy. Nigga, you've been taking too many days off. What's going on? I need you to get on a grind set. I look forward to this stream lasting till 5 a.m.
I haven't been taking any days off. Like, I took one day off a few days ago, but... Did I even take a day off? I think I took the night off streaming, but I did stream that day. I will make more videos, though. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
At me, you know what I mean? Like, you sent your best. By the way, if iDubbbz or Anissa or any of these fucking pathetic chirpers who think that they know shit wants to call in and discuss Palestine and Israel with me, wants to talk shit to me, anything, you call in anytime you want, Ian. My line is open. You want to call into the show and act tough? Call in, bro. You know? I would love to pick that fucking diseased brain of yours.
Okay.
I don't know if his brain's diseased.
But yeah.
At me, you know what I mean? Like,
they're never gonna do it because they know they're just lying scumbags. And they know they're dumb too. Thanks to Anissa and Ian, I am making my sugar daddy buy me $34 ticket plus donate $100. Sad you guys had to drop out the event. I'll support the event regardless. To trigger Ethan, buy tickets here. Thank you, girl. We really appreciate it. It's the best gift you can give us. These are like just sick, deranged individuals. I don't know how anybody takes them fucking seriously. Thanks for the donation, Anissa's festering flaps. That is embarrassing.
Disclaimer. Nobody you see here was involved with this video. The largest automotive media company in the world canceled all of its shows.
The whole Motor Trend studio
shut
ceased
down
to exist. It shut down.
To find out what went wrong, I reached
Well, thank you for that 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, dude. I was talking to somebody about the Middle East, and they said either Italy or Spain was Islamic for over 4,000 years until they were colonized by Christians. These people don't live in reality. How could they be Islamic for 4,000 years when Islam hasn't existed for 4,000 years? Fucking insane.
Reached out to friends and colleagues who worked at Motor Trend. All of those sources still work in automotive media, so they want to remain anonymous. With one exception who said, roughly, go ahead and use my name because I don't give a about any of these I decided to keep them anonymous as well. Welcome to Auto Team. When Motor Trend owner Warner Brothers Discovery canceled all of their shows, fans and the people who lost their jobs were completely taken by surprise. Nobody had even told them there was a problem.
It got canceled, and I couldn't tell you why.
Hang on. For people in automotive media outside of Motor Trend, this wasn't a big shock. For 10 years, we've been hearing about weird leadership decisions, financial problems, and creative issues. This was so well known in the industry, I wasn't sure it was worth making a video about it. But as the story unfolded, I started hearing colleagues ask, why isn't anybody talking about this reason or that reason? 6 months later, there's still stuff that nobody's publicly addressed.
Why it happens is complicated a question as you could ever ask me.
People have asked why this went down. We were working for a giant company. They don't give us reasons.
Warner Brothers Discovery's $40 billion of debt was a big one. That's more debt than about 2/3 of the world's countries. Of course, those countries don't own a dozen valuable media properties like HBO, Harry Potter, and Batman. In spite of owning those and giving their CEO a 25% raise, putting his salary up to $50 million, that's $25,000 an hour. WB Discovery can't figure out how to make enough money to pay off that debt. One of their problems is that they're overinvested in old-fashioned media like cable TV. And now they're restructuring, doing layoffs and canceling anything that's not sufficiently profitable, like the Motor Trend shows.
It doesn't make enough money for this company to even notice.
So it was Discovery that canceled the shows and fired everybody. Mystery solved, right? Not quite. Even though Warner Brothers Discovery pulled the trigger, someone else put out the hit. Motor Trend Studios is just one part of the whole Motor Trend group, and in spite of the initial rumors, Motor Trend Studios did not get shut down.
First, I thought it was shutting down because a good portion of the people I know that work there have either been laid off or getting laid off. I'm told the studio itself is not shutting down.
Motor Trend Studios has several internal business units, one for editorial.
Sorry about being annoying on Instagram. How are you even being annoying on Instagram? Not even sure what you mean.
Content like car reviews, one for branded content or ads, and one that's often called Motor Trend Productions, or the unscripted television unit. And that's the only part that Warner Brothers Discovery whacked before selling off the rest of Motor Trend. Why get rid of one small unit within one subdivision of the entire Motor Trend group before selling? Well, the buyers told Discovery to do it. That's the Hearst Corporation. They're adding Motor Trend to a portfolio that includes Car and Driver, Road and Track, even Bring a Trailer. Hang on. At the risk of making an entire up to speed on Motor Trend, I need to talk about Motor Trend's evolution over the past 7 decades. It's a microcosm of the entire media industry. And if you didn't want all that detail, why did you click on a 30-minute video about Motor Trend? If Motor Trend had a Carfax, that would be a mile long. It's been around since the 1940s and has changed hands many times. Specifically, the magazine has been around for 75 years. Even though that's a tiny part of what Motor Trend is today, this way of thinking about the brand as a car magazine still persists, enough to get a mention in their most recent promo video.
So much more than a magazine.
The magazine was launched by Robert Peterson in 1949 after the success of Hot Rod magazine, which he started the year before. If you know cars, you've probably heard of the Peterson Museum in LA. Robert Peterson started that with the fortune he amassed publishing magazines, and it's one of the best automotive museums in the world. Robert Peterson amassed a fortune because he wasn't just into cars, he was a Renaissance man. His publishing empire included titles like Sport, Mountain Biker, Guns and Ammo, as well as Teen, Tiger Beat, and Sassy magazine. But in 1996, after nearly 50 years of stable leadership, the Peterson Publishing Company and Motor Trend were sold to a private equity group for $450 million. Just 3 years later, they sold it to another publisher for a staggering $2 billion.
Hey VG. I've been getting bullied a lot. A bully at work has been making fun of my dead loved ones. I am a sex offender and they joke about that. I did my time for what I did. Why am I being treated like a horrible monster? I apologized as well. Justice.
Well, they might be bullying you because you're a sex offender. Thanks for the donation though, Cuckblue.
$1 billion. 2 years later, in 2001, Motor Trend was sold again to Prime Media. Prime Media already owned Truckin', Lowrider, Sport Compact Car, Super Street, Modified Magazine, and a bunch of others. 4 years after that, Prime Media sold Motor Trend, Hot Rod, and all of its automotive titles to another publisher, Source Interlink. This was owner number 5 in just 10 years. But there was a problem. Timing. Readers were turning to the internet because you could find the same news and coverage, except it was free and you could read it all a month earlier. So in 2014, Source Interlink shifted focus almost entirely to non-print media. And to prove that they were more than just a magazine publisher, they rebranded as the Enthusiast Network, also known as TEN or TEN. The company's change in focus caught the attention of other people who were trying to figure out how to survive the transition to new media. I kind of hate that term new media because it's about 30 years old. Hey, I just looked it up and it's actually closer to 60 years old, which is about how old I look here. In 2017, TEN was bought by cable TV giant Discovery. Discovery bought them specifically for one of their brands, Motor Trend. Discovery didn't really care about Motor Trend magazine, of course. That was dead money. But the video service, Motor Trend On Demand, was a competitor of Discovery's channel Velocity. And with a 70-year history, Motor Trend was a much more recognizable brand. It also had a library of popular content and had a production studio constantly making more. Motor Trend's content was merged with the Velocity channel, which was then rebranded as the Motor Trend Network. And Motor Trend's owner, TEN, along with all of its other magazine brands, was renamed the Motor Trend Group. That's what Motor Trend is today. Hearst didn't want to start their ownership of Motor Trend by firing the most recognizable people there. That would have been a PR mess, especially for a company that's known for layoffs. Whoops, sorry, that's the wrong headline. This is what I was referring to. So Hearst told Warner Brothers Discovery to swing that axe before taking over. On November 18th, it was officially confirmed that the Motor Trend shows were canceled, and just 3 weeks later, Hearst bought the Motor Trend Group. But a sale like that takes longer than 3 weeks to execute. It involves teams of lawyers, millions and millions of dollars, and takes months. Discovery shut down the Motor Trend shows before the sale was final because it was a condition for that sale. That way Hearst gets to look like the good guys in all this. Discovery is in massive debt and the big bosses are shutting things down. Motor Trend is on the ropes, its shows have been canceled. Hearst swoops in and saves Motor Trend. They're a hero rescuing a beloved brand. But the truth is, Hearst didn't want the shows or the people who made them. Motor Trend is more valuable without the unscripted television unit. The shows weren't profitable. If they were, Hearst would have wanted them to continue. Frankly, Hearst doesn't care about making automotive TV shows anyway. Even though they're often called a media company, most of Hearst's profits come from other services. One of their most profitable services they call data and insights. The rest of us call it selling your audience's information. For Hearst, Motor Trend shows don't produce audience data that's valuable enough to justify their cost. So, mystery solved. Again, Discovery did the dirty work, but it was Hearst that ordered the killing. But there's something else that's puzzling. Motor Trend has a YouTube channel among the top 10 most subscribed automotive channels in the world. With an audience that size, shouldn't it be easy to make money with Motor Trend shows? That all depends on how you think about those shows, and Motor Trend's leadership has spent the last 10 years getting that completely wrong.
Big L Donny Tillers, have you watched the recent Avi videos about voting Trump? What do you think about his reasoning? It's stupid. By the way, really glad to hear you cured your depression. Has your new way of thinking changed anything about your view on veganism? No. But, haven't seen the new videos Avi put out. I've seen some clips, and his reasoning's dumb. and I don't even think Trump is necessarily good for Israel. Thanks for the donation, though, Big L.
Wow, VG. I wasn't aware of the such horrible stances you have. I think I'm gonna stop following you. You even said you'd eat meat for 10 mil. Shows your lack of morality. Have fun dating your hand. Fucking asshole.
Well, if somebody gave me $10 million for eating meat, I could use that money to help save more animals, so... There's obviously a tipping point where the amount of benefit you're getting from something outweighs the negative. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Motor Trend On Demand, also known as the paywall, was a controversial decision when it rolled out in 2015.
Exclusive first look access to new episodes of Roadkill, Head to Head, Jerks Every Day. Motor Trend On Demand.
The response was awful, and Motor Trend tried to calm people down.
Don't freak out about MotorTrendOnDemand.com. If you're a subscriber, you do get early access to the YouTube shows. But if you're a YouTuber, you still get to see those shows. It's just a little bit later.
But 2 years later, a company built on paid TV took over, and the Motor Trend original shows no longer appeared on YouTube.
All new episodes from the Motor Trend YouTube channel will live exclusively on MotorTrend.com and the Motor Trend app.
This is what killed Motor Trend's shows, according to most fans. But it wasn't just fans who had a problem with this. When I make these videos, I don't rely on what just one person tells me. In this case, everyone I spoke to said the same thing. For years, people inside Motor Trend had been telling leaders the same thing that fans were saying, just release the content on YouTube. And in those stories, the same names kept coming up, specific executives and managers that seemed to be the problem. Several years ago, I was at a press event sharing a car with someone who had left Motor Trend. He told me that after he quit, an executive asked him to dinner to find out what had gone wrong and why he left. Much of that conversation centered around Motor Trend's decision to stop releasing its most popular content on YouTube.
Blaha Mint's new Blaha Mint.
Also, if you guys hit like, why do we have so many people in here and 0 likes? Lacey, Grace, and AC, why aren't you guys hitting like? You're in here watching and not helping a brother out. Come on, hit that like button. That's why that kills the actual outreach for you guys to not hit like. I'm just gonna start banning everybody who doesn't click like. That should be the new rule. So yeah, so this is just creek beds. Man, there we go. Hit that like button, guys. I mean, I feel like I have to be a broken record with that to tell people if you hit the like button, it improves my outreach. So I'm just gonna say it 6 times in a row. If you hit the like button, it improves my outreach. If you hit the like button, it improves my outreach. If you hit the like button, it improves my outreach. If you hit the like button, it improves my outreach. If you hit the like button, it improves my outreach. If you hit the like button, it improves my outreach. All right.
This guy's like a pathetic retard.
Let me keep doing it. We got 1 like out of that. Hey guys, hit the like button, please. 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 Hey guys, hit the...
Maybe if he made, like, interesting content and didn't ban everybody in chat that gave the, like, most remote amount of criticism, or just randomly banning people for asking simple questions, he might get more likes and more viewers.
The like button, please. Hey guys, hit the like button, please. Hey guys, hit the like button, please. Let's get about 10 more of those. Hey guys, hit the like button, please. People don't like everything. Well,
people don't like because it's not going to help your outreach. Your average, like, 300 views a video. Your peak was 2015, 2018. You put 0 effort into actually improving and just blame your viewers. Dude, what's funny is, like, back when he was living in the UK, when he had the Ice Cream Fitness YouTube channel, his video quality was better. Like, he had a better camera. And then, like, just everything got worse. It's bizarre. I guess he had to sell his camera and get some piece of shit or something?
they do. They watch Spank the Like. How long should someone stick to a program before giving up on it? It doesn't work. That's not how it works. You should know a program works before you start it. Why?
Dodo don't need tellers, which is better, Shein or Temu? I have no idea. I don't use either of those. They're kind of garbage websites, so I don't buy anything from there. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. All the programs Jason has flip-flopped on without improving his total. Conjugate, 531, Linear, Bulgarian, Light, Bro Split, etc. Yeah. He's a massive program flip-flopper. He can never stick to a given program.
Why would you start a program that doesn't work to begin with? So I'm going to say 0. You should give it 0 days. If a program is not proven to work based on good principles, you should not even start it. All right. Jason, I need recommendations for what? What a weirdo. You never know this guy.
You weighed a lot more a few years ago. You said you thought Bruno Baba. Who the fuck is Bruno Baba? Oh, that guy. Well, he got outrageously fat, dude. When he was, like, lean, he was, like, anorexic. He had, like, a legit fucking eating disorder, and he looked like he was dying. His, like, that wasn't even the worst. When he was really trying to stay lean, his eyes were sunken in. He couldn't even, like, his brain was clearly not working properly. He had no energy, looked fucking miserable, and his face looked fucking emaciated, and he had this tiny, weak little neck. And yeah, when he gained weight here, he looked a lot better compared to when he was at his fucking leanest, where he was, like, literally ill. But, like, yeah, dude, like, this, he's, like, fat as shit here.
Hey, Omar. You just came to a strength and conditioning channel and asked what I do for work. So would you go to a golf instructor's channel who plays semi-pro golf and is a full-time golf instructor and ask him what does he do for work? You're looking at my work.
His life is an embarrassment. Thanks for the donation, Blaha Mens.
YouTube. He thought this decision was bad for Motor Trend and bad for his career. Apparently they didn't listen because they were convinced that they should be making television. And there's one big reason why they thought this. The entire Motor Trend studio started when Google handed them a sack of cash and said, make a cable TV channel. Back in the mid-2000s, Motor Trend was making tons of free content on YouTube and regularly getting 6-figure views. That performance secured them a spot in the YouTube Original Channel Initiative in 2012. Google invested $100 million across 100 different channels to fund the production of television quality programming exclusively for YouTube. The idea was that channels which were successful would graduate to Google TV, a multi-channel streaming service designed to compete with traditional cable. Channels which received that money include Vice, The Onion, the Shaquille O'Neal Comedy Network, which has been renamed a couple times and is now owned by Kevin Hart, a dance channel started by Madonna, The Wall Street Journal, even Red Bull's YouTube channel was part of this. For automotive, the channels included Motor Trend, The Drive, Car and Driver, and something called Extreme, World Exciting Car Movie Channel. That was from Japan and focused on drifting. The long-term success of those 100 YouTube channels has been mixed, but Motor Trend really understood the assignment. Make a TV channel. They used Google's money to launch Motor Trend Studio and created a lineup of 8 original shows. That included Head to Head for car comparison tests, Hot Rod Unlimited for unlimited hot rods, and the hit show Roadkill. This was genuinely something new, TV quality automotive content, but streaming for free online. TV quality shows are expensive to make, and Google's startup cash only paid for the first year. So Motor Trend quickly followed a cable TV business model and made the audience pay. Of course, cable TV was already in financial freefall because online video was blowing up, but Motor Trend people didn't see what they were doing as online video. They kept thinking about it as television. It's right there in the name, the unscripted television unit. And this TV mindset trickled down from leadership to many of the creators and talent.
I'm gonna defend Motor Trend a little bit here. A lot of the audience gets all torqued about all these cancellations, which we understand. It was our livelihood, but it's also just TV. And those of us who work in it understand that's what happens, that's the way it is.
Motor Trend ended up trying to make paid TV at a time when paid TV was dying. The paywall strategy prevented them from achieving more success, and it's amazing it managed to continue for 9 years before someone finally pulled the plug. One reason it lasted that long is because some people are willing to pay for slick, big-budget automotive content. Just look at the Grand Tour. But Motor Trend's version of this was doomed to fail eventually because Motor Trend's audience gets smaller every day. The average age of a YouTube viewer is 30. The average age of a cable TV subscriber is 65, and the average age of a Motor Trend viewer is 57. That's not what Motor Trend says, though. According to the material they use to attract advertisers, their average fan is just 34 years old. But according to what I was told, a Motor Trend executive once said to a producer to make a show seem younger because our audience is literally dying.
The audience on the cable TV network was old guys who like muscle cars, 100%. This is really no fault of Motor Trend.
Agree to disagree. I need to point something out so we're all on the same page. The Motor Trend group probably isn't lying when they say their average audience member is 34. I'm a little skeptical, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Because the unscripted television unit, whose average viewers are definitely not 34,
old guys who like muscle cars,
was just one division of Motor Trend Studio, which was just one part of the Motor Trend group. The Motor Trend group is the Enthusiast Network, which was publisher source Interlink. At their peak, they controlled 70 different media brands and 90 websites. They have something like 600 employees, and their content is also made by hundreds more contractors, freelancers, and outside production companies. Only a fraction of all of those people were involved with Motor Trend's unscripted television. Beyond that, the Motor Trend group has been largely successful. Hearst likely paid 9 figures for it, in part because it includes some great journalists and hosts. Some of them are friends, or at least they were before I made this video, and almost all of the content they're making, apart from the canceled shows, is released for free. For whatever reason, some people in the unscripted television unit didn't seem to get the memo about what other Motor Trend divisions were doing and that it was working. But another problem is that the content was dominated by middle-aged men and old American cars. At the time the paywall went up, American automotive culture had already grown beyond this. There'd been 7 Fast and Furious movies. Every one of those had made hundreds of millions of dollars, except Tokyo Drift. Motor Trend content simply wasn't targeted at the millions of car enthusiasts who were interested in imports and stuff in the 80s, 90s, and beyond. These enthusiasts weren't kids. They were in their 30s and 40s. They had money to spend. They're the reason Radwood started and got bought by Haggerty for $2 million.
A Super Street show that involved a bunch of import cars was never going to work, in my opinion.
These car enthusiasts are the same ones who would have spent $50 on an imported Best Motoring DVD in the 90s if a streaming service actually gave them what they wanted now. A couple bucks a month was nothing. But they weren't interested in Motor Trend's old-fashioned content, and it turns out that Motor Trend executives weren't interested in making what those enthusiasts wanted anyway.
Hey, this is what the audience wants to see. They show up for the 50s, 60s, 70s cars. Let's give them what they want. We're not trying to expand the audience. We're trying to serve our current audience.
The biggest problem, according to the people who work there, the final nail in Motor Trend's coffin, is that the leadership believed their own hype. Everyone I spoke to for this video talked about frustrating experiences with Motor Trend leadership. Those leaders said they wanted change, new audiences, new shows to solve the audience problem, and they eagerly sought feedback from creators with proven track records in online video. Those people with expertise in online video told them if they wanted to grow the audience or attract a new one, they had to get out from behind the paywall. So Motor Trend leaders brought everyone together for a special announcement dinner and revealed that they would be releasing content on FAST channels. FAST stands for free ad-supported streaming TV, stuff like Tubi, Pluto, Fubo, Philo, and Zumo. Data suggests these are far worse platforms than YouTube. Content creators get a smaller percentage of revenue and don't get nearly as many views. So when leaders at Motor Trend figured that out, did they do a 180 and just put the shows on YouTube? Of course not. Instead, Motor Trend started their own FAST channel, creatively called Fast TV. Meanwhile, the people working there continued to tell leadership how to fix the audience problem, but they refused to implement any of the suggestions, instead repeating things like, oh, that doesn't work on television. People with expertise in online video would reiterate that this was the problem. They needed to stop trying to do what works on television and start doing what works in online video, where the new audience actually is. Like updating shows to meet modern tastes. One creator told me he recommended new types of music, for example. Leaders eagerly listened to his advice, then, quote, put the same old jock rock in the final edits. And leaders dismissed any suggestion that didn't fit into what they called the roadkill universe. A creator told me this was the #1 thing he heard from leadership. Every new show had to have content and style consistent with Motor Trend's oldest show, Roadkill. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Roadkill itself. It was a hugely successful show with a massive following for a reason, but a Motor Trend channel filled with a dozen Roadkill clones isn't going to attract new viewers. But it seems leaders didn't want to mess with the existing formula and scare their shrinking audience, possibly scare them to death given their age. So in spite of asking successful creators for ideas, anything truly new or different was shot down. And Motor Trend chewed through shows at an alarming rate, constantly launching new ones and then abruptly canceling them. It was obvious that the Motor Trend formula for content creation hadn't been growing the audience. So why didn't leaders listen to everyone telling them how to fix it? One reason is because those same leaders whose names kept coming up in these conversations weren't car people. They were business people. For them, the ideal formula wasn't about making the best car content, it was about making the most money. Even though the people I spoke to for this video named names, I'm not going to. Experience has taught me that if I do, angry fans will send angry emails to those people, and I don't think anyone deserves to receive threats simply for being shitty at their job. If any of the people involved actually see this video, there's enough detail here for them to know who they are. But I am going to mention one person, and his name did not come up in any of my conversations, but he's such a great example of a business person who was the problem. Former president and CEO of the Motor Trend Group, Alex Wellen. Before Discovery installed him as the head of the world's largest automotive media company, he'd been an executive at CNN and Turner Broadcasting. So not a car guy, not an online media guy, a TV guy. He reigned from 2018 until March of 2025, meaning he oversaw the cancellation of Motor Trend shows and the transition to Hearst's ownership. Then he left Motor Trend to run QVC. You know, the home shopping channel, which somehow still exists. On his way out the door, he made the typical back-patting LinkedIn post you'd expect from a corporate CEO, and he included a promo video for the new Hearst-owned Motor Trend. That video emphasized that Motor Trend should be thought of now as a tool for brands to find consumers. That's not a content-first company, that's not an entertainment-first company, and it's definitely not a car enthusiast-first company.
Join the network created by automotive enthusiasts or automotive enthusiasts.
Motor Trend is where the world's largest brands come to find the consumers.
But the first line of that LinkedIn post is what really caught my attention. Motor Trend has always been about the people. Just a couple months after firing dozens of those those people, the ones who made Motor Trend's most recognizable content.
A good portion of the people I know that work there have either been laid off or getting laid off.
As a result of being run by business people, the Motor Trend Group has annual revenue in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and by that metric, they've been very successful. But having business people telling car people how to make car shows was a huge problem for those shows. They'd veto vehicles that have huge enthusiast followings and therefore huge potential audiences, and force creators to use chassis that could showcase products from paying sponsors. They demanded sponsor placements that show creators advised them against. Roadkill was an interesting exception. Because of its success with the current audience, those creators were mostly left alone, but all of the other shows were made by dyed-in-the-wool car people too, and they knew what car people did and did not want to see. Even the move to fast channels was part of that business-first, audience-second mentality. Distribution on fast channels increases viewership numbers, making the content easier to sell to sponsors. It's a way to pump numbers, but without adding real value. One source referred to it as simply view farming. The other reason Motor Trend leaders failed to listen or change was simply arrogance. The problems of the past decade aren't just because of a TV mindset, they're because of a Motor Trend mindset, holding on to the idea that we're Motor Trend, so we're the best.
We are the #1 source for automotive media.
Even while falling behind most of the industry. Nearly all of the leaders that former employees called out had been with Motor Trend since their initial success on YouTube. But those leaders never started thinking like YouTubers, constantly adapting to change, meeting the audience where it is, or being streamlined and efficient with production. And they definitely didn't take YouTubers seriously.
Can you show me a hit automotive TV show that has 20-year-olds in it? Any?
Weston Champlin, Cletus McFarlane, Whistling Diesel, and Chris Fix are all still in their 20s. Countless other successful automotive YouTubers started in their 20s and are still going strong. But can I name a hit TV show hosted by 20-year-olds? No, and with good reason. Audiences enjoy watching people they can relate to, and TV's aging audience can't relate to hosts who are that young. But it's not like YouTube is a platform exclusively for young people. YouTube creators can succeed at any age. Just look at Scotty Kilmer. He was born in the 1890s. Nearly half the current YouTube audience is over 35, and people 55 to 65 are the fastest growing age group among YouTube viewers. The cable TV audience isn't just shrinking because people are dying off. Older viewers are leaving cable for YouTube. It's surprising how many people at Motor Trend failed to connect the dots here, because a lot of those people came from magazines, and what YouTube has done to television is no different than what websites did to magazines.
TV ratings across the board are just down. Yep, YouTube is stealing views, TikTok, Instagram, all these places that are stealing people's attention are taking it away from cable TV.
They're not stealing views, they're out competing. Cable TV has been declining for well over a decade because online creators make stuff that more people want to watch, and then give it to them for free. Everyone I spoke to agreed that the core problem that ultimately doomed Motor Trend shows was the leadership. They were magazine and TV people making online video, but not listening to online video experts. They were trying to make automotive content without listening to automotive experts, and they seemed to think the audience was guaranteed simply by the Motor Trend name. If those leaders dropped the ego and just did what other online creators had been doing all along, they would have succeeded.
All right. It is late. I am going to head to bed. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should be able to, I keep saying this and then things pop up, but I should be able to stream a bit earlier tomorrow, you know, usual time around 6. Really try to stream at about 6 tomorrow. But thanks again, everybody. And sweet dreams. See you all tomorrow.